needs this to go smoothly, and more importantly, he needs some sort of economic win. Now, usually the way that this would work in a traditional administration is that for months leading up to this, American envoys would be in China, and they'd be working out these memorandums of understanding, and then Trump and Xi go to the Forbidden City and they shake hands and they sign a piece of paper. That's not how this president operates. A lot of this is actually going to be discussed face to face. Vague, China has agreed to invest $3,000 trillion into our economy. So it is a little bit of a wild card. But so far, the obsequiousness and the level of respect that Trump is offering to Xi, it's not just negotiation. Like, he really does need a lot from him. He needs him to save his economic skin. He wants the stock market and all these other things to continue to go up. And it's also becoming clear they really need them on China. On Iran, is that there are multiple statements now from the Secretary of State and Donald Trump about how Iran, while they claim was not going to be a significant part of this, absolutely is.
Oh, 100%, because we're screwed in Iran, and we're hoping that China's going to bail us out, and they're not going to, by the way. And so far, what you can say about this trip is there hasn't been much that came out of it. China issued a warning over Taiwan. We're going to show you in a little bit. Trump was asked a question about Taiwan, didn't even respond. You've got dueling readouts here. You can actually put A0C, it looks like AOC, A0C up on the screen. This is the White House's readout, at least the sort of key details, discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation, expanding market access for U.S. businesses. This is going to be the best, basically, that Trump is able to get out of it, which is why he brought all of these oligarchs along with him. So it's, Elon gets a deal, and Jensen Huang gets a deal, and Tim Apple gets a deal, etc. Discussed increasing Chinese purchases of U.S. agricultural goods. If that happens, that would be very important. We've had those agreements before, though, where China's just like, yeah, we're actually not going to follow through on that. Ending the flow of fentanyl precursors. Again, this is something that has long been negotiated. Two agreed the Strait of Hormuz must remain open. Now, that is very interesting language, because according to the Iranians, they say, hey, it is open from our perspective. You just have to follow our procedure. So the fact that language is left very vague does not mean there's an actual meeting of the minds over the Strait of Hormuz.
Correct.
She made clear China's opposition to the militarization of the Strait and atoll. Xi expressed interest in purchasing more U.S. oil, and both agreed Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. No mention, there, of Taiwan. Nick Schifrin, who's a foreign affairs and defense correspondent for NewsHour, pointed out some of the differences between U.S. and China's readout. So China's readout does include a stark warning over Taiwan. As I just mentioned, U.S. readout doesn't mention Taiwan whatsoever. Emphasizes business, saying China will buy more agricultural products, and the two sides discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation, mentions cooperation over fentanyl, and says she made clear China's opposition to the militarization of the strait. Those were not the things that were emphasized in the Chinese readout. But the most key difference here is on Taiwan,
right,
where Xi really wanted to push the U.S. on our position with regards to potentially defending Taiwan and arming Taiwan, wanted us to dial that back. He's in a position of strength right now. We are in an incredible position of weakness, thanks to Donald Trump, and especially thanks to his foolish war with Iran. The best Trump could do is just not say anything about it whatsoever. But bottom line thus far is, because of the weak position that we come in with, doesn't appear to be a lot that is going to come out of this. And it's also worth remembering, Sagar, this meeting was supposed to happen a while back, and it got postponed because of the disastrous war in Iran. I think Trump originally thought the war with Iran would be over in a couple days. He could come flying into Beijing, saying, look, we did this with Venezuela, we did with Iran. Yeah, we're great conquerors. We have all these natural resources now on our side. We can do what we want around the globe. Instead, this is, he's having to come in with his tail between his legs, basically humiliated, and with the whole world having seen that the cupboard's bare, having seen the wizard behind the curtain, because we do not have the ability to project power that most of the world thought that we did, and have been completely checkmated with regards to Iran.
Right, and it's not just us saying this, it's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as well. But let's also take a very close listen to something that was put out by Xi Jinping from his official translation, a warning about the Thucydides trap. Let's take a listen.
The whole world is watching our meeting. Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides' trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Can we meet global challenges together and provide more stability for the world?
Trump's like, oh, yes.
Trump's nodding his head. There is the best part. Oh, yes.
Yes, the Thucydides trap. I remember reading about it.
I thought deeply about this topic.
For those of you who don't know, the Thucydides trap, I think we had a whole unit on it back in graduate school. It's Graham Allison. It stems back to the war between Athens and Sparta. And the idea was that Athens was like Athens was the established commercial power, and Sparta the rising war state, and that eventually culminated in a war which weakened both powers. And that's the trap. The idea that war was inevitable between the two states, and that made it so that a war that was actually bad for both powers ended up becoming the trap itself. So this has actually long kind of been part of Chinese strategic thinking and something they emphasize a lot. I also remember this. The Chinese are the master, not of doublespeak per se, but when they say things like, we oppose militarization of the Straits of Hormuz, there's two military powers in the Straits of Hormuz. There's a blockade of the Straits of Hormuz and Iran. So you may read that as, oh, well, they oppose Iranian. They're like, no, that's not what we said. What we said is we oppose militarization in the Straits of Hormuz. They also, they love this language where they'll call it like mutual respect. Well, mutual respect means we don't tell you what to do, you don't tell us what to do. It's not as relevant now under the Trump administration. Nobody's finger wagging over human rights in China. That's like very 1990s. But these days, like what effectively what it means is they'll say things like, well, you need to have mutual respect in spheres of influence. Well, what does that mean? It's like, well, sphere of influence includes the whole South China Sea, right? It's like that means an acceptance of the 9-dash line, or South Korea and Japan. Like they're in the same way when we'll say things about the Monroe Doctrine or something like that. They have their own policy, right? So you just have to read between the lines. I actually thought the most unambiguous red lines came from the Chinese embassy. Let's put A3 up here on the screen. This was released ahead of Trump's visit from the the Chinese embassy here in the United States, and they put out this graphic. The 4 red lines in China-U.S. relations, they must not be challenged. Number 1, the Taiwan question. Now remember, when they say the Taiwan question, what they mean is that their reunification is the policy, the actual one China policy. Number 2, democracy and human rights, which means don't tell us what to do with Uyghurs, with Hong Kong, or anything else. That's just how it is. Keep your mouth shut. Number 3, paths and political systems. So I asked a friend, effectively, and he's like a Chinese-U.S. kind of analyst, and what he said is that paths and political systems kind of links with democracy and human rights, as in there should be no criticism of lack of democracy or of basically like don't
push us towards being a liberal democracy.
Right. Don't try to push us towards a liberal democracy. It kind of gets to that mutual respect. We have our system. You have your system. Let's just keep it how it is. We're not going to tell you what to do. We're not going to tell us what to do. And then China's development, right? Similar. It's one of those where you shouldn't be messing with their internal affairs and the ability of them to conduct commerce. I believe, and this is what he said when reading between the lines, is that they are still very upset over many of the sanctions on Chinese companies. And remember, if you read between the lines of all of these things, it's about mutual respect, it's also about Taiwan, but the second, or the tertiary really, thing that they really want is they're salivating at the entrance of the U.S. consumer market for their goods, which they're not currently able to sell here, which is autos. So that was a big thing that they've been trying to get into U.S. markets now for some time. I think you put all those together and you could see very clearly like what they want out of the summit, what Trump wants. I just think generally it's like you said, considering the position of the United States, we're really distracted because of what happened here with Iran. And it's just created like such a disaster for them in the ability to, it gives it such a disaster on the part of the United States to meet them at a time of such incredible weakness. Like I'm trying to think of a previous historic peril. I really can't. I mean, maybe the only one would be some bilateral negotiations between the U.S. and the Soviet Union at the height of the Vietnam War. That's really the last time that something of this level of consequence is happening in Iran. And I know something's not popping off every day, but look, the price of oil is where it's at, and the defeat has happened strategically. It's over at this point. Now, you may have to invade, and there may be some sort of escalation, or maybe even some sort of a deal, but no matter which way you cut it, like from the day one of the war to where we ended up some 30 whatever days later with the announcement of the ceasefire, you can't say that it didn't fail. It just complete, total fail.
Absolutely.
So
I mean, you've got neocon extraordinaire Bob Kagan out there saying it's the worst defeat for the U.S. in its history. You know, and
see, I think Vietnam was worse.
You think so?
I do, because from the U.S. perspective, not to get too bogged down, but it really ripped the country apart. Like we had the draft. It rewrote the way that we had all of our military power. 50,000 Americans were killed. It also it was a sucking of all of the any of the potential promise of what the post-civil rights era kind of could have been.
Yeah.
All the money that was wasted, the dividends that were being wrought from the post-World War II era, which all could have been spent to make the 1970s actually a great period. Like, it was bad. It really was.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the domestic effect, I mean, on the other hand, we're already like divided in the way that it would be difficult to divide us further and create more sort of domestic political chaos than what we already have. I would say that his argument has merit simply because out of this, it really is sort of a nail in the coffin of the U.S. empire and is changing the global world order. Whereas Vietnam, obviously, is a disaster for the U.S., but at the end of the day, we did win the Cold War. You know, it did fundamentally, completely shift the dynamics of the global world order. Yes, it exposed weaknesses and vulnerabilities, but again, you know, ultimately we were successful in destroying the Soviet Union, coming out on top there. Whereas with this, you know, we're already this very clearly declining empire, and we just showed our ass. You know, we just really revealed to the world how weak we are, that even with a, you know, middle income power like Iran, that we could not succeed on the most basic level. We could not achieve literally any of our goals there. And, you know, and our ally Israel also is exposed here too. So I think there is merit to the argument because of that. But
I don't reject it whatsoever. In fact, if I look at it from a Chinese perspective, they're going to care much more about what happened with Iran because of all of the naval power. In a sense, you know, it's almost like it's like you're almost like parsing two disastrous things in and of itself. They're both horrific defeats for the U.S. I actually think this is fascinating. Let's put A9 up here on the screen from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A new intelligence report from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs says that China has gained a major edge on the U.S. amid the Iran war. Confidential U.S. intelligence analysis details how China is exploiting the war to maximize advantage over the U.S. in military, economic, diplomatic, and other fields. The assessment produced this week for the chairman has raised alarm within the Pentagon about the geopolitical cost of Washington's standoff with Tehran. Produced by the Intelligence Directorate, the report uses what's used as a DIME framework, looking at diplomatic, international, military, and economic power. Officials asked about the finding, talked about, you know, the anonymity. Since the U.S. and Israel initiated the war, China has then sold weapons to Gulf allies of the U.S. as they struggle to defend their military bases. Beijing has assisted countries around the world struggling to meet their energy needs after the U.S.-Israeli attacks prompted Iran to close the Straits of Hormuz. The war has drained the U.S. massive stockpiles of munitions that would be critical in any standoff with China over the fate of Taiwan. The Iran conflict, which has resulted in the damage or destruction of U.S. military hardware, has allowed Beijing to observe how the U.S. fights wars and learn how to plan its own future operations. And Beijing has now incorporated popular criticisms of the war into its public messaging, labeling the conflict illegal. China has long sought to undermine the image of the U.S. as a responsible steward of the U.S. rules-based international order. I don't think they need to seek anything. For that, it views the Iran conflict as emblematic of Washington's cavalier approach to military hostility. So, look, none of this is groundbreaking. If you watch the show, you've heard it every single day since the war began. But still, for a Pentagon assessment like that to make its way up to the chairman, to eventually be presented, at least technically supposed to be presented, in some form to the President of the United States. Someday in the future, we'll have our own Pentagon papers. I'm sure they're going to cover this shit up. But 10 years from now, we can go and we can read. I cannot wait to until there's an actual declassification or leak for any potential Ellsberg out there. Please contact me about what those assessments in the middle of the war are. Can you imagine? 10 days in, they're going to be like, we have not been able to accomplish our strategic objectives. We've been hit at all of these bases. We've run out of this number of munitions. China is doing this, this, and this. It is, and you know, I'm almost talking myself out of my previous point about Vietnam. Like, it is so stunning to see it all happen. And I know it sounds hyperbolic, but this really is this is the greatest disaster of my lifetime. And Iraq, I never thought we could potentially do something worse than that.
Yeah.
And to a lot of people who are watching, they're going to say, that's ridiculous. This has only been happening for 74 days. Only 13 Americans died. I hear you. But at the end of the day, that was a conflict which did not rewrite the actual ability of the United States to project power. We did defeat Saddam. We did occupy the country. Yes, the insurgency and all of that was bad and exposed a lot of problems about the military. In this case, we're talking about the highest, the high-tech weapons of all time. The full force of the United States Navy, the full force of the U.S. Air Force, and 70% of Iranian ballistic missiles still survive. I mean, nobody thought that was possible. Ask me on February 27th, I would say there's no way that that's possible, right? And most people would not say. And yet...
And that's based on what's being leaked to our press,
right,
from our own intelligence community. And the Iranians are asserting, actually, we're basically how we were when we started. And we've been able to, during this period, restock, resupply. But there's no doubt, I mean, all this stuff, they're completely military obliterated on day one. It's just utter and complete bullshit.
I don't know. I mean, I just, when I assess it on such a grand, strategic level, if you were to think about that, the meeting of these two superpowers, the defeat, really, that we've suffered, the inability to change the regime from the air. We knew that was going to happen. But at the very least, we thought we would be able to militarily wipe them out. Didn't happen. It just did not happen. The drone threat, the asymmetry of these high-tech weapon systems, the lack of our defense industrial base, the inability of our sanctions to properly be able to cripple this country. I mean, look, if we've been doing this now for so long, all the warning signs were there. The munitions problem, we've been talking about it literally for years, about whenever it came to Ukraine. Remember the Russia sanctions debate that we often had here on the show? I was like, hey, this is going to be a real problem if we ever get into a conflict with China, because they're able to look and to study all what's happening. They did. They've been able to prove themselves. And then really, the more meta point is we vaporized probably $50 billion so far. Take a look at that country. It's doing pretty well. And it's one of those where this is not, I don't feel good saying this, but it's just unambiguous. Like, the quality of life there from 10 years ago is not even comparable to the quality of life increase there, not even comparable to any alleged S&P 500 gains that have happened here. If anything, it's gotten worse. I think it's gotten worse. Yeah,
I think most people would agree with you on that. And even we're going to do this segment later about like American test scores falling off. I mean, that's part of it, right?
It is.
It's part of a trend of, in previous generations, you could buy a house. You can't buy a house. In previous generations, you could afford healthcare. You can't afford healthcare anymore. In previous generations, kids were reading when they were in third grade. Now, not so much. It's on every metric, you just see this backward slide. And the stock market for most people is irrelevant. I mean, if anything, it's a slap in the face, another reminder that, the rich are getting richer and you're getting screwed and your kids' prospects are being robbed every single day.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right, get the full show.
Come together, imagination.
What up? What up? What up, chat? What up? What's going on? What's going on? Who's in the house? Dakin, my man, on a 35 stream streak. Elemental 30 streams. Keep working on it. You'll get there. And you're not far behind. Jackbird, my dude. Welcome in. Glad you're here. Sledgy. Edgy Sledgy. Boon. Boon doggy. Sandwich. What up? I'm glad you're here. It's a cool emote. What else? Chinese phones are awesome. Interesting. Security. Present radio. Subscribe with tier 1 15 fucking months. Who else wants to subscribe for 15 months? You know, you can subscribe for 15 months in advance. That would be a cool thing to do. Because you'll see it. I've been here for 5 years. I'm not going anywhere. Dink, dinky, dink dangs. What's up? What's going on? Professional skaters are magicians on a board with four-wheel. That's true. Command economy is superior. Yep. Yep. Even if they weren't like being communist about it, just having a 5-year plan means you're gonna have a better economy. Just simple fucking like logical things like that anybody could determine. You know, yes, their quality of life has improved largely because of the communism, but like their economy is so fucking behemoth because of their ability to do central planning. Doi. Tukes. What's going on? Jimmy Dean's has some fire breakfast burritos. That's true, they do. Too old. Too old. I can't think of a good pun. What if you were like not too old? What if you were once too old and then you just became regular age? Something to think about. What up, Kendo? Kendo Slice? How's it going? Lines around the corner? For what? To go to Titan? I wish we'd gotten more Titan. Episode was kind of a fucking forgettable. Yeah, I did. It was kind of. I mean, I don't know. That stuff at the at Kuznetsov was kind of cool. Um, but I thought we were gonna get like a cool fucking like marine space marine scene on the asteroid. That would have been cool. You know, like if they had shown up and they had to like fuck chase him down or whatever. We might still get it. Um, but I thought that was a missed opportunity. And again, I'm sure we'll get more Titan next week, but are you seriously? You're not going to show us the EVA on Titan? You know? I want to see them fucking get in the dune buggy and roll across 20 kilometers of titanic landscape. I mean, I guess they are setting it up for that. You know, we're going to get 20 kilometers worth of rover. Again, show. See y'all. Fucking dripping in oil. Boopa doopa 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 doo. Hooking up Kendo, hooking up Old Shinobi, hooking up Terrell, hooking up Quast TV, and all snap, it's App Boy. Yeah. Look at this guy, dude. Look at it. Fucking 6 subs already. Yeah. That's what I like to see. Crushing it. Thanks, y'all. That was really helpful. It was really big deal. LOSC, y'all. We can watch my new TikTok too, because I just finished it. LOSER. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense. Check it out. This is a cool one. You'll like this one. Is that a hype train?
I think that's pretty clearly supported by the Constitution. You know, it's like
Where did that come from? Due process clause and shit. Hassan Hate Watch? What do you mean? Huh. I know it's like the cool thing to do to hate his son, but you know, I don't, he's all right. I disagree with him on a lot, but I don't. You know, I don't think I hate him. Yeah, who wants to get in on this? We got a hype train ongoing. 420 on the hype train. If we 2 subs or 900 bits, we complete the level. We will unlock some pretty cool emotes. Actually, it's a fish. That's pretty sick. And then if we get to the next one, we get a serval. Oh, that serval is sick. And we get the rock out one too. Dude, look at that. Y'all should do it. Y'all should participate. Level 4, there's even sicker ones, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Level 4's got an emu. Yeah, level 3 has a serval. If you do it now, you get to fish. That's pretty cute. If we get to level 3, we get the serval and the rock out. And we get a little hand banana ripoff on level 4, but that emu looks sick, dude. That emu loading. There's a lot of cool ones. I want to get to level 4. Can we get to level 4? First, let's get to level 3, and then we'll figure out how to get to level 4. That would be really fucking cool. Hold on. Let me post this. Post. Dogs. 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 You like dogs.
Now, if you ever told a lie before, don't worry about it. Most people have. But if you've ever told a lie like Jean has told a lie, then you need to go seek some help.
Jean-Claude. Thanks, Tookies. Let's see. If we get, I think it's, let's see. Get 800 bits or 2 subs, we can move up. Oh, are you kidding me already? How do they know it's a community guidelines violation? I just fucking posted it. Dakin, 70 bits. Fucking getting there. That's fucked up, man. Why would they do that to me? Fuck. Yeah, those fans are pretty insufferable. No offense to any of them who may be here. I don't know, I just like, it's like whenever someone's being attacked by the fucking, you know, the liberal media, I feel like I need to defend them.
In the city, and that's who the government is looking out for. Them people up there, yeah. Like, they're not thinking of us. They're thinking about that one pocket.
Community guidelines. Bob Villain is community guidelines
a real
violation.
focus on celebrity and money and materialism.
To tell the truth,
what's the violation about this?
Place is getting harder every day.
Do you see anything at all?
Upon my face. I can't keep up with all the lies it creates, and it might
I honestly think it's just Bob Villain.
Just there ain't nothing real. It makes me violent.
Fucking dude, the snowflake Zionists, man. Come on.
So violent.
It's one thing if there's like pictures of missiles and stuff, and there's not. Dude, that is bogus. Oh my god. I honestly think that's what it is. It's just, it's fucking, oh, I can't. Here. Dude. Can y'all retweet this? Because if I do, it won't do anything for me. Please. Just look how cool that video is. You can fucking retweet that. That'll look sick. Let's watch it again. Look closely. See if we see any Hizballah. Because I edited the fucking title too. It doesn't even say Hizballah in the title. It just says China visit concludes without incident. CIA steals JFK and MK Ultra files.
And that's who the government is looking out for. Them people up there, yeah. Like, they're not thinking of us. They're thinking about that one pocket that's up there.
Judging by his enemies.
In this city, there's a real focus on celebrity and money and
dude,
materialism.
Bill Nelson, community guidelines violation. Bill Nelson. Hype train is ending. Come on, let's go.
It's getting harder every day to put the smile upon my face.
Cool. Thanks, Joel.
I can't keep up with all the lies it creates, and it might have it in the name, but just there ain't nothing real. It makes me violent.
Zeta's a community guidelines violation. Honestly, I think it's Bob Villain. I do. I think any Bob Dylan song is just going to be community guidelines immediately. That's like something easy for them to do.
There's a lot of wealth in this city.
Like they know how to do
And
that.
that's who the government.
I don't see any retweets. I think maybe some of y'all could do that. Just a couple likes. Okay. Look, I bust my ass every day. Hey, Jack Bird resubscribing with Prime for 19 months, 15 months in a row. That's what we'd like to see. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Drill just subscribed with Prime.
Thanks, dude. I'm you know, it's no secret I'm having a tough time over here, but you know, with a crew like this, I'm sure it's only a matter of time. You wanna watch Elmer first? You gonna watch this Hassan thing? Let's watch this real quick. 19 months jacking it, straight
Donald
jacking
Trump
it.
and his legion of losers is currently out in Beijing living my dream. They got the red carpet rolled out.
Weren't you just there?
Touching
Why is
down
that your
in
dream?
China.
You were just there. I've never even been there at all.
As the war with Iran looms large. But this is not the visit the president had initially planned. He had hoped to arrive in China victorious over Iran, with momentum to seal deals on trade and technology. Instead, the standstill in the war taking center stage. Trump insists he doesn't need Chinese President Xi's help to end the conflict, but says they will discuss it.
We're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you.
China is one of...
By the way, Chinese press is basically big
Video
dicking,
violates our community
Donald Trump,
guidelines. What
straight up.
for?
Chinese press is absolutely
Misinformation.
and it's deliberate,
What?
Like most of the press, if
What?
not all the press in China, both their internal press in Chinese, their Chinese press, and their English press, like in the Global Times, is obviously controlled by the party. So one of the Global Times, Global China newspapers, the major one, China Daily, basically yesterday posted
should I appeal it?
Full above the fold coverage on the nation of Tajikistan and Tajikistan's leader having a meeting with Xi Jinping, and then on the side,
what? I just don't understand. Like, what? I'm gonna appeal it, but I don't. There's no fucking information in it. There's nothing. Like it's a music video. It's fucking a bunch of images, dude. What are they talking about? I don't make any claims. There's nothing to misinform about. I guess Bob Dylan talking.
They're thinking about that one pocket that's up there. In this city, there's a real focus on celebrity and money and materialism.
To tell the truth, I can't stand
a bunch of bands.
Place. It's getting harder every day.
Oh, that tiger. That tiger's misinformation.
I can't keep up with all the lies it creates, and it might have it in the name, but trust there ain't nothing great. It makes me violent.
He's not making any claims about the aliens. There's no
so violent. But please, no violence.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of wealth in this city.
Unbelievable.
on the side panel, there was a brief footnote about Donald Trump arriving in Beijing. I'm sure today they will probably put it above the fold, but things like that do matter, right? I mean, this is from yesterday's China Daily. Sino-Tajik ties enter new phase. Xi navigates China-U.S. relations amid global uncertainty. That's by design. And the Chinese newspaper websites, like the Chinese papers in Chinese, in Mandarin, they don't even mention that Donald Trump is coming to China, and I suspect that's on purpose. And one of the things that Bloomberg was reporting on that I saw earlier is something that I could not have foreseen either. I thought that they would be much more excited, even if it is to just like make Trump feel good, make Trump look good. I did not think that they would go the route of humiliating the American contingency, or at least like showcasing their power over the American side on this trip. But it turns out they are doing that, and this is something that I did not expect, and I will admit that I thought that they would roll out the red carpet and hit the maximum like, oh, we're so excited that you're here mentality. Turns out that's not the case, which is interesting because China is usually invested in stability, and China knows that the best possible route for stability, the path of least resistance, is to give Donald Trump some goodies, right? Some MOUs, memorandum of understandings, and also on top of that, some
I'm gonna change the song and see if that does
promises
it.
about like investment, some promises about purchasing. New York Times called it the 3 Bs: beef, beans, and Boeing. China has a fleet, obviously, of Boeing airplanes. China also builds Boeing airplanes as well, or builds components for Boeing airplanes in their factories. So I think that's the reason why the Boeing CEO is there with Donald Trump. They want to sell more Boeings to China, and beans is soybeans. Obviously, they want to get China to purchase soybeans again. It's destroyed a lot of the American agriculture, American farmers in a lot of areas that voted for Donald Trump. China always reroutes the soybean purchases whenever America starts trying to do tariffs or anything like that against China. And China this time around rerouted almost the entirety of their soybean purchases to Argentina. And then, obviously, the other one is beef. America exports a ton of beef. America exports a ton of soybeans.
Dude.
And America exports Boeing products. These are like the three major things that we produce on U.S. soil that we sell to the rest of the world that isn't baby murder machines. And obviously, America is not going to sell baby murder machines to its foreign adversary that it wants to fight. But this was the interesting part. The Trump-Xi summit has downsized as expectations fall. The Trump-Xi meeting in Beijing is now expected to be a limited, low-impact summit focused on maintaining stability rather than major deals. Key topics include trade, Iran, fentanyl, but analysts say the U.S. has little leverage as Beijing is offering no clear agenda or concessions. Instead of a grand bargain, the talks are likely to yield only modest steps like extending existing trade truces and maintaining limited sector cooperation. Experts say shifting geopolitical conditions have strengthened China's position, making meaningful breakthroughs unlikely. Well, there could be some meaningful breakthroughs, but for China. I suspected that China would offer some goodies, promises of investment, maybe even setting up a factory on U.S. soil in exchange for downsizing the weapons shipments to Taiwan in order to cool off the tensions in the Taiwanese Strait in exchange for, MOUs, memorandums of understanding, promises of investment on U.S. soil, and last but not least, perhaps most importantly, to cool down the tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. China isn't going to trade anything for Taiwan. That would be admitting that Taiwan is for the U.S. to give in the first place. Buddy, they're adults. As it stands currently, one of China's major goals is to change the language around American cooperative agreements with Taiwan. That's number one. That's the number one thing for Xi Jinping. That's the number one thing for China. That's the number one goal of the PRC since Mao decided not to send the Navy to the island of Formosa and to completely eradicate the KMT and instead go and defend Korea from a bombing campaign that the Allied forces were engaging in, which amounted to a genocide. Ever since that moment, PRC has always wanted to make China whole again. The more leverage China has on the global stage, the more they can stop America's advancement and weapons contracts and potentially put the DPP in a weakened position. The independence a party in a more weakened position. The DPP is basically a holdover for the CIA anyway. Yeah, if the U.S. drops a security guarantee, it basically instantly makes peaceful transfer happen. Taiwan can't possibly defend itself alone. Taiwan can't even defend itself with America. Let's be real.
What?
That's not a real consideration at all. If China wanted to overtake Taiwan militarily, there's not a lot that America could possibly do. This is more so a Chinese initiative to make sure that peaceful reunification happens rather than any sort of like military escalation. It's to avoid military escalation. Not only, I'm so f***ing serious about this, by the way, because guess what? It's not just my assessment. This is the assessment of former American generals and former American intelligence community leaders. Max Boot, who is not exactly an anti-war guy, Max Boot, who very famously wrote the Case for American Empire. That Max Boot, you might recall.
I just reposted it with a different song.
Back in the
day.
It
says it'll take 24 hours.
That Max Booth, or published a Washington.
I just reposted it with a different song. I guarantee you it's the song. Actually, I don't want to guarantee you, but I bet you very strongly it's the song. It's Bob Dylan, and I think anything with Bob Dylan gets pulled because the fucking Zionists, it's very easy for them to identify. They know who he is, and they can just claim, oh, it's this guy. He's misinformation. Some shit like that. Like, he said the Israeli troops are bad. Which is a bizarre standard. It's like, oh, if this singer said something that I disagree with at some point in their career, then all of their music is retroactively reclassified as misinformation. It's a conspiracy that he even exists. Like, it just... Look, I am aware of misinformation being generously labeled, being tossed around and stuff. And I understand when I play fast and loose with, what could be considered misinformation. That video was not one of those occasions. Fuck. Not that it's that big of a deal a lot, so I get like 100 fucking people to view it and none of them click on it to come here. But...
Post interview where he talked at length about China surpassing the United States in a decent chunk of different military ambitions. And in this interview, Max
they don't really
Boot
do a whole lot of
asks,
promotion for the stream.
and this comes after the Atlantic article from Bob Kagan, Robert Kagan, the godfather of neoconservatism. Like, these guys are not peaceful dubs at all. These guys have been formative in advancing the interests of American empire. They have actively cheerleaded through some of America's worst military conquests. Okay? Yeah, I was supposed to get to this yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. They make more drones in a fucking tunnel than we make in our entire fucking industry. So, yeah. I'm not,
35-year CIA veteran says the Chinese have a very dark portrait of the United States as a global hegemon that is declining in power.
A very dark portrait of the sky being blue and the grass being green.
This is just what is going on, by the way. It's not a dark portrait. The Chinese are just looking at what America is posting, what America is showing the rest of the world, and basically analyzing it, and they're correct. And this article is important because of who is being interviewed. Yeah, John Culver is one of the guys that he interviewed, one of the foremost authorities on the Chinese military subject. He began studying as a CIA analyst in 1985. From 2015 to 2018, he served as the National Intelligence Officer for East Asia. Since retiring from the CIA in 2020, he's been a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution.
If you misgender somebody, we're going to yell at you about it. Don't do that.
President Xi Jinping.
It's not that hard.
Interviewed John Culver, about China's military capabilities and what lessons the People's Liberation Army (PLA) is drawing from the U.S. conflict with Iran.
Dude, he should go on TV and I should take his job.
And condensed.
How about that?
Arnold says, if anything, Boot's interview is even more devastating than Katie.
Just think of how much better the fucking, oh God. If I had his fucking slot with 30,000 viewers a day, and it was similarly political, but maybe, I think I'm a little bit better. But, all of the fucking crank shit that he just denigrates without any... I just don't get, I don't get why so many people can so confidently denigrate and fucking make fun of anything UFO related. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you very clearly are showing your ass because it's not really possible for people to look into the issue seriously and come away from it thinking that there's nothing there, right? Like, I don't know anybody that's done that. I've never once had a fucking skeptic or a debunker come in here who had ever read anything. Not just like my approved stuff, but anything that's not written by some fucking, like SETI, like pop science communicator type. Like, which again, Neil deGrasse Tyson is making the rounds. We talked about this a little bit, but I saw people were putting him on blast on Twitter today. Good, right? Like all of the people who have been covering UFOs seriously, they see this asshole going on TV doing his same shtick and then trying to act like he's into UFOs. Like, no, you're not. You don't know fuck all about the subject. Like, it's yeah. Midnight hours where reality blends into dreams. I mean, if I was during the day, I would be a little different though. Look, what if I just did his stream, but like from 4 to midnight instead? Doesn't he usually do like 12 to 8 or something? What if I did 4 to midnight? Hmm. Nick Mullen was right about, what did he say? I don't know that. Um, Yeah, I just think it's bad, especially for the left, man. I keep saying this, but I really think that the left needs to get on the right page on this shit. And I'm not saying that just because it's like my own interest. I'm saying that for a lot of reasons, because I do think, politically speaking, it would be a good move for us, because I think the left doesn't have a lot of credibility in this country or a whole lot of Western countries, and for good reason, right? Because we are constantly have people like Obama who, steal this left wing energy and then they make fucking Goldman Sachs, whatever the hell they want. They let Goldman Sachs pick their cabinet and they pretend that they're like somehow representing some sort of activism or whatever. And we know that they're not. And this happens frequently, all the time, basically. Um, and this is a real issue. You can look at polling and see that people are on the right track, right? That number keeps going up and up. And it's a genuine phenomenon. It's been a genuine phenomenon. You can see declassified documents that show the fucking people, like the CIA has been actively trying to manipulate public opinion on the subject. It's just like that stuff alone is so compelling just to see that, okay, this is a serious issue, but we need to lie about it and tell people it's not and make them feel goofy for looking at it. Like, why would they do that? Like, what's the good faith explanation for that? There isn't one. So, say you think that, like, every single one of these photos we're going to look at later, say you think every single one of them is fake. Okay. Well, then why does the CIA feel the need to, like, manipulate academics and, like, the news media and Hollywood into presenting their own fucking manicured version of the topic? They don't do that for things that are non-existent. They don't do that. They do that. They lie about stuff when they have something to hide or when they're trying to cover something up. Yeah, they all want to be seen as the adult in the room. And again, it's just like, I'm just going off facts. Like, I'm just going off, like, the evidence and, like, evaluating various pieces of evidence and trying to determine how credible it is. And there's so much stuff I don't even fucking look at because it's not credible to me. We look at the stuff that I think is credible or borderline credible and try to fucking determine. And like I said, we go through a lot of detail trying to corroborate things, trying to like look at the science behind it, trying to find if it's based in reality, right? And it's like, you don't have to believe everything I believe, but I think you need to like start with an opinion that's not fucking dictated by the CIA. How about that? Start with that.
It's peace. This is him talking about the Robert Kagan piece that we
Chapo's
talked about.
the same way. It's
that I
so
also,
annoying.
Summarized,
they think they're so fucking
where,
smart too.
Robert
it's
Kagan
like,
basically
no.
said America has lost in Iran, and they need to figure out a new way of
it's just
maintaining
like,
whatever
they're
power
just
it can
cowards.
maintain as a
Stigma
global
cucks.
hegemon, perhaps in a multipolar world. And this comes after that. So
Yeah, okay, but that's the
Arnold-
point. That's what I mean. Facts are meaningless, but not for the left. Not for the left. That's what I'm saying. We have a fact-based worldview. Like, our opinions are based on facts, on fucking, like, actual historical precedent. Like, that's how we form our political agenda, is based on what has worked before and what appears to be, capable of working again. That's where that's dialectical materialism, is looking at actual historical events and seeing the way power functions and what that does to the working class, right? The libs want to lie about shit, the right wants to lie about shit, but not the left. Which is why this is so galling to me, that they're so proudly ignorant on the subject. And it's like, yes, I understand that that there is this idea that it's like, oh, the deep state manipulating us and blah, blah, blah. But, like, is that so you're just not even going to think about it? Like, oh, so yeah, they're somehow putting out they've created this entire issue for no particular reason. It's not like they're trying to use it to scare you. It's not like Trump is up there saying, oh, we need to spend more on the military because the aliens are going to get us. That's never been said. That no politician has ever said that. There's never been any kind of like, oh, it's China, so we need to fucking beef up our military because it might be China. No, nobody makes that claim. Not even when they're shutting down airports in Europe do they say, they would love to say it's Russia, but they don't because they know they can't. Right? Like, it's just, I'm saying, if you actually look at the details and you actually try to fucking separate fact from fiction and you actually try to look at the incentives, you'll see very quickly it's not this phony baloney made up issue. It's just so frustrating.
Booth's interview is even more devastating in Kagan's piece because it's not an editorial opinion. He's interviewing John Culver, a former top CIA analyst. He was National Intelligence Officer for East Asia and one of the world's foremost authorities on the Chinese military, which he's been studying since 1985. This isn't a pundit opining. This is someone who spent decades inside the intelligence community. 1. In the case of war with Taiwan, the U.S. will flee the theater. This is huge. One of the things that military analysts are looking at, even before America depleted its peer and near-peer adversary standoff munitions against Iran, which is not a near...
He's very representative of this type of guy's opinion. This sort of like Chapo adjacent fucking SOCDEM, analyst. This is how all these guys are. This is a very common, and again, I blame that fucking Robert Scarvilla guy and Ken Klippenstein. Those two are really, I think, crucial for maintaining that.
Peer adversary, but merely a regional power at best. Iran is able to, by way of asymmetric warfare, get its wishes across the rest of the globe.
She used to go in his chat all day, and then she would come back and tell me all of his anti-crank takes.
Iran has shown the world that through the successful productive forces, asymmetric warfare, and tunneling your entire defense industry underground, you are capable of withstanding tremendous amounts of pain and punish the rest of the world as long as you're sitting on a 21-mile wide strip straight that 20% of the global energy supply transits through. But America has shown the world that it's incapable of defending its own bases against Iran. So, I continue. This is undoubtedly the single most stunning revelation in the entire piece. Culver says that as far as he is aware, the Pentagon's plan in the case of war with Taiwan is
to run away.
Flee. This is the exact quote. I think some of the thinking in the Pentagon, and maybe it has evolved since I retired, is that when we think there's going to be a war, we need to get our high-value naval assets out of the theater. And then we would have to fight our way back in. From where, it's not clear. Guam is no bastion either. Now, why? South Korea is right there. So is Japan. So is Taiwan. The problem is, Iran has shown that even a middle power, even a regional power, is capable of dishing out tremendous punishment if they have the productive capabilities.
What
and
is
if there's
he even
one
talking
country
about, man?
that has infinitely more productive capabilities than Iran, it's China. So if Iran can lob inexpensive Shahed drones and cut through American defenses in the Gulf, one of the most fortified American positions on the planet, as a direct consequence of 20 plus years of colonial domination in the region. This is the Middle East we're talking about. America's had its tentacles in the Middle East for 25 years. Okay, longer than 25 years, but certainly accelerated in the past 25 years. And if Iran, as a regional power, is capable of blowing up American military bases, blowing up radar installations, and even destroying the idea of Dubai, as they've been able to do so successfully by making it uninhabitable for Western capital, making it uninhabitable for expats, then what the do you think China could do to South Korea, to Japan, and also to Taiwan? America knows that it does not have the defensive
Dr. Jihad
to even protect their
I mean,
own
I am a
assets
doctor.
in that region.
I do have a
because
doctorate.
That region is in strife.
I could be Dr. Jihad.
Any high-value assets would be sitting ducks in the entire arena. China can strike U.S. forces deployed to Japan, Australia, or even South Korea in a way that Iran really can't. And given that Iran has hit at least 228 targets across U.S. bases in the Middle East, forcing the U.S. to evacuate most of them, that's saying something. Also, U.S. aircraft carriers would need to operate within 1,000 miles of the fight to matter, which, given it's well within the range of Chinese missiles, they won't. As Culver bluntly puts it, there's really no safe spaces. Second point, that's also important. China leads in most military domains, and it's not even close. Culver says it's hard not to be hyperbolic about China's military capabilities, and that at this stage, it's hard to point to an area other than submarines and undersea warfare and say that the United States still has an advantage. This is the one that pisses off everyone that I talk to in the realm of defense. In some critical areas, such as advanced munitions, which when it comes to war is pretty damn relevant,
Navy,
assessments
really?
that China leads by magnitude.
No, I have a
As a reminder,
doctorate.
in
I'm a
order of
fucking-
magnitude
I
means
have a
10x
law
or so.
degree.
By assuming he knows that and meant what he said, magnitudes would mean at least 100 times more, meaning that U.S. capabilities would be less than 1% of those of China. At the same time, Culver also says that whichever side runs out of bullets first is going to lose. And I think we both know which side is going to run out of bullets first, right? If America is running out of bullets
That's the
in
other
Iran,
side?
America's running out of bullets in China way
Oh,
faster.
damn.
The picture, if anything, is even more damning in shipbuilding capabilities. This is something that has been discussed quite a bit. He reminds us that a single shipyard in China, Jiangnan Shipyard on Chongqing Island near Shanghai, has more capacity than all U.S. shipyards combined. Put all these Chinese shipyards together, and China's broader naval shipbuilding capacity is 232
What up, Kat?
times
What's going on?
larger than that of the United States. And this is from a leaked U.S. Navy briefing.
Yeah, this really
Culver helpfully
segment
adds that China
sucks.
deploys enough ships every year to replicate the entire French Navy, which
Yeah. Dude, they evacuated
is,
all their
supposed
bases.
to be the second most powerful in the world after the United States of America. Or
I mean, dude, fucking Saeed got a 9-point bump in the latest
A
poll.
war in Taiwan is still highly unlikely. Okay, a
Right.
war in Taiwan is still highly unlikely.
He's surging in the polls, and I think largely thanks to Hassan. I think probably that guy in fucking Philly too, that Chris Robb guy. I think he's very helpful because I think he's got a lot of young fans who will go out and knock doors.
Obviously, if you're getting all your news from Western media, you think China is always trying to militarily overtake Taiwan. This is the number one thing that people talk about. And I constantly say, I don't think that's the case. Obviously, there's no guarantees, but it doesn't feel to be the case at all. And people say, oh, dude, you're dick riding Xi Jinping. I'm just giving you what I think. I'm just giving you analysis. Culver explains Taiwan is a crisis Xi Jinping wants to avoid, not an opportunity he wants to seize. The stronger China gets, the less it needs to fight. Why launch a war when you can simply wait for the military to balance to become so lopsided that the U.S. quietly drops its security guarantees on its own? Culver himself foresees a future when Americans might start to say, maybe Taiwan is a war we don't want to get involved in. That would almost automatically mean peaceful reunification, which has always been China's primary objective. This doesn't mean China views the U.S. as harmless, however. Culver says Beijing sees America as a very militarily aggressive country that is declining in power and becoming more violent as a result, which he says is one further reason why war over Taiwan is not something that Xi Jinping is looking for. I think this assessment is correct. The Chinese assessment on America is correct. It's one that I also share. It's one that I also mention all the time, that America is a declining empire, and a declining empire does not die quietly. It flings violently. Number 4, the last takeaway is that the game is
What up, Fergo?
Last but not least, perhaps the
The
most
were
revealing
marked at
aspect
the
of
beginning of
interview
World
is
War
that
II.
Culver
Their
doesn't
edge
seem
was
to
in
see a way out.
submarines,
This is
too.
structural and
Worked out great for
irreversible.
those guys.
Once again, I also agree. I cannot believe
mean,
I'm saying this.
We'd be speaking German if they hadn't invaded the Soviet Union. You know? For sure. Like, they would have dominated if it hadn't been for the Soviets. So, you know. I mean, that's usually how this goes. When they write articles like that Kagan article everyone was talking about the other day, that was ultimately a request for more military funding. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. China's not going to do it militarily because they know the economic situation. Taiwan is dependent on them, right? Like, they export, like, that's their number one trade partner. They export, like, a huge chunk of their market goes to mainland China. Like, they can't, if they were actually in a situation where they were not trading with China, they would fucking crumble.
But I agree with the assessment of the CIA analyst. Asked by Booth whether the Trump administration
Stavy and Noah Colvin should bully him. That would be funny.
Assuming it's approved, would change the trend lines, which, as a reminder, would constitute a 50% increase in defense spending.
They're scared of his audience.
I worry that we would be throwing good money after bad.
Say anything
not
mean.
Exactly brimming with optimism. Imagine a CIA guy being interviewed by a massive neocon, Max Boot, on the Washington Post, and he's saying, "We're done. Throw the towel. We're out." Spending money unnecessarily, like he's a liberal blowhard. This is the assessment of anti-war libtards in perpetuity. This is what the anti-imperialists have been saying. We must chart a different path forward, one that revolves around peace and diplomacy, and not might is right politics, or might makes right politics necessarily. And now you're hearing that from neocons and CIA analysts, whose entire job is to say America is the most domineering force. It's the hegemon. It gets to do whatever it wants to, and you can't see a damn thing about it. And we should give unlimited money to the defense industry. The defense industry exists currently to justify its own existence. It doesn't exist to actually defend the United States of America. It's a system of middle managers trying to cut side
Taiwanese
deals
would demand
and engage in cons all the way down. That's all this is. We know this as defense bloat, and this was my suspicion for many, many years, but we no longer have to suspect that there is defense bloat, and it has made America a less successful country as far as enforcing its wishes upon near peer adversaries, but instead even on regional powers, third-tier countries that we have been able to dominate economically, like Iran. Iran proved that it doesn't matter if you spend trillions of dollars on your defense industry. March and you sleep in the same bed? Yeah. When we have sex, we do. Anyway, one of the best examples we can use, someone brought it up in the chat as well, is the difference between Shahed drones, which are $7,000 to $10,000 a pop to make, basically a behemoth of a lawnmower with explosive ordnance attached to it, unbelievably successful in destroying billions of dollars worth of military equipment so far in the Gulf. America basically took a Shahed drone that was down and retooled it. They took the exact same thing, they copied it, 1-to-1, and they slapped a Made in America sticker on it, Made in the USA sticker on it.
Cool.
Our version of the Shahed drone is called Lucas. It's $50,000 a pop, which is unbelievably affordable for the American military industry. $50,000. This is what I mean when I say defense bloat. This is what I mean when I say we are not competitive. No, the U.S. would struggle to find a protracted war with China due to a lack of long-range munitions, air defense systems, and unmanned air.
It's just like they can spend another $500 billion, and unless they address the actual substantive issues with what he's just describing there, You know, like NASA's the same way. It's like their budget is about giving money to these fucking contractors. It's not about actually, you know, achieving dominance or, you know, having like, you know, necessary supplies for, you know, defense. You know, it's like not actually about, it just exists in order to fucking fund, you know, shuffle money towards these guys.
And Surface Systems finds
So if they spend an extra $500 billion, it's just an extra $500 billion for the executives at Boeing and Lockheed and Raytheon. It's not an extra $500 billion about, you know, think about how many Shahed drones you could get with $500 billion. You know,
SIS
you could
Defense.
just be
another one.
all drone
These
military.
guys are not our allies, by the way. They're not our allies at all. These are people, these are demonic entities that have been a cancerous force, constantly advancing the interests of the military-industrial complex. They are literally funded by the military-industrial complex. Some of these articles that they're writing specifically to justify bigger and better equipment. That means more dollars, CSIS, more dollars coming to their donors, right? Their corporate donors. But this is still important analysis. Now let's get back to Good Morning America's analysis on Donald Trump's arrival in China.
Iran's closest allies buying more Iranian oil than any other country. Trump expected to urge Xi to pressure Tehran to make a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
There will also be plenty of pomp and ceremony. President Trump also looking to make some new announcements about investments, hoping that China will make big purchases of U.S. soybeans and Boeing aircraft.
Good
The
luck
private
with that,
sector
bud.
also looking to announce some wins here. President Trump bringing along with him over a dozen American business leaders, including Apple's Tim Cook and Elon
Apple.
Musk. But again, with the war hanging over all of this, expectations are muted. Robin.
Yep, they are. Thank you for being there for us, Mary. Thank you.
Welcome, they cried. As President Trump landed in Beijing today with a phalanx of executives,
Spending
including
billions
his old
making
frenemy
defective
Elon
ships.
Musk, who hope the summit will help them make more
frenemy.
money in China. Off he went in the Beast, the presidential limousine.
Oh my god.
Chinese car factories,
They should take
which
a shot
unlike
at
their
him.
US equivalents produce almost entirely electric vehicles, are increasingly automated. Although the US still produces more advanced computer chips, China is quickly incorporating AI into manufacture and everyday life. But President Trump still thinks tariffs are the way to rebalance trade.
Unfortunately, I don't.
I do think there's something very funny that, like, American military superiority came from our productive capabilities.
Yeah.
It came from our distance.
Yeah, like the one
to
generation
conflict
when
of
we
World
are
War
actually
II,
good.
obviously,
We're
and
like,
the lack of damage that the American soil
kind of,
withstood
you
in
know.
comparison to all the allies and certainly the adversaries. China also has tremendous proximity to most of the things that are taking place. America has tried to bring the war.
Oh my god, this guy's
to
gonna
the
fuck.
Chinese,
This guy's team is so good.
doorstep and has, you know, failed to do so, given the gap that China now holds over America and the rest of the world as far as their productive forces goes. It's very funny to think that America still can roll the clock back to a time when you could engage in like tariffs wars after almost
dude, it's so
100
fucking
years
stupid.
of American design on global trade. Of course Xi Jinping wants to maintain that liberal world order, as opposed to the United States of America that has carried the torch of America was the architect of the New World Order, and it was the torchbearer of the New World Order. And it dominated
was actually
for decades, if not almost a century, in this global design.
like,
not a century, but almost a century.
A lot of this had to do with when they were trying to get
because
countries
they
to
withstood
decolonize.
tremendous struggles,
You
tremendous
know,
hardships
like,
in
so
the
we could get a
process,
better deal
and
on
were
stealing
able
their
to
shit.
take advantage of the appetite of capital for profit seeking.
So we got this
to
reputation for
basically
like fucking freedom or whatever,
an
but it was,
incredible,
it was a scam.
productive force, as Adam Tooze and many others call a developmentary dictatorship, not dissimilar to what the USSR had done in the past as well, to become this not only competitive global superpower, but perhaps the next global superpower. And America's only way of dealing with this new adversary is by trying to roll the clock back to allow its vassal states to engage in siege warfare. Israel, of course, I'm referencing, and then on top of that, try to wage war via tariffs. This whole system is a complex web of self-interested capitalists. It's not going to fall apart like this if you are the torchbearer for international capital. That's what America's job is. It is to protect the interests of multinational corporations. It is to protect the global design. You can't just decide, I'm going to rip apart the board and roll the clock back to 1924, okay, to 1926. You can't do that because things were far too sweet for the last 100 years, especially after World War II, for the last, the last 5-6 decades.
I think Trump really grasps the full scale of what China's trying to do on technology. I think that there's still a fairly outdated view in Washington that China is the source of low-end manufacturing, of cheap goods. I think Trump will
Chinese
be making
wages
a mistake
tripled in the past
to
decade.
assume that kind of China is the one that he's dealing with. It's a different country with a different global reach and a different relationship with the U.S. and the rest of the world economy.
That's obvious from last year's military parade in Beijing. Gliding through the People's Liberation Army parade like a latter-day emperor. Not that it means he's on the brink of invading Taiwan. Ever the autocrat, he's recently fired dozens of generals, so that may have to wait. He was with his natural allies, autocrats like him.
Oh my God, autocrats.
This Thucydides trap.
They're not the free world. They're the enslaved, not us. Enslaved by the needs of capital, advancing only the interests of parasitic international capital. Yeah, okay. Adjusted to their starting point, virtually all of these dudes on this screen, regardless of like the devious, outright repressive nature of their domestic affairs, have advanced the material conditions of their own labor force, of their own working class, with the only exception of Vladimir Putin's last like 4-year run. Literally, those guys, if you adjust it to like the 90s, Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the 90s, going through unbelievable famine, and even Vladimir Putin, with the exception of, waging war with Ukraine and completely eating away at all of the gains that he had made as far as improving the material conditions of like the Russian Federation.
Wait,
they have
son, shut up, dude. Stop talking about
a
Russia,
positive
you dumbass.
trajectory in comparison,
Every time he opens
not in
his
comparison
mouth,
to the
he says
Western
something
world
wrong.
necessarily, but in comparison to what their starting point was. You look at these countries, even Russia, in comparison.
What are you talking about
to,
Russia for?
The aftermath of the Cold War, the end of the Cold War, is in a better position overall than it was in the 90s. Now look at America's allies. Look at Europe. Look at Japan. They have not grown. Their productive forces have diminished in the process. People's relative material conditions have worsened in the process. And the only thing that obviously hides that damage is technological innovation and the exponential growth of technology. So yeah, these guys are autocrats. True.
Autocrats.
And they're unbelievably repressive. But what is the lesson that we're showing
China?
everyone around the world? That repressive
China's
autocracies
repressive?
could be better.
Why don't you just ask the Chinese people? Because they don't seem to think that.
The broader base, with the exception, once again, it feels like you can't really do a one-to-one comparison with Russia because it's a petro state. Yo, 100%. I also am acknowledging that Russia's last 4 years have eaten away at all of the gains that Russia had made since the 90s.
So GoFundMe for his legal fees.
Here in the 90s,
he's a racist asshole that walks around and streams himself being toxic.
It's
really?
now down here. It's still better off than where it was in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR.
Send a $5 to spit on him?
There has been a significant diminishment of the quality of life.
You want to watch him?
For everyday Russian existence.
What?
And even yet, it's still in a better position overall because the bottom was...
What did you just say? Quality of life. I mean, people preferred communism. Like that. Yeah, it's oppressive if I want to park in a no parking zone. And then they had one of the most historic, you know, like just waging this vicious economic warfare on them in the 90s, and they seem to have recovered from that. And again, like, you know, Professor Hudson talks about this, I think, very, you know, coherently. It just has to do with, like, this is obvious to us, like, the distinction between industrial capital and finance capital, I think, is very clear, right? Like, our shit has gone downhill. That's coincided with this period of financialization and Wall Street owning and controlling everything. So everything has become like fucking, you know, like data driven, like asset, like again, financialization is the term, right? It's just like turning everything into a fucking dollar value. He following shot a guy over a dispute for not paying a restaurant bill, but why is that going to be a dispute though? Isn't everybody, I mean, Hogs can defend him, but like, you know, I mean, yeah, that's like, that's the world we live in. That's what they did. And like Russia, from my reading of it, seems that Russia has resisted that complete financial takeover, right? Like, they've allowed a lot of it, and I think a lot of the last couple of years, a lot of the tension has been them clawing back, trying to take back sovereignty over their economy. That's like, you know, commanding heights of the economy. It's like what we did to Japan after World War II, right? They didn't get the German treatment, but it was, you know, arguably even worse, right? Because they took over like the board of all of their top industry. You know, all their most important companies are owned by the American psychos. Like, that's all they need. That's, you know, neocolonialism, right? They control the country without actually controlling the country. Again, it's cheaper that way too, right? That's the thing. It's like they don't want to actually have to pay for puppet governments in all these countries. They just want to convince the people to go along with what they're doing. And it's like the situation now where they have to like physically brute force their way into maintaining control over all these countries is like, it's very quickly become too taxing on the system, right? The system's not designed to do that. It's designed to like psyop the world into like, you know, thinking there's no alternative and just like bending over. Like, if you actually have to fight for the territory, they can't really do it, you know? So that's what the post-Cold War era has seen them basically handle the, you know, consolidate their power over the economy and, you know, political sovereignty of all, you know, most of the world. And like, I think, you know, I don't want to like pretend that Russia's like a panacea. Obviously they're not, right? It's also a capitalist fucking, you know, neoliberal. I guess it's not that neoliberal though. That's what I mean. It's like they maintain state control over a couple key industries, and then they're able to fucking do that intelligently. And I think banking is where a lot of the fights over, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think they've recently took over their banks. That's a huge deal. Like, people talk about the state control of the oil industry, but I don't think that's really it. I think it's the banks, right? Because state doesn't own that much of their oil industry, and I think they control all the banks, though. You know, the state, but like, you know, compliant oligarchs. White streamer shoots black guy in self-defense. He ordered the food, and the restaurant employee, what were they fighting about? What? So he refused to pay because he said the food was bad? What do you mean, watch what? Where's the link? Where's the link? Since you have arrived, you open this page and already knows the following. Oh no. Mm, 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 mm. I'm not using Chrome. I'm not using Chrome, I'm using Brave. It's already wrong. Okay, like, yeah, you know what kind of computer I'm using. I mean, did you link it? Yeah, I understand it's a Chrome-based operating system, but it's not Chrome. Mm. Mm. Did you link it? Do we have footage of the incident happening? Tula, did you link it? What did you link? I didn't click on your link earlier. Tula, where is it? This isn't it. You linked something after that. Great jacket.
Hey, you trying to clown me? I'm serious, dog. I see you. Check out the six-pack. Looking kind of diesel there, kid. I hear my workout swerve on 6 days a week.
Yo, you gonna stand there and tell me you ain't never jerked your dick in your whole life until last week? That's bullshit, man.
I never needed to. I've been fucking since I was 10. I can relate to that.
What? This fool claim he don't bone females no more since he just now discovered ringing his
Dude, Lou Diamond Phillips.
No doubt. It's low maintenance, huh?
The Big Hit. I don't even remember this movie. I remember this character, though.
Both of them whacked chicken heads just taking my man to the cleaners. Especially Chantel.
Yo, baby, you got a number for me?
911.
Come on, fellas, we gotta go. Quit wasting your time. Jesus. You getting lonely, baby? Oh, yeah, Daddy loves both of you. Yeah, damn motherfucker.
Straight jacking it.
What?
Yo, Crush, what's up, man? Can you hook me with 25 G's till we do this swap?
You need it for that sellout bitch again, don't you? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Who is this? Get with the program now. Straight jacking saves you that mad cream.
Straight jacking saves you that mad cream. Dude, that's such a great line. Misguided island province of Taiwan. Mm.
Be cool, playboy. I got you covered.
Mm.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, I was reading chats from 3 hours ago. Sorry.
Yeah, my crib. Yeah, you feel better?
Much, what time?
Well, I gotta stop by the office, so give me about an hour and a half. Cool?
Yeah, cool. Thanks, bro.
Oh, yeah, no, the media loves stories like that, though. I mean, yeah, like, that doesn't mean it's a psyop. It's just that's how the media works, right? They grab stories like that, and then they fucking use them because they know what the potential is.
Paris is planning a big hit. Yo, nigga, I said it should have some lanolin in it, not some goddamn aloe vera bullshit, motherfucker. Get it straight. Seems like some motherfuckers done gone and kidnapped Paris's goddaughter.
Yo, who loves jerking off this much?
Our Japanese bitch, you see what I'm saying? Cisco's trying to save himself, and he's after all of us. He got Gump. My advice. Get the fuck out of Dodge now, nigga. There's a hit squad coming for your ass right now. Peace out. Shit. Straight jacking.
Hey, jacket saves you that man cream. It's for that sellout bitch. Dude, it's like I mentioned that movie's so problematic. It's like peak of that like 90s edgy humor. It's like that brief like Woodstock 98 style. Like Woodstock 99, sorry. I don't know why I said 98.
All right, so you are watching and listening to the Electronic Intifada. I am John Elmer.
Yeah.
This is the Resistance
So
Report
many
on day
slurs.
951 of Israel's genocide in Gaza and day 73 of Hezbollah's defense of South Lebanon. I'm going to be covering week 10.
I mean, yeah, people love stories like that, by the way, though. The media love it because it's like straight culture war. It's like largely depoliticized. If anything, it's like guns, that kind of conversation, right? And it'll drive mad clicks with no stakes, basically, like no sort of larger effect on the world. So they can do whatever they want with it. They don't have to worry about like, you know, now people think this bullshit thing is true or whatever. You went to Woodstock 99? Yeah, look, I bet you it was sick. I don't think I even knew it was happening.
Of the battle here, and we'll get right into it with the maps as usual. So people understand where the areas of fighting. If we start on the left in the western coast, Nakura, and up at the Ras Al Baida,
4 years older than you.
headlands, we'll see those on film this week. That's where a lot of operations have been taking place. Bintaj Bale still has operations. Israel is demolishing Bintaj Bale now, as they're doing with 55 villages all along the just above the blue line that you see there. And then a real concentration of a battle along the western edge of the Galilee Panhandle, which is on the right-hand side there, that goes up, juts up into Lebanon, Israeli territory.
Were they all like that?
Metula there,
I
all
think
from
that, like,
that coast
every
from Hula
festival,
north, all through those.
No, not every festival, but a lot of festivals, you know, the porta potties are filled by the end of the thing. They gotta fucking empty that out. I mean, the people were like swimming in shit, though. That was gross. Yeah, that's so gross. Oh, man. That's so dumb. Oh, why would they do that? Oh, my God. Saturday morning, they dumped the porta potties over. Why would they do that? Oh, my God. So they just like. Were they probably going to empty them and then the people started that? Oh my God. Yeah, and then there was just shit everywhere the rest of the festival, right? Yeah, so but did they I mean, weren't they gonna come empty them at some point? Because I feel like I've seen in my head them emptying porta potties during festivals. Yeah, but probably because they were already tipped over.
Valleys and up to the Litani
Yeah, it was
riverbed
in
has
fucking
been
July or
the
August
main
or whatever.
three
Yeah.
areas of conflict. The Israelis still are deploying 6 divisions or parts of 6 divisions at least. I've said this many times, but we don't believe it's not believable that Israel is getting
69.
full reserve. Their reserve complement
669.
of soldiers are not all deploying. The Israeli chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, is still talking about the collapse of the Israeli military, that it's unable to handle these sustained operations over these past 2.5 plus years of genocidal rampage. But that's what they are doing in Lebanon as well. What we saw in Gaza, it's the same army, same people, same decision makers. And so their decision is they cannot defeat the resistance. And so they attack the civilians. They destroy civilian homes. They apply what used to be called the Dahia doctrine, but is now being called the Beit Hanun or Rafah doctrine, where you completely destroy every single thing in the town. And Bintaj Bale right now is being set up for that. If we look at the next map, Well, I've shown you this one before too, but it's good to see. These were the 5 positions that Israel set up inside Lebanon during the last purported ceasefire, which again is not a ceasefire in any way. But those are forward positions inside Lebanon that Israel has been able to use to advance. So even the hundreds of meters to a few kilometers that Israel has crossed the border into Lebanon is it's mitigated by the fact that these positions were already inside Lebanon. So the resistance has not allowed them to advance deep into this territory below the Litani River, which Israel at the beginning of this war promised that they were going to take control of. They pretty quickly after that adjusted and said they were just going to make a buffer zone, a security zone. And the security zone, that's the same language as the late 1980s and 1990s period where South Lebanon was a security zone and Hezbollah's resistance drove the Israelis out of South Lebanon. And when I say drove them out, I mean literally. They left their computers, the soldiers left their computers, their uniforms hung up. They turned on their heels and ran down the hill. That's how the occupation of South Lebanon ended. And so there is a point of reference for that for people, and Hezbollah has leaned into that during these past number of weeks, releasing psychological operations videos that point that show the carnage from Hezbollah operations in the 1990s and how they created a climate within Israel that the force could just not stay. The occupation was impossible. They couldn't defeat the resistance, and they withdrew. So there is a point in history that is being looked upon by both the Israelis and the Lebanese. Let's take a look at the next one, number 2 here. This is Bint Jbeil being erased, satellite image of it. This is by an Israeli military adjacent open source mapper, Benzion Makalis, and you can see this is just from these past 2 months, and you can see the destruction in that, the before and after. Just looks like what we started every resistance report in Gaza with, this kind of report of the destruction. And in this week that I'm covering, everything you're gonna see is happened in the past week. And as ever, so we will do that like we always do. Let's take a look at the next one because this is the Ministry of Health.
Brothers, the Roots,
Metallica,
ICP.
Early in the week, so
sick.
for our
I've never seen Korn.
schedule,
I'd like to see
they're
them.
already
I'm not even that big of a Korn fan
by the time they're published. By the time we by the time you see us on this show. So this is as of the 10th. They come out each week at the beginning of the week, and what we're looking at here is 11,539 casualties, almost 3,000 killed when you take the last few days in. But of course, also like Gaza, it's the same army, same generals, same politicians. You see that the healthcare sector is the prime target. 16 hospitals damaged or destroyed, 3 shut down entirely, 139 attacks on paramedics, which have 139 paramedics killed, 212 wounded, 27 paramedic stations attacked and destroyed, 130 ambulances destroyed, and like I said, 16 hospitals. And that is the way that they have been fighting this war. And when we're about to watch more than a dozen Hezbollah drone videos, it's just worth noting what the Israelis used their drones for. This week they used a drone to attack a father and his daughter, his young daughter. The first strike destroyed the car and injured both of them. They both ran from the car. The second strike killed the father, and the drone chased the young girl down and killed her as well. So you're going to see a very strong juxtaposition between the resistance targeting only Israeli military targets and the Israelis targeting almost exclusively civilian targets. So that's 3. Let's take a look at number 4. This is a good video. This was from last Wednesday. It's just a good video because it's a good, crisp digital video feed here, so we can see really clearly a number of things. The way that they have torn up the roads to get rid of the IEDs. There's a direct hit right there on the loader's hatch. So we see them targeting in specific places on these tanks. But as I predicted last week, I thought we were going to start to see more softer targets, more troop positions hit. Than
Rage Against the Machine.
Are these shots on these tanks
Bush
when
Calm
the tanks
Down
are
show?
zipped up are really difficult operations. As I talked about before, we can look at number 5. Just to show you the. You could see on this one on the left there. You could see the trophy active protection system the launcher had turned to face the drone, but obviously wasn't able to engage it in time. And here, maybe we can.
He shot a guy outside of a courthouse. Apparently,
this is a drone that is seen flying through an Israeli military position near Metula during this weekend, and you can see. The ease with which it flies through there, but you can also see the build. And if we look at the next slide, you can see what that drone looked like. And again, we've seen these builds, a number of the builds. Here we have batteries on the bottom. We've seen them various other ways, batteries in the middle. If we look at the next one, you can see the Hizballah build here with the fiber optic spool on the bottom, the batteries in the middle, and then the anti-tank warhead on the top. The PG-7BL, which is the best single round RPG. But as we know from Gaza, single round RPGs need to be very specifically hit on a Namr troop carrier or a Merkava tank in order to destroy the tank. There's lots of ways to hit it for mobility kills that make it unable to drive. But in terms of destroying the tanks,
specials? I saw them at the Earth Jam
left the hatch open
festival, like the first show I ever went to.
But we know from
Stone
Gaza
Mountain
that
in
the single
Georgia,
rounds
it was,
aren't they could be stopped most times by the armor on the Merkava tank. And so we've seen
G-Love,
tanks
Mike Watt,
be less targeted.
when he played
We're
with
gonna
Eddie
watch
Vedder
on
and
this
Dave
program
Grohl,
a number of times where the tanks are
Soul
bypassed
Coughing,
to hit smaller,
Jeff
softer
Buckley,
targets
dude, Jeff
and
Buckley
to hit
was there.
troops
That was
as
sick,
well. And that kind of battlefield adaptation is really taking its
Brantley
toll
Buffalo, I
on
remember
the
that, man.
Israelis. Let's take a look at number 7 here. So that just showed you, those last 2 pictures shows you what you're going to see crashing into these things in these next videos. So I wanted to put those in there so you could see it again through the destroyed town. This is near Bint Jbeil. Stalking through the town. You're going to see it identify here 3 troop carriers, and you're going to see the 2 of them with their backs to the buildings because they're backing right up into the building and letting the soldiers walk into the building from there. So he passes on that Namr, and he sees this one with the rear door exposed, and that is a weak point. Hitting the rear door is an effective spot to hit with a single round RPG, particularly with these high-end Iranian rounds that are being delivered here. So these are smart targeting. Sometimes earlier in the war, we saw them crashing them into the armor of the front armor of the tanks. And very quickly they have adapted. You can see that's a direct hit. That's the last drone shot. It's going through the door on the back of the tank, which is not fully sealed. Let's look at number 8 here. Coming over the top to hit this hilltop position in the western sector, a newly positioned base here that they're going to circle around and come back and chase a soldier off of his armored vehicle. And Hezbollah writes on their field report every day at the end, they say the Islamic resistance is committed to defending its land and its people, especially as the Israeli enemy crosses boundaries with its criminality. Again, you're going to see the drone drop right out of the sky. As soon as it sees the soldiers, you're going to see the soldiers on that tank see that it's coming, and the tank crewmen there jumping off. We could show the next one that just shows the direct, the dive down here onto the tank. And again, skipping the tank and going for the soldier itself. A development in tactics that we have seen this week, and it's just remarkable the improvements on the battlefield and the awareness of the Hezbollah pilots. Let's look at the next one. It's just got a still of him jumping off of the tank. This week, I'm going to tell you, the Israelis this week admitted to 1 fatality amongst their soldiers and 11 wounded in FPV attacks. And we say it all the time on this show, but those numbers do not add up with what you're going to be watching on this show. They don't even add up to what we've seen in these first few videos. But let's take a look at number 11, because they're going to chase some more soldiers here near, again, this is in Bayada. On the coast, you can see the Mediterranean in the distance there. There's a tank in the bottom right corner. He flies right by that tank. And here he's going to hone in on the headquarters of the 146th Division, which is based in Bayada. And it is, here you're going to see the troops. They don't seem to hear the drone, which is possible when anyone who's been around a Merkava tank knows that you can't hear anything around it. It's possible the tanks are running, but the situational awareness of these troops seems to be limited, although they did talk in Haaretz today in the newspaper about how the soldiers have 2 things to do when the drones come: duck and pray. That was the Haaretz story with officers from the field. So you can see those soldiers there. The next slide I'll show you is where they're targeting. And again, even if it does look like that drone is about to clip the wall there, but that's going to detonate the anti-tank round, which is a piercing round, firing on those targets there. And also just this week, Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sheikh Naim Qassem, he said to our commanders, our field officers, and all fighters in all areas of the battlefield, your drone attacks embrace the land and choke the occupier. Your drones terrorize the evildoers and tyrants of the earth. Your missile strikes shake their lives, and they live in anxiety and psychological crisis. This has been the thing that Hezbollah has been pushing on with their psychological operations externally, but also internally to their own fighters, to remind you of a period of victory. Like Nasrallah used to say, I promised you victory before, and that was the 2000 victory. And then Nasrallah would say that over and over again, I promised you victory, after each battle that Hezbollah won in 2000 and then in 2006 again. Let's take a look at number 13. Now, this is a target on an Iron Dome air defense system, which is Israel's primary defense against Hezbollah weapons, rockets, primarily rockets, artillery rockets, but also drones. They talked after the first few weeks of the war. There you see the Iron Dome launcher. You can see the launch, the missiles in the top there, and it's directly onto that launcher, destroying it, which is going to cost at least a couple $1 million. If it's loaded, you can see it's loaded with 18 missiles of the 20 missiles, so that's another nearly $2 million. So let's call it a $4 million hit with this $200 drone that we're watching. This is now the day after, and the drone goes back to the same site and finds the soldiers replacing the launcher, their mobile launchers. You see the launcher on the left there is going to replace it, and you see 9 soldiers here underneath the Hezbollah drone, and it lands in between the group of them. So it's pretty remarkable to be targeting these Iron Dome systems, and Israel was really panicked about it. Channel 13 said the most dangerous thing is that Hezbollah started to focus on Iron Dome systems themselves. The Israelis said that they had used Iron Dome 27 times as of May 1st to intercept drones. So they're using $100,000 Tamer interceptor missiles against these $200 drones. We can look at the next slide and you can see the launcher that was hit, which is 14. There you can see the launcher. You can see at the top there, that's 4 rows of 5 missiles in each, interceptor missiles. And you can see that 3, maybe 4 of them have been fired. and that is hit directly with an anti-tank warhead. It will destroy, as we saw in the second video, the next day, it completely destroyed that launcher.
Just trying to war crime
and these
it over
drones,
here.
as I've mentioned a
War
bunch of
crime
times,
in peace.
while they're on their offensive mission, they're also reconnaissance drones, because the entire flight is a reconnaissance flight until it becomes an attack. And so Hezbollah is shown that they had shown before the FPV era that they had intelligence on all these Israeli positions. We watched that for 2 years during the genocide in Gaza when Hezbollah was a support front. They knew what they were hitting in each of these places. They knew what each Israeli base had on it, and now they have these 10 operations a day of FPV drones that are collecting data the whole time that they're flying. So they're able to pick off things like these launchers, which are mobile. The Iron Dome system is a mobile launcher system. They're not fixed. They move them all over the place. They even put them on ships. And so they're not always in the same spot. They move around. Hezbollah sees them on their drones and takes a $4 million hit out of the U.S.-funded Israeli allowance, I guess we'll call it. And then the 15 shows the 9 soldiers there, and they're on the left-hand side there. You see the new launcher system that's going to replace the one that got destroyed. Let's take a look at 16. This is an FPV strike. First.
Yeah.
Defensive war crimes. Target-rich area, the Iron Dome frontier.
Driving in the wrong way of traffic, coming up to Johnson. He's going to be going westbound on Johnson Street. Copy, westbound on Johnson. Northbound 41, if we can get somebody at 41 on the stick.
He's going so fast.
110, left lane. Traffic is still light. Roads are dry.
Some 999 action. Trying to get 9'd up in here. Oh shit! Oh, some action. Whoa! Whoa! That was sick as fuck! Oh my god! Dude, Pop, you can't bust him now, man. You gotta let him ride after that, dude. Come on, bro.
Running on foot.
Dude.
White shirt, black pants, black male.
Come on, man. He earned his freedom. Let him go. Oh my god, you pig. You pig. Don't shoot him, dude.
He's running northbound, white shirt, black pants.
Why this guy? Is he really worth chasing? Come on, man. Dude, police chases are so fucking stupid. There's no reason to do a police chase.
Get on the ground!
Dude.
Get on the ground!
Oh, no. Dude, let him go. You pig. Oh.
Behind! Behind! Do not resist.
Hey, yes, sir. Hello, yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, that's
Let go. Do it!
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Stop, please. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
7'5", 195 kg. Right now.
No, hold on, sir. My breathe. Hold on. Let me get my. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh my god, dude, let my man go. Dude, let my people live. What are you doing?
What's in the vehicle you don't want to know about?
Oh man, look at that cash. Dude. Oh, bro. Oh my god.
Stop talking.
Look at all that. It's all ones.
My girl's car, man. on the phone. The phone.
Dispatch to all units, we do have EMS and fire.
You on the phone?
That way, front of Aurora.
Yeah.
Respond to
Go over to this side. Keep your leg out.
Squad, federal parking. Fire. EMS to their location.
Sit up.
Came out 9:16.
Brianna, that's my son. Brianna.
Really?
Is Tiffy on the phone?
How many did he have? Damn. It's just like a fucking advertisement for the cops. Like, look how many guys I killed. What did he get? Fleeing, resisting, bail jumping, reckless endangering safe. So he was just charged with running away, basically. So he didn't do anything wrong. They just chased him and he ran, and then he got all these charges. Bail jumping, recklessly endangering safety, dude.
Northbound 41,
I missed it. It kind of sneaks up on you. I think you missed it.
you want me to call it?
It's like right here.
69, so northbound
I'm doing lacking, yeah.
One point, can't find a weapon for it. He's driving in the wrong way of traffic. Coming up to Johnson. He's going to be going westbound on Johnson Street.
Heavy westbound on Johnson.
Northbound 41, if we can get somebody at 41 on the station.
Johnson Street.
Alright, northbound 100 Scott, East 110, left lane. Traffic is still light. Roads are dry.
Oh, around 2:30. That was marked.
One type one words for Gilliard over here. Felony.
Okay, you know, we'll try. 690, I'm going to bag up. Like northbound, like no.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
41 and 1.
Oh god, that is so sick! Oh my god, it's such a sick move!
41 and 1.
Oh god!
Okay, you know, we'll try.
I didn't realize it in context how sick of a move that was. I was like, why is he doing that? So, I thought there was a red light up there? Or there must be a red light here? He doesn't want to get stuck at this light? So he turns off? And fucking... Oh my god, bro. I mean, maybe, do you think he really, I don't know, I mean, that might have been an accident. I can't tell. Yeah, I think he just lost control, right? I don't think he did that on purpose. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Like, that car is moving. So it's not like he saw the car and was like, I'm gonna hop the car. That car, like, wasn't there when he planned the trick. Unless he, like, saw the car and, like, timed it perfectly. No way. Oh my god. He could have just fucking plowed right into that car. Oh my god. Dude. The car like swerves a little bit. Oh my god, dude. Wait, can you see him over there? Where did he go after the jump? swerve? I don't know, man. He looks like he saw it, dude. I think he planned it, man. What? Oh my god, that car, dude. Why did that car keep driving? It looks like they hesitated for a minute. So, where does he land? So, did he jump over all of this too? So he goes over this. Oh, the guy fucking cuts it. So we can't see it. Where did he end up? I mean, yeah, it looked like it was a perfect landing, but I don't really know what he landed on. Oh my god, that was so sick, dude. On the other side. So he kind of fucking bottomed out on the other side, right? Why did he get out of the car? He must have bottomed out, like... Oh man, dude, that's sick.
Running on foot.
I can't believe the cop didn't let him go after that, man. I guess because he's got his body cam. I can't believe it, man. Oh. Wet ground? Oh, man. His car couldn't drive after that? Oh, dude, that's so sick, though. Oh, my God. Wow. That was cool.
Person view is the FPV.
Yeah, he's lucky he survived that first jump. If he did, I mean... Punctured the gas tank? Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, cars aren't really made for jumps like that. I mean, yeah, busted axle. What if he survived? What if he fucking made it out of it though? I mean, maybe. If it was like fucking marshy ground. So he goes over this. Oh, the guy fucking cuts it. So we can't see it. Is the jump in it? So he goes over this. Oh, the guy fucking cuts it. So we can't see it. Oh, details. Oh my god.
Coming right down
So
here
sick.
on this tank. It's going to target the commander's
If it was a Jeep,
hatch.
yeah.
You're going to see it deliver right into the
Jeep
commander's
could've pulled
hatch
it off,
there.
right?
That is a weaker spot. We've seen that hatch open, of course. We saw the hatch open in Gaza and hand-delivered through the hatch.
Oh my God.
But Hezbollah is clearly understanding the hatch. There you see the perfect shot of the hatch. That on the left side is the hatch that they pop their heads out of. And it is not as sealed and doesn't have as many layers of armor and reactive armor as the rest of the tank. So that's why it's one of the places that they aim for. And the Israelis have a call sign for when they hear this. I talked about it last week. They call it an air hammer. And out over their radios, they send a warning that it's an air hammer. And like I said, Haaretz said the two things that soldiers do when they hear air hammer is duck and pray. Let's look at number 17. going to chase some more soldiers on this same base up
Buick
here on the top
Century,
of this
yeah.
mountain near Nakura. This is on the western coast. This is a previous IDF position, long-term position on the border. So now they're striking on the Israeli side of the border here. And you're going to see this drone circle around. And if you look at the bottom right, you're going to see soldiers running right there. There you get the Hezbollah circles. You can see them go into the hangar, and the drone chases them into the hangar, and it's going to detonate in the hangar.
Yeah, I saw that those pics of them running
charge through that underground area. And again, 1 fatality, 11 wounded in all of these operations, according to the Israelis. This is in the Western 146th Division, is a reserve division that is in charge of this area of responsibility. So this is a reserved unit getting hammered.
Toyota would have kept going.
Let's take a look at 18.
Yeah, I feel like maybe my Kia could have pulled that off.
Helicopter base, a staging base, you could say. The drone's going to come down. You see
pretty
the
stable
soldier
car.
fleeing. Some talk that he was fleeing into a washroom. I think those are their makeshift bomb shelters, but for his sake, you wouldn't want that to be the washrooms. But he is a tank transporter battalion leader that was hit there. That's near Shlomi. Again, you can see how they have coverage over this whole base. You can see how there's cars there. So the soldiers drive up to the bases in their car, and then they're dispatched from this kind of staging ground into the occupation. There's a helipad as well there. Let's take a look at number 19, because this is we saw this in Gaza as well, using a servo motor to drop the munition. The munition is what you're seeing at the bottom there. That's the new fuse that Hezbollah has adapted to the end of this round. And this isn't going to be an anti-tank round. This is going to be a fragmentation warhead. The anti-tank round creates a piercing dart, and this round is going to be a fragmentation round, which blows like a grenade. And you can see why you would use that type of warhead on this. This is technical gear at an Israeli base. They drop on it and seem to hit it dead in the area. And if it is a fragmentation warhead, the shrapnel will spray out and destroy all of that gear, which we're going to see that happening on this video in a moment here. The last scene will show the next day that here it is, that the gear has been moved. So we have a bunch of these each week where they're picking off these, pretty significant.
Why didn't they go down closer,
intelligence
though?
to get these kind of targets? So that was in Ras Al Bayada as well. Let's look at 20 now. This is in Bintish Bale. You can see the roads all dug up again, and they make their own
Duramax
paths.
Chevy
They're scared
truck
to
that can
drive
make
on
jumps
the
like
roads,
that?
fearing
Gosh.
that they are that there's IEDs. Here you get another
Look at 'em
perfect
all.
example. Tank on the left, tank on the right, troop carrier on the left, 2 bulldozers and a tank in front, and he's going to circle around. He has all of these options to hit. He's also looking in that house to see if there's anyone moving in that house. But then he's going to come back and hit the D9 armored bulldozer, which is the target to hit in this circumstance with those targets, because you're going to destroy the D9 armored bulldozer entirely with this warhead that is delivered right into the cockpit. So they lose another D9 armored bulldozer, which is a genocide tool. It's really, there's no other purpose for a D9 bulldozer than genocide. Let's look at number 21. Here we have one of these thermal. There's an anti-tank guided missile strike, a Cornet strike. You can see the tank there burning. We're watching this on thermal camera at night. There's a second Cornet anti-tank missile strike on a tank, and you can see that tank burning there as well.
It looks like a pretty good
You're
bulldozer.
going to see
all things
a
considered.
complex operation. This is the Israelis trying to, you can see their spotlight.
It's like a
trying
very
to,
effective genocidal tool.
Figure out what's going on after they've got 2 burning tanks, and now artillery is being launched at them along with a smoke screen from their tanks. Their tanks can hold a smokescreen with their exhaust, and they pump it out. From there, you're going to see them here hit with a few more mortars in this period of time before the fire. There you see them fired down on the troops, and you're going to see the third anti-tank guided missile strike there. And again, burning vehicle. This is on the western coast. Now you're going to see footage. This is from Sur. Tyre in South Lebanon is shot by Lebanese civilians, showing the tanks that are burning in that case. So significant multi-layered operation there in Ras Al Bayada. Let's look at 22. Another really smart target. This is going to target an OFEC, which is a command and control vehicle. It's not your everyday tank. It's built on the hull of a Merkava tank. But it has enhanced electronic warfare and jamming systems in there, and they put it right through the open back door, which would completely blow up that entire command and control capability, the network capabilities that those use. Those OFECs, they have only a limited number of them, and that is prime targeting. And this is what we're seeing in now week 10. Total command by the pilots. And also of the targeting of what to choose to target, not only the flying, not only the attacking, but what's the subject of the targeting. When we compare this to the first week, remarkable development that has the Israelis still week after week scrambling.
Honda drives away. Oh, really?
Let's look at 23, because this is the one that everybody wants. Everybody asks me why they don't send 2 cameras so that we can see battle damage assessment. And I think the simple answer for that is it's just too many drones. But you're going to see the Merkava tank there. You can see its cannon is pointing up, its main gun is pointing up, and they're putting that drone into that hole, which is an effective place to hit it. If you're going to hit a tank, you can see how it's lifted up there. And now here's the second drone going to show you that first drone hit. And there,
the airbag still deployed?
It's hit. But I just don't think when you're fighting a battle for an existential battle for survival, I don't think you have the luxury of doubling up just so people can see the aftermath. But you can see that's a significant strike on the tank. The tank did not defeat that round. There's no question about that. So there's 2 cameras for the people who ask for it. But I don't think it's something that Hizballah will do very often, although they did it this morning. I was editing that in the green room before coming on. They did show us from multiple camera angles. And they definitely watch Elmer. It's definitely a devastating military media intervention. Let's look at 24 now. Again, this is in Ras Al Bayada. You can see the coast off in the distance there. It's targeting a reserve battalion, and they're going to come in down on this Merkava tank, and again targeting the door.
It'd be cool if you had a car where you could just like crash into things when you got where you were going. And the airbags would just deploy and then suck back in.
There it is. It goes directly through the door, and when this last frame
you
freezes,
would just like press a button and your airbags would deploy, and then you would just like
perfect
barrel
hit.
into
Pilots
wherever
are
you
good.
were going.
The Israeli military said that the pilots are spread out across all the front line. They're not in their normal unit. They're not in the Air Force of Hizballah, their drone unit. But they're rather embedded within all of the different infantry units. So they have these all across the front lines, and there's a direct hit on the back door of that Merkava. Let's go 25, because we see Humvees here being targeted. And these are also good targets. We saw in Gaza, anytime we saw a single round RPG be fired, in Gaza, they were firing them at these
I had a Civic for a long time.
Because, of course, the genius
Civics
in Gaza was that they were firing Yasin 105s, and those were tandem charged. They had 2 charges in each warhead, and if those could be used in these circumstances, they would be effective. because they have the 2 rounds. So there's the destruction of that Humvee. And we know that the Americans, last week I reported on the American air bridge of weapons, and we watched these Humvees and Hammets come off the trucks, or come off the ships, I should say, replacing all of these so that Israel can continue its genocide. But taking out these Humvees that are already in Lebanon at forward positions, this is massively disruptive for the ability of the Israelis to fight, if they were trying to fight, instead of just attacking civilians. Let's look at 26, another one in Ras Al Bayada, another one versus a tank. You see a whole group of them there that are shown.
Yeah, Repo Man.
This one's going to hit the track of the tank. Possible mobility kill when you hit the track.
Some of them around.
You're going to see it come down here. I think he maybe
Tiny
misses
cars are
the door
illegal here,
by a little bit, but he's aiming for the door. And once that round detonates, it's going to send a piercing shot through that door. In any case, and it's also going to destroy the track on that armored vehicle. Let's look at 27 now. This is what I thought we would start seeing more of, and I think we will see much more of in the coming weeks. This is an attack on a forward base, and rather than attacking the armored vehicles parked in front of the forward base, Hezbollah is going to put this drone through the living room window of the base, which puts the anti-tank round into, you'll see the round will detonate off the window and will send its pierce and its shrapnel into the base. So perhaps the base is empty, or perhaps Israel's lying about their casualties. I tend to think it's the latter. Let's look at 28 now. We're going to go into the riverbed, the Litani riverbed near Der Sirion here. So we're now back up in the top of the Galilee Panhandle. And you can see, using this riverbed, Israel is trying to use this riverbed as cover, which you can see they're going to fly over a number of vehicles here in the valley. Again, just beautiful South Lebanon.
God damn, look how beautiful that is.
Being destroyed by a genocidal entity that doesn't seem to know when to stop. Turns around, comes back, and heads down into the valley where there is a Land Rover Command Jeep. Look on the back, it's bristling with intelligence, surveillance, satellite, radar. You see it hit that.
Get him.
That's usually a command vehicle. And that is a significant loss, because that is how they organize their network connectivity through their different vehicles. And you can see on the back there, it's just
dude, I need to get a BYD.
Lit with
how am I going to get my
antennas,
BYD?
Cameras, satellite, radar. So significant hit there.
What if I airdrop it?
Are we on 27?
If I parachute it into my yard?
Yes. No. We're on 29. I'm with you. So there we saw a Jeep hidden, a Humvee hidden there. He's going to come back around on it. This one is the tent. They're going to hit the tent. And this is interesting because Israel is thinking that the solution, see the tent there? And they've got
too tiny.
They've got to trying to
Too
conceal
tiny.
it there. That
Too
is a
tiny.
base. And
Too
rather
tiny.
than the Jeep,
he's
going to go and hit on that
Yeah, we'll
base.
have to get out to
Presumably
Canada
there's
and
troops
get one.
underneath there, and a direct hit on it. And Israel today said that the IDF has sent to Lebanon 158,000 square meters, which is basically 20 soccer fields or football pitches, depending on where you are in the world, of netting. And the idea is that they're going to put netting all over everything. Which is something that they do in the war in Ukraine. They use fishing nets. And it's not totally clear to me. They use different weapons on the drones in Ukraine than they are here with Hezbollah. If these Hezbollah rounds get tangled up in the net, it should be enough power based on the speed that the quadcopter is flying. It should be enough power to trigger the fuse and detonate. So I don't think these screens are going to be the savior that Israel is banking on, but we will reserve judgment on that until we see more operations against those nets. That's the first time we saw that this week, passing on vehicles entirely and hitting troop positions. Let's look at number 30, because this is going to get a soldier in a house. Again, remember, 1 soldier killed, 11 wounded in this entire week in Hizballah FPV drone operations, according to the Israelis. So it's going to fly around here, and you're going to see standing out on the balcony there. Oh, sorry, this side. Yeah, there he is. Israeli soldier, unlikely alone in that house. So he's he's being a soldier in a window for the rest of his group, and the pilot is going to take it around perpendicular and go right through the front window into that base. This is in Taipei, again on the northwestern part of the Galilee Panhandle. So into a house of soldiers. This is what we've seen now. This is the 4th one in this pack alone, and already there's been multiple that you'll see on next week's show, because we have, as you know, our cutoff deadline is Wednesday. We can't, we have to have a production window. So these are Wednesday to Wednesday. So next week you will see the operations from the past, from today and yesterday, will be the beginning of next week's show. And previously I was saying like these operations were 2 weeks old. They're not that way anymore. We're getting these the day after in a lot of cases. Sometimes we get them the same day. The most is 2 days after. So these operations that you're watching are actually operations from this past week, whereas in previous resistance reports we were talking about operations that were 2 weeks in some cases previously. So that's an advance too that we're watching. So let's look at 31. We've got another thermal operation here. If you can look at the circles on the left-hand side there, and now in the middle, you're going to see little soldiers start to run. They're tracking in this. I tracked at least a dozen, because you can see there's some more coming, running down the hill to go into that house. So now we've seen half a dozen at least. And then if you see to the right, you can see a few more are coming. Yeah, there's another bunch of them. So we're looking at, and then there's 3 more coming from the right. There's another one coming. They're all running down the hill. Now we're upwards of 15 just that we've seen with our eyes enter this building. And here comes an anti-tank guided missile strike. Cornet, the tank killer unit, firing on a Israeli military troop position. Possible thermobaric there. I think we would see a little more if it was thermobaric. It's very tough to tell with the thermal because we don't get enough shots to really tell, but the Cornet has a thermobaric warhead, which would just make a mess of that Israeli position. Let's look at 32 now. Again on the coast, again battering the same division on the coast. This is going to be another Humvee here, circling around back to hit the Humvee. That in the back of that Humvee is covering up technical gear as well, and directly onto the hood. That explodes, the Humvee explodes, it's completely out of service. Another destroyed one. And this week alone, I marked them all down. Tanks and APCs took 30 FPV drones and 6 anti-tank guided missiles. Humvees and other vehicles like those Land Rovers, the vehicles that
Mexico
were instantly destroyed, they took
well.
19 at, $500,000 to $1 million apiece. The D9 bulldozers and excavators took 15 FPV strikes. Troops took 50. So we're now seeing more troops being targeted than we're seeing vehicles here in week 10. 1 against the Iron Dome, 6 against gear and equipment. And then we also saw upwards of 50 rocket and artillery operations, which are complementing these drone operations all the time. And we talk about the drone operations because they have videos on them and we can break down the videos. But the rocket ops are a consistent part. They match all of these operations. Afterwards, after they're hit by the drones, they'll fire artillery on the same spot when troops are gathered around there. So let's take a look at 33, because these are going on all week. This is the Hezbollah-built Syed 107 drone. You're going to watch it with the air piston launch, which reduces its heat signature for the Israelis that are trying to track it. And these drones are coming across the border constantly, every day, across the border, but also on Israeli troop positions in Lebanon. There's a good shot of it flying, and we've seen those flying across the border. The Hezbollah shows them flying up to the border, and then Israelis in the north often show us them flying, because these defeat air defense systems. These often have to be shot down with helicopters. So these are very effective weapons that are constantly being used, Hezbollah built. And then this last one here is this artilleryman firing from the bush reminded me of when I visited South Lebanon after the 2006 war, and somebody said to me that all the rocks are Hezbollah, and it was a reference to even the rocks are Hezbollah, which is a reference to when Hezbollah used to hide audio systems, recording systems for troops in the rocks, or the rocks were IEDs. In this case, even the trees are Hezbollah. This artilleryman firing from the bush, and all you would see from the outside is a mortar flying out of the trees. So even the trees are Hezbollah. So this has been the Resistance Report for day 951 of Israel's genocide in Gaza, and day 73 of Hezbollah's defense of South Lebanon.
Yeah, John. Way to go. Thank you. Oops. Incredible, as always. But if John was here, I'm sure he would tell you to subscribe. That's the first thing he would probably do. Hey, fuckface. I heard he got profanity-laced tirades. You should say fuckface, man. Look, this is my favorite TV show.
Benjamin Netanyahu is issuing fresh threats against the New York Times, indicating that he's going to sue the paper on behalf of the government of Israel as a consequence of reports of terrible sexual torture and rape of Palestinians who are in the custody of Israelis. We want to get right to these allegations, what they mean, and what exposure of these acts might do to the very fragile situation in the Middle East. Joining us now is editor of The Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal. Max, bring us inside this threat.
Look, this is how Marjorie Taylor Greene got pilled. She saw Max on the Mac Gates show.
Very characteristic of Benjamin Netanyahu, but also extremely dangerous for Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that he's directed his legal advisors to consider harsh legal action against the New York Times' Nick Kristof, an opinion writer from the opinion section, who has published a meticulously
That's his channel that the voice is off, by the way, not mine.
All of us who have paid attention and who have reported from the occupied
bunk
territories
audio.
and visited Israel's prisons in the occupied territories and attended, as I have, its children's courts, for example, know that Israel does in these facilities, which is it practices torture. And since October 7th, as Israel has kidnapped thousands of civilians, mostly males, from the Gaza Strip, essentially holding them as hostages in new dungeon-like facilities like Sde Teman in the Negev desert, practicing sexual abuse through a force which has been given total free hand over Palestinian prisoners. They believe they were all Hamas militants who were carrying out horrific attacks on October 7th. Some of them turned out to be doctors, like Dr. Adnan Bursh, who was reportedly raped to death by Israeli soldiers at one of these facilities. And, you know, one of the reasons we know this really was happening was not just reports
Reportedly
like the
raped
New York
to
Times
death.
report from 2024 by Patrick Kingsley on the
Oh
State
my
Taman
God,
facility,
dude.
which reported that the Israeli soldiers were using batons and electric shocks in the rectums of
Reportedly
Palestinian
raped to
detainees,
death.
a form of rape and killing
What did
several
Matt
of them.
Gaetz' face
We
look
know
like
it
when he
because it
said
was
that?
videotaped. And anyone watching this right now can see the video of Israeli soldiers at State Taman anally raping a Palestinian detainee with a baton. Those soldiers are well known to the Israeli public. One of them has become sort of a national folk hero. His name is Meir Shetrit, and they were going to be put on trial. And then there were riots by Israeli army reservists invading Israeli army bases and the court where they were to be put on trial. All of these men were exonerated and sent back to their positions because of the massive public support they've received. So Nicholas Kristof reports all of what we already know with 14 first-hand survivors of sexual assault in these prisons. And now Benjamin Netanyahu is threatening to sue in order to push back on this PR catastrophe. The problem for Netanyahu is he's someone who would be libel-proof because his reputation is so low given his ICC warrant, given that multiple human rights groups and governments have accused him of genocide in the Gaza Strip, given his boasting to, for example, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, of having an assassination list. He is essentially libel-proof in U.S. courts. Israel would lose its own sovereign immunity, and it would be amazing to see the New York Times get discovery if this went to trial and bring out all of the sexual torture that Israel's been practicing in its prisons.
Yeah, Max, I really was surprised when I saw this because of course Israel says these things didn't happen. They've called it blood libel, the worst thing said about
Blood
the
libel.
country.
Matt Gaetz is my favorite journalist.
Had
He's
evidence
my favorite
that this stuff was happening, wouldn't they want to move past this? Why would they make a threat to sue over something that could
'Cause they're
draw more
psychotic.
attention to allegations of such terrible misconduct?
Yeah, well, I think it's another characteristic and very unstrategic overreaction. Another avenue they could take would be to say, we are going to investigate this, allow us to investigate ourselves. We do not practice torture. We consider it an abhorrent practice, and we want to abide by international law just for purely PR purposes. But I think that the Israelis and their cutouts in the United States and their supporters are so stuck in their own echo chamber that either they don't believe this is true or they don't want to sell out their own Netanyahu's own base in Israel, which actually supports these kinds of practices. I mentioned that Meir Shetrit, who was accused by Israel's top JAG lawyer, the military
Pulitzer
prosecutor,
Prize winner
of
Matt
raping a
Gaetz.
Palestinian detainee,
Dude.
has become a national folk hero. He was brought on the pro-Netanyahu network, Channel 14, as a
Tony,
guest.
this is how Marjorie Taylor Greene got
The
killed.
other soldiers have boasted on camera of
She
using
originally,
dogs
she
as an
first saw it and
instrument
she
of
did a
sexual
spit take.
torture.
And she was like, what?
This would
What
be,
kind of
for
a
Netanyahu to
website
say,
is this?
we
The
condemn this, would be
Gray
condemning
Zone.
a part of his own base and a part of the military that feels vulnerable to these charges. And this really highlights the danger of Israel in international law, which is that it aims to
Reportedly
destroy it.
raped to death. Well, I said.
I wonder if the people in Israel can have their own conscience shocked by this. I mean, if what we want is peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians,
Come
which
on,
is
Matt
certainly what
Gaetz.
I want, it's very difficult to change hearts and minds through an electrified anus. And so, what is the
An electrified
sensibility
anus.
within Israel for these types of reports and these types of behaviors?
Well, you know, after 1948, the Israelis put over 1 million Palestinian refugees who had been kicked off their land into a narrow strip of land called the Gaza Strip. And by 2005, they had placed the Gaza Strip under siege, out of sight, out of mind, and pretended that those people were not occupied and that nothing bad would come of this. October 7th, 2023 arrives. a major guerrilla assault, mostly on Israeli military bases, but also many civilians were killed and over 200 were taken hostage because this was the only diplomatic leverage that Hamas had. The majority of Jewish Israelis, over 90%, wanted revenge for this. And the revenge has taken the form of sexual torture, genocide. A Time magazine poll showed in 2024 that the amount of Israelis who believed that Israel was using too much firepower as it was on its way to killing 20,000 children in the Gaza Strip, that number was in the single digits. I think it was about 5%. So there really is no restraint there.
Wow. Yeah, it doesn't look like the populace is going to be a limiting factor on some of these heinous acts if they are indeed occurring, and we may get litigation and discovery to be able to get to the truth of that matter. Max Blumenthal, editor at The Gray Zone, thanks so much for joining us as always.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
Reportedly raped to death. Probably likes Max's what? Yeah. I want to crank it up, but I also want to watch this.
I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
And that is why they want him gone.
Rape
Plain and
Island.
simple. Trump and Israel are looking to oust
Reportedly
the only
Raped Island.
Republican who fought to expose pedophiles in America. Go figure. This is Representative Thomas Massey. He represents Kentucky's 4th District, and he's been a member of Congress since 2012. He campaigned on the MAGA platform with Trump in 2016,
Hey, John,
2020, and in
Glad you're here.
2024 on ending the forever wars, releasing the Epstein files, and making America healthy again. Except only one of them really meant it. Since taking office, Trump has launched a disastrous war in Iran on behalf of Israel.
The president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed.
He's also called the Epstein files a hoax.
I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
And he infuriated Maha by supporting a multinational conglomerate, Bayer, to continue to spray potentially harmful pesticides on America's crops. Not ideal, I would say, and probably not what most Americans had in mind when they elected Trump to be president. Massey, on the other hand, has fought against all three. He's spoken out against the war in Iran, which is still technically illegal and without congressional approval. On top of that, he's called out Bayer, the pesticide manufacturer that is poisoning our food supply, allegedly.
What about bird shit?
I rise today to let the American people know that this government is under siege. All three branches of this government is under siege by lobbyists and lawyers from a German company named Bayer.
Oh.
They spent over $9 million lobbying
I thought he was going to say Zog.
the executive branch and the legislative branch so that they don't have to be liable for any damages that their herbicide causes, otherwise known as Roundup.
Love him or hate him, it takes a lot of balls to stand up to a multinational corporation. And it takes even more balls to stand up to the Epstein class.
That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
Oh.
That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison. And the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail.
Wow.
And until then, this is still a cover-up.
And that is why they want him gone. plain and
You know,
simple.
you
Since
need
then,
a
the
you need a
Republican
lot
primary
of
in Kentucky's 4th district,
you need a
a
lot of
tiny
Roundup to
district in
get
northern
cancer
Kentucky,
from it.
has become the most expensive House primary race in U.S. history, with most of that money coming from one very troubling source.
They've spent $10 million against me. And when I say they, I hope we get into they.
Yes.
And it's going to be close. It's just going to be, the result is going to be based on who turns out.
So it was 81% margin, 76, 75, like full-on blowouts in the Republican primary in your district in Kentucky, and now it's within a couple of points and you could lose.
Correct.
And the difference is they have spent $10 million against you.
$10 million.
I don't think anyone would dispute that. That's the difference. The money
Why would they
poured
vote
into
out
this race
Massey,
from outside
though?
of Kentucky is basically pushing you to the point of almost losing, and you may lose.
I mean, it
Where'd
doesn't
that
go
money
on
come
the
from?
part that you eat.
Well, it didn't come from regular people. It's come from billionaires, and 95% of it, at least 95%, has come from the Israeli lobby.
People say that my brain has turned to mush and that I have something called IDS,
the
Israel
weeds.
Derangement Syndrome.
You know?
And maybe I do. But, yo, in this situation, Israel is straight up trying to buy this election because Thomas Massey had the gall to oppose the war in Iran and to try to expose Epstein, who is an alleged
it sucks
Israeli
anyway.
spy. That fact should frighten anybody who still gives a lick about American democracy and American
I'm
sovereignty.
just saying, like I read
And now in the
I read all the
11th hour,
files about
they are
it, you
rolling
know,
out
for
the
work. 'cause
tried
we do
and
roundup
true
cases,
tactic, and
like it's like it passed like all these tests because like to get cancer from it, you need to like bathe in it, like you need to have so much of it. Like they didn't, like all the initial tests never caught it because the dosages that you needed to have were like beyond the scope of the testing. But turns out people like, you know, when you give people like a cheap and easy like weed killer like that, they use too much of it, you know, so like that's why. It's not that it's like used a little bit, it's that they used it just excessive, crazy industrial amount. And it's not safe for that. It's actually pretty safe though. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it's like it's bad at scale. That's the thing. It's like typical in this country. It's like you can use it, you know, moderately. You have to like dump it. You know, like, I think it was like a school janitor was one of the first guys. He was like just like spraying like all the fucking, you know, every day for like 20 years or something. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not like that. Like you can spray it on the weeds in your yard your whole life and be fine, right? Like it's like you need to use it like professionally to get cancer from it. It's got to be like part of your job, you know? Yeah, no, Bayer did some fucking maneuvering. They still have to pay though. They're not getting out of that. But they restructured because it was like dragging down their valuation. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not that bad if you use it like moderately, but what happens is they use it fucking just gnarly amounts all the time on everything. Probably be alright. I wouldn't worry about it. Probably a lot
quite
more
ironic,
dangerous
I
things.
might add, that Thomas Massey is a sexual deviant. Okay, it
Yeah,
says
the
breaking
specific
bombshell
type of it,
accusations
yeah.
hit Representative Thomas Massey.
We
A woman
definitely have
named Cynthia
glyphosate
West,
out there.
identifying herself as Massey's former girlfriend, is claiming that Massey pressured her into sexually deviant behavior and bribed her with $5,000 to stay quiet. He then had her fired from a congressional staffer job when she refused.
In the course of filling out those documents, did you by any chance list Thomas Massey
I
as a
did.
potential witness?
Did, yes.
How did he react to that?
Well, out of courtesy, when I started
Made
the
up.
process, I
Fake.
called him up to let him know.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And he was very angry, and he said, "You're just you're just one person, that you can't make a difference, that you need to just walk away. And then he had $5,000 that he said that he would give me if I would just walk away.
Fertilizer? Jesus Christ.
I didn't take it though.
Look, I don't know what's true or not true in these allegations. Actually, I do want to point out that the community note on that post literally says that these claims against Representative Massey are unverified with no public evidence of a filed complaint, and that West, Cynthia West, the accuser, was employed by Representative Spartz, another member of Congress, and not Thomas Massey. That being said, I think one smart thing to do in these kinds of situations is to look for a pattern of behavior, right? If he's done this once, he'll probably have done it a few times. And in this case, this lady, Cynthia West, has done it a few times. Right now, she's running for a board seat on the Okaloosa School Board, and she is also accusing the superintendent of the school district that, once again, she's actively campaigning for a board seat on, of having an affair. So that's two people now. More counter evidence, this time presented by Stephen Doan. He is a lawyer and a state representative of Kentucky, and he posted, quote, "As a family law attorney who has represented numerous victims of domestic violence, I have been deeply troubled by the circulating sworn statement from Cynthia West alleging emotional abuse by Congressman Thomas Massey. After listening to the statement twice, I was struck by the complete absence of any specific verifiable allegations. There were no claims of physical abuse, no harassment communications, no documented threats, and no evidence of any kind, only vague assertions without supporting facts. Out of professional duty, I have examined the available record. Ms. West has a documented history of making false abuse allegations. Notably, during the very period she claims to have been involved with Congressman Massey, she filed sworn accusations of emotional and physical abuse against the father of her children. On October 1st, 2024, she swore under oath in an affidavit to these claims. However, after the court reviewed all the evidence, the allegations were dismissed in full." So it's almost like a pattern is emerging, not against Thomas Massey, but against this woman, Cynthia West. Now, I found this interesting aside in that a few days before she publicly accused Massey of being a, quote, sexual deviant, Cynthia West was posting about how important it is that we all remember the Holocaust. Just an observation, and I'll leave it at that. I'm not at all saying don't believe women. I'm just saying let's look at the evidence, of which she has none, and also let's look at past behavior. In her case, some very, I would say, troubling patterns have emerged. Okay, let me teach you guys how to critically assess allegations made against politicians, okay? Understanding the Massey accusations for dummies, whoever made this, absolute genius. In terms of,
the water is turning
look at
my
the chart,
replay
how
sad.
close are we to election day, and the odds the accusation is fake or entirely political. Look at that curve, okay? This is not tried and true, okay? I'm sure there's outliers to this, but, take this into account, I would say. The Massey campaign has issued a statement saying, quote, "These last-minute dirty tricks don't merit a response. The trashy lies they're putting out now demonstrates how desperate they are." So, speaking of which, where do we currently stand in the polls, right? Massey and Tucker, they're discussing. It is very, very close. These numbers were just released today, and wow, would you look at that? A significant age gap between who is breaking for Massey and who is supporting Gallrin, his opponent. So basically, everybody under the age of 55 is breaking heavily towards Thomas Massey. Everybody above 55 is supporting Trump's
Who votes in the Republican
Gallrin.
primary?
So once again, we got boomers voting for more war and maintaining the corrupt status quo. What a shocker. I want to add one final data point to today's conversation, which is the brazen bragging of the Israeli lobby in that apparently whoever they endorse wins and whoever they oppose will lose 100% of the time. Think about what that means for a second. You cannot win an election in America unless you've been endorsed by the Israelis. Is that still a democracy? Are we still a sovereign nation? We'll find out in less than a week. That is it for me today. Let me know what you guys think. Do you support Thomas Massey?
That doesn't mean that everyone who won was backed by them. Just the ones that they backed won.
Think he deserves to lose because he crossed Trump and Israel and is a traitor? Sound off in the comment section below. I personally will be traveling to Kentucky this week to cover this issue this campaign on
Really?
the ground, unpaid. So
That's
if you want to
cool.
support my journalism, you can become a member by going to my website,
support my journalism,
5149jameslee.com. You can also give a one-time donation, no subscription necessary, or you can also pick yourself up some merch. But if you're not able to, no worries at all. Just take a second to like this video, share with your friends and family, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you can be the first.
Some people are just scared of the brave truths that me and James Lee tell. What's this one? That was yesterday's video.
He says, I have never seen a group more in need of what our civil rights laws are designed for than Jews today. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to tell you, but he's a Trojan horse. Turns out wishing Israel a happy birthday was just the tip of the iceberg. Just to catch everybody up, I reposted a video of Spencer Pratt, who is running for mayor of LA, wishing Israel a happy birthday.
Oh my God.
A clip that has now gone viral with 1 million+ views on Instagram alone.
Happy birthday, Israel, to 70 years and 70 more.
Oh my God, that guy's gonna win, huh?
No matter who you vote for, you get Benjamin Netanyahu.
What up, Birdie?
Like, tell me, is
What's
this
going
a
on?
humiliation ritual for anyone who wants to run for office? Serious
Welcome
question.
in.
Well, yesterday
Glad
I
to
dropped
see you.
another bombshell, a private DM between Spencer Pratt and an LA voter, and it's, you can see here, up to 1.5 million views, where he called anti-Semitism a quote-unquote mind virus. He also accused current leaders of playing far too cute with anti-Semitic tropes, and he also promised more LAPD presence around synagogues and Chabad centers, and says that the DOJ should more aggressively prosecute anti-Semites. And boy, are people pissed at me. Bruh, you want Karen Bass to win? Who cares about Israel? LA needs to be saved. And they're just people calling me a straight-up anti-Semite. Laura Loomer responded, why do losers think being a Nazi is cool? Come on, I'm a Nazi now? She's doing the meme. She's literally doing the meme. So why does this matter? Well, like I've said, I'm not new to what's happening in LA or what's been happening in LA. I've been investigating the nonprofit NGO grift for several years now, which Spencer Pratt is campaigning against.
Can you explain what goes on with these NGOs? Like, how do NGOs create a system that the more we spend, and in the last 10 years, City of Los Angeles, I think, has increased homeless spending by 10x, and the homeless population has doubled, and clearly it's gotten a lot worse. What's the role that the NGOs actually play in this?
Well, first off, when you said homelessness 2x, homelessness 200x. When Mayor Bass in the debate was like, it's down 17%. These are the most cooked numbers. Even the RAND Corporation says what they're saying is 30% increase. But they just drive around and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not going in under these encampments and bridges and bushes and unzipping these tents and going into the sewers. So we don't even know the count. But let me tell you my first experience with the NGOs. After the Palisades fire, fire aid, 100 million raised. Every single person I talk to messaging me, no one's getting this money, no one's seeing $1.
No one's seeing this money, no one's getting $1. Yes, we all know. The Fire Aid benefit concert, huge scam. The Irving Azoff family, in collaboration with Live Nation and the LA Clippers, assembled 27 artists, and Fire Aid was widely promoted as a rapid response philanthropic campaign. Connie and Steve Ballmer, owner of the LA Clippers and former Microsoft CEO, committed to match every donation made during the live broadcast. The Annenberg Foundation advised the effort. I exposed all of this last year, and Joe Rogan even played my video on his show.
You want to get mad?
Yeah.
Let's get mad.
Let's get mad.
The LA Fire Fund, you know, they had this big
Fundraiser.
show, big fundraiser. They raised $100 million.
Would it all go to BLM?
Wait till you find out where the money went.
Oh.
James Lee did a thing about it on Instagram. Yeah, and there's been articles written about it where people are like,
Dude,
where's the money?
Rogan needs to have him on.
Don't trust it.
That guy with the fishing hat is not a reliable news source.
That's my #1 source of news.
And then he's trying to blame the Annenberg Foundation. That is one of the richest fucking families in California. They're worth so much fucking money.
Wonder how they got money.
I mean,
Fire Aid is getting fired. It doesn't matter. It's like
liberal ass Jamie. You fucking Ohio State paying liberal ass.
Just play the video. How about play the video and let everybody figure it out for themselves?
Let's platform this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, play a little bit.
Hey, Rialin doing some fire aid in chat. Let's go.
And as usual, I'm bringing the receipts.
LSE,
First off, according to
y'all.
reports, the Fire Aid benefit concert raised over $100 million.
Princess Kimberly and the Watcher. No more commercials for you. No longer an LOSER. Defense of the sacred homeland. That'd be cool if they had a giant blimp that was also a missile. And they just crashed it into Israel. Missile blimp. A blimp missile. A blistle. Well, it's the devil. Like, no, it's the devil controlling Netanyahu. The devil controls Netanyahu, and Netanyahu controls Trump.
Supposedly for LA fire victims. But since then, residents have been asking, where did all the money go?
$100 million raised for residents, community things, and funds that are supposed to help with the Palisades, and there's no accounting.
He played football.
Let's figure this out.
That guy was
So,
hammered.
according to the Fire Aid website, it says that all direct donations will be distributed under the advisement of the Annenberg Foundation. According to the IRS 990 form, the Annenberg Foundation is a 501c3 based in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
I live there.
This
Conchi,
is
baby.
the office building. One massive red flag
I know
right
that
away
building.
is that 33% of their annual expenses goes towards actual charity programs. The rest goes to administrative costs like executive compensation. And look at the numbers, they treat you pretty good over there, starting with top dog Cynthia Kennard, who's making $750,000 plus another 6 figures in bonuses.
She started the fire.
Basically almost 7 figures just for one person there. Here is Cynthia, aka Cinny, hanging out with Gavin Newsom, discussing, strategizing about
Cinny. What? Both of them, 6 years.
Yeah.
Anyway, just to give you a point of comparison with another nonprofit, Doctors Without Borders, they spend almost 90% of their money on actual programs versus less than 1% on administrative costs. Local journalists have also been asking, where's the money? They found, quote, the Fire Aid website names only 3 Palisades organizations that receive grants, among almost 120 organizations listed as receiving.
Couple Jew ones in there.
You see who got the money?
Couple Jew ones in there. Hold on, let me read it.
Why'd you stop?
Because he focused on the Palisades.
Just play it. Just play it. We'll talk later.
Specific to Pacific Palisades.
Let the Israel.
Those 3 are Kehelet Israel, Chabad of Pacific Palisades, and Palisades Charter High School.
Listen, Scorpion sting.
Directly reach out to the Annenberg Foundation. They were kind of given the runaround, various extension numbers. Somebody saying they would call them back. No one called back.
Well,
Also
customer
referring
service.
to some mysterious man named Philip, no last name. He was never found. This is just crazy. So essentially what they're doing is taking the $100 million, then paying themselves roughly 70% of it.
Wow.
And then the rest of the money they're dishing out to various other nonprofits with their own administrative expenses. And that's how $100 million just ends up disappearing.
Wow.
Hey, just reporting the facts here and knowing what you just heard, you think they are going to allow Spencer Pratt to investigate, let alone defund the Annenberg Foundation? And let's just say Spencer is good for it. Let's say he actually tries to defund these nonprofits. You don't think they're going to go, hey, you trying to take our money away? That's anti-Semitism. Spencer Pratt has also talked about the water issue in LA and how all the reservoirs are somehow empty. Well, guess who owns a lot of California's water? The billionaire couple, the Resnicks, Linda and Stuart Resnick. Okay, in a series of secret meetings, it says right here, in 1994, the Resnicks seized control of California's public water supply. Now they've built a business empire by selling it back to working people. And the money they're making, well, it's going over here, funding this other very horrible thing. Quote, based on tax records from their foundation, they've given anywhere from $500,000 to $2 million to the Israeli military every year, with most of it funneled through an outfit called the American Friends of the Israeli Defense Forces. Are you guys getting what's going on here?
You really think Spencer Pratt will go after the Resnicks? He says, I have never seen a group more in need of what our civil rights laws are designed for than Jews today. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to tell you, but he's a Trojan horse. The other day, I reported that the United Jewish Coalition, which is a group, a global coalition uniting Jewish organizations to support Israel, has endorsed Spencer Pratt for mayor of Los Angeles.
Oh no.
None of this is a coincidence. People are like, hey, he's just running for LA mayor. Why are you talking about foreign policy? My answer, because it matters a lot. Back to the DMs. Quote, as a practical matter, I will direct LAPD to ramp up patrols around synagogues and Chabad centers. I would say nothing inherently wrong with that until you learn about what's been happening with police forces in American cities that are heavily influenced by the state of Israel, which I investigated last year. Take a listen. In the forest behind
Too many
me
goddamn
is
parentheses.
a sprawling police training facility built on 85 acres of land right here in Atlanta, designed to prepare law enforcement for increasingly intense urban challenges.
Oh my goodness. Gina. This is so dangerous.
Or in other words, the continued militarization of American policing. But what most people aren't talking about is the complex web of private donors, corporate interests, and one key foreign interest whose involvement raises serious questions.
The counterterrorism activities
sacred defense
and
of the
Israel has dealt with this
homeland.
for such a long time.
For decades, pro-Israel groups have poured millions of dollars into training U.S. law enforcement officers in Israeli counterterrorism and crowd control methods, tactics that are now being used to manage protests and dissent on American streets. The crucial question we have to ask is, why is Israel, a foreign nation, investing millions of dollars to shape U.S. law enforcement strategies? What could they stand to gain from influencing how American police are trained and deployed? And today, we're gonna find out. The relationship between U.S. law enforcement and Israeli military forces can be traced back to the early 1990s. In 1992, the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, GLE, was established to facilitate training between U.S. police officers and Israeli counterparts, sending hundreds of officers each year to Israel to learn counterterrorism, crowd control, and surveillance tactics. After 9/11, the number of these kinds of exchange programs proliferated,
If
with
you
funding
jump,
from not
if
only
you jump
American
over a car,
taxpayers,
you get,
but also
you
prominent
get
pro-Israel
a free
advocacy groups
get
like
out
the
jail ticket.
Anti-Defamation League and the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs.
Deputy Chief, and I'm in charge of Homeland Security for the Cleveland Police.
I'm the Chief of Police in Montgomery County, Maryland. I'm with the San Diego Sheriff's Department. I'm the Homeland Security Director for the state of Alabama.
As of the latest available estimates, more than 120,000 U.S. police officers have been trained by Israeli officials, importing harsh techniques the Israelis use to control Palestinians in the West Bank and applying them to control racial minorities in America, particularly in black and brown communities. One of the most controversial consequences of the U.S.-Israel law enforcement collaboration has been the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, known as Cop City.
We are getting the first look at the new Public Safety Training Center, the project which protesters called Cop City. Cop City. Cop City.
Cop City would allow police officers to train in simulations of urban environments, practicing military-style tactics such as crowd control, riot suppression, and house-to-house searches. The facility would even include mock storefronts, schools, and homes, meant to replicate the urban environments in which police are often deployed. Cop City has, however, also become the flashpoint of national controversy, with activists drawing direct links between the facility's design and Israel's mini Gaza urban warfare training center in the Negev desert in Israel, which was established to simulate Palestinian urban centers.
We built here a huge infrastructure that try to make sure that when you fight in a village, you know how to fight in a village, to make sure that you know who is the enemy, where is the enemy, and who is the people that you don't want.
In January of 2023, a large demonstration at the construction site turned deadly when police shot and killed an activist. Manuel Tortuguita Pais Terran, who had been camped out in the forest to prevent its construction.
So we were just laying in bed talking, and then all of a sudden we heard and saw just like 15 or so police in full military like combat gear, like with AR-15s just like coming through the woods directly at us. We were waiting to be put into a transport vehicle, and that's when I heard gunshots.
Target practice?
I screamed when I heard it.
Holy shit.
And the
That's a
police
lot of
officer that
gunshots.
had me also responded oh. They knew something bad happened.
While the Atlanta Police Department initially claimed that Tortuguita had fired first, body cam footage that was later released indicates the initial shot may have been fired by one of their own officers.
Fuck your own officer.
In June of 2023, Atlanta residents collected over 116,000 signatures, almost double the number required, seeking to place the question of Cop City's construction on the ballot. However, the city government, led by Democrat Mayor Andre Dickens, blocked this referendum. The city rejected the first version of the petition based on a technicality, and when it was resubmitted, the city of Atlanta sued the petitioners, arguing that the referendum was unconstitutional in the state of Georgia. Now, in 2025, as Cop City becomes operational, that appeal is still currently sitting with the 11th Circuit. How democratic of the Democratic Party to ignore the will of the voters. But why? Because beyond being controversial for its militarized design, there is an obvious question we need to ask. One with, as it turns out, perhaps a not so obvious answer. Who is shelling out the $90 million to build it?
Israeli expertise in areas such as counterterrorism, cybersecurity are acclaimed and respected around the world. Any of the strategies that I pursue as the 59th mayor of Atlanta were informed by my Project Interchain experiences.
Yes, it turns out Cop City is being funded by corporate billionaires with deep ties to the country of Israel, specifically pro-Israel lobbying groups like AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Notably, Bernie Marcus, the late co-founder of Home Depot, has contributed millions of dollars to the Atlanta Police Foundation, which oversees the construction of Cop City. He was also a major donor to AIPAC. Another donor with ties to AIPAC is Douglas Hertz, the CEO of United Distributors. Also, a surprising fact that many are unaware of, Georgia is actually the U.S.'s 7th largest exporter to Israel, with exports totaling over $389 million a year. And since 1996, Georgia companies have received nearly $615 million in foreign military financing contracts, which have supported defense companies like Northrop Grumman and Hewlett-Packard. Somebody warned us about the merger between corporate and state, and in this case, a foreign state no less. Other corporate investors include major firms such as Bank of America, Chick-fil-A, and Coca-Cola, showing a clear overlap between pro-corporate and pro-Israel causes, both of which benefit from the expansion of militarized policing practices in Atlanta and the rest of the country. And I want to remind everybody, by definition, investments are made with the assumption that there will be a return. In this case, Israel's influence on American policing, particularly in the context of protests that challenge U.S. policies on Israel, places Israel in a unique position to safeguard its interests by relying on U.S. police to enforce its own narrative, especially as anti-Israel sentiment rises among American citizens. And the construction of Cop City in Atlanta is a direct manifestation of this influence. As protests against Israel's actions in Gaza continue to rise, U.S. police, equipped with Israeli tactics, are positioned to suppress opposition to Israel's policies. This dynamic has become even more pronounced under the Trump administration, which has sought to stifle anti-Israel activism by declaring it a form of anti-Semitism and threatening legal and financial repercussions.
You're going to be under arrest. So turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
Okay,
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
You're
under
arrest
for
anti-Semitism. Okay, he's not. I understand. He's not resisting.
Put your arm around. Don't worry about it. You're going to have to come with us. Don't worry. I'm going with you. Don't worry.
Hi, Amy. Yeah, they just like handcuffed him and took him. I don't know what to do. And what should I do? I don't know.
Look, I really have nothing against Spencer Pratt. I want to believe that he is the
More like
Batman
Spencer
of LA
Fat.
and that he's going to save LA from rampant crime,
Spencer
from homelessness,
Fat.
from the NGOs, from the
Hey.
homeless industrial complex, clean up the streets, clean up the city's
Don't
corruption.
fall for it, LA.
And maybe he will.
He's
I'm
just
not able to
Cuomo.
predict the future.
West Coast
if I
Cuomo.
could, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. But what I can do is follow the money to expose certain financial connections so we can all have a better understanding of someone's financial incentives, because I think that's usually how people behave. In this case, I actually think Spencer Pratt has a good chance of winning. So, for the sake of the future of LA, I hope I'm wrong. That is all for me this week. Let me know what you think. Is my skepticism about Spencer Pratt warranted in your eyes? Sound off in the comment section below. Also, if you want to support my journalism, you can become a member by going to my website, 5149jameslee.com. You can also give a one-time donation there. I know cash is tight for many. Or you can pick yourself up some merch. But if you're not able to, no worries at all. Just take a second to like this video, share it with your friends and family, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you can be the first to know when my next video drops. As always, thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you in the next one.
I'm friends with everybody. Why can't we all just get along? It's like trying to tell Iran and Israel to get along. It's not going to happen.
We're like Israel. You know what I'm saying? UFOs are training humanity. Do you love Giorgiani? Shit. I got a game. Dude, they found Nibiru. Or not Nibiru, whatchamacallit.
Far beyond Pluto, astronomers just caught a tiny ice world doing something it absolutely shouldn't be able to do. Breathe. During a blink, and you miss it alignment, a distant star didn't simply wink out behind 2002 XV93. The light melted away, as if passing through a ghost-thin veil of gas around a body only about 300 miles wide. So how is this mini Pluto hanging on to air it shouldn't keep? And what woke it up out there in the dark? In this video, we're following that clue. Let's get started.
It's Nibiru. I told you. It's confirmed. It's
far
coming
beyond Neptune, in the
2039.
dim outskirts of the Kuiper Belt, a modest ice rock called 2002 XV93 quietly orbits the Sun. It's a few hundred kilometers across, tiny compared with Pluto, and until recently, it was just another faint point of light, a frozen relic from the solar system's first days. At that distance, even big telescopes can't resolve a disk, let alone surface details. To learn anything more, astronomers have to wait for rare moments when geometry does the work for them. On January 10th, 2024, XV93 happened to pass directly in front of a background star, as seen from parts of East Asia, casting a narrow, racing shadow over observatories in Japan. This kind of stellar occultation lasts only seconds and demands precise predictions and careful coordination.
But maybe they fucked
But
it
it
up.
can reveal the size and even the environment of an otherwise featureless point. If XV93 were just a bare, airless lump, the star's light should have blinked off almost instantaneously as the object passed in front of it, then snapped back just as abruptly. Instead, the light curve from multiple stations showed a smooth fade and recovery, as if the starlight had been bent and softened by a veil of gas before being fully blocked. Modeling that signature points to an atmosphere with a surface pressure around 100 to 200 nanobars, about 50 to 100 times thinner than Pluto's already tenuous air, and millions of times thinner than Earth's. What that atmosphere is made of, nitrogen, methane, carbon monoxide, or some mix, and how such a small, cold body can hang on to it are still open questions. For now, the surprising part isn't that scientists have solved XV93's story. It's that a world this small seems to have any breath at all. By the usual playbook, 2002 XV93 shouldn't be able to hold on to any air at all. And that's exactly why this result is so awkward for our theories. With weak gravity and a paper-thin atmosphere only about 100 to 200 nanobars at the surface, any gas molecules should leak away on timescales far shorter than the age of the solar system. Calculations suggest this envelope would dissipate in under 1,000 years, unless something is topping it up. So where is the gas coming from? One straightforward idea is violence. a relatively recent impact by an icy body that shattered crust, excavated buried volatiles, and briefly wrapped XV93 in a transient shell of vapor. In that picture, we've simply caught the object in a short-lived afterglow phase, and future occultations might show the atmosphere steadily thinning away. A more intriguing option is slow cold activity. Cryovolcanism, vents or fractures that leak nitrogen, methane, carbon monoxide, or other ices from the interior, could act like a tiny pump, continually bleeding just enough gas to keep the atmosphere alive over longer timescales. That would imply that even a small Kuiper Belt body can have internal processes we didn't expect. Complicating things further, James Webb observations haven't revealed obvious patches of volatile frost on the surface that could simply sublimate into gas. If the fuel isn't sitting on top, it may be locked underground, released only when something cracks, heats, or stirs the interior. That's why XV93 is so valuable. The question isn't just, does this tiny world have an atmosphere? It's what hidden engine, impact, internal plumbing, or something we haven't thought of yet is feeding it? And how long can that defiance against gravity last? The next step is confirmation. The evidence comes from one occultation event, and while the signal is important, scientists will need additional observations to understand what is happening around 2002 XV93. Future stellar occultations will be especially useful. Astronomers will look for the same kind of gradual dimming pattern when the object passes in front of another star. If the pattern appears again, the case for an atmosphere becomes stronger. If it changes or disappears, that may tell scientists the atmosphere is temporary. This is where the discovery becomes more than a single observation. Different outcomes would support.
After being demonetized 3 months ago in a possible attempt by the academic world to silence me, instead of running away, I have completed the mission, fulfilling a promise I made to you over 10 years ago. With over 400 pages, 52,000 words, and around 250 hand-illustrated images, I have finally finished my magnum opus, the most definitive, in-depth exposé of the ancient world ever created. A literal mountain of undeniable evidence, the ultimate ancient mystery completely unraveled for the first time in modern history. Presenting to you the first complete manual of a lost and hidden antiquity, which not only proves its past existence beyond doubt, but for the first time ever, revealing to the masses just what this pre-flood world once looked like, what our now lost ancestors once achieved, but most importantly of all, why. Exposing in tremendous detail the real existence of this grand and still ongoing conspiracy, a conspiracy to hide our own historical legacy from the world at large. For this not lost knowledge, but rather exhibits discovered, collected, simply to then be ignored, dismissed, and ultimately covered up. Having rejected attempts by the academic world to pay me off, I have instead set out to crucially expose the specific hidden inner workings of this occulting behavior, so that you, as I have, may learn how to destroy it. Exposing the many institutions created to uphold this conspiracy, but also, and in equal extraordinary detail, just what it is they have long been hiding. For you, dear reader, will also soon realize the motive behind this ancient madness. Undeniable evidence presented in exquisite detail, the clear evidence of ancient high technologies that they were once utilizing to build these astonishing places, solving many long-standing mystery histories from a lost and hidden legacy. So prepare, for everything you thought you knew about our past is about to be demolished, corrected, and rewritten before your very eyes, inevitably triggering a dramatic shift in the way one looks upon the ancient world, and bestowing you, my dear reader, with my very own armory of ancient knowledge. Do not hesitate to grab a copy while it's still out in the wild. Link to physical copies, or an ebook version can be found in the description and pinned comment. And thank you to all of you for all of your support over these many years, having now gone full circle, enabling me to gift you this precious knowledge back to you as a result and as repayment for your loyalty. And so, without any further ado, let's begin. Chapter 4: Impossible Ancient Stone Cutting Machines. This precision stone cutting ability then far beyond the capabilities of the many primitive tribes academically pinned to their creation. For together, the connecting features I am about to reveal will put to rest any doubt that these places, some of which claimed as once the work of slaves, built with nothing more than stone hammers and copper chisels, is nothing but a blatant lie. For although astonishing ancient sites such as that of Petra in Jordan, or as you will see its little sister Hegra, also known as Mada-in Saleh within Saudi Arabia, with their many globally familiar laser-like stone-cut designs, along with their many once perfectly executed structures, each cut straight out of the bedrock, were all, regardless of who is claimed, once the creation of the same civilization. These repeating patterns, these same stone-cutting abilities found all over the planet, still on display for all to see, yet are seemingly overlooked as such due to the considerable efforts that are put into preventing these countless, undeniable connections from ever being consciously made, and thus are rarely academically investigated. These clear and unexplainable anomalies left for all to see, undeniable evidence of these places having once been constructed using the same tools by the same civilization, and indeed during the same period within history, if of course one is willing to see it. Stone-cut structures and megalithic ruins, although long claimed by those handsomely funded to explain them, were accomplished within a specific and permitted timeline. They were in fact built far before, within a timeline now actively hidden via this exact system of selective funding of a permitted window of historical exploration, all of which inevitably producing very specific, predictable, yet ultimately academia's desired results. These diagonal and long attested chisel marks, for example, are anything but. Instead, just like that of polygonal masonry, present in many areas of many different sites across the world, often to be found in areas evidently assumed would never be seen, either by the original builders or indeed that of academia. Yet thanks to the looting natural erosion, and an eagle eye can still be found in a wide array of places, and upon countless roughly cut, often unfinished or exposed megaliths now on the surface, all but reveal who it was that really built these seemingly impossible ancient places. With one particular site of note being that of the Longyu Cave System in China. Undoubtedly, one of the most incredible examples of this ancient identifiable feature, with this lost tech and technique clearly once utilized in not only the building of the system, but the overall decoration of the entire ancient wonder. Accidentally rediscovered in 1992 when a group of farmers set about draining what locals had long believed were infinity wells. Carved from many million metric tons of solid stone, all cut out and somehow mysteriously disposed of, with nobody ever having been able to successfully locate any of the waste material. Millions of tons of rock seemingly vanished. Every square inch of its walls, floors, and ceilings, however, are found drenched in this uncannily symmetrical diagonal design.
Wow.
With these particular diagonal tool marks, another feature found worldwide, making the Longyu Cave System one of the best examples to use as a guide of its form, enabling one to establish who built the cave system and indeed many of Earth's other prehistoric sites. These diagonal tool marks, again, are found throughout antiquity, as if whatever machine they were using to undertake these jobs, not only incredibly advanced and precise, but capable of cutting enormous volumes of stone with seeming ease. A knowledge that was either the possession of a global superpower or more likely due to the variety of religious iconographic themes also present throughout antiquity, was a tech shared and disseminated through the various colonies of the earth. Thus, if one searches for these markings, ignoring the academically argued claim of them as mere decoration done by hand, of course, this mechanical-esque finish can be found left by this machine the world over, clearly once responsible and capable of cutting the stones of Baalbek, or indeed the little-known yet equally fascinating site of the Corkscrew Quarry, Cave de Cuse, hidden within southern Italy. Here one will find undeniable evidence of another globally shared knowledge and technology, with the Corkscrew Quarry a clear display of just how enormous these machines must have been.
I don't think we use that so much anymore.
Its enormous ancient marks still to be found amongst this ancient limestone, displaying just how big the stones this tech was once able to cut before being moved. These markings can be another item in your armory when searching for this hidden world of ruins. These diagonal, sometimes corkscrew tool marks are in fact present at nearly every unexplained polygonal, megalithic, even pyramidal sites on Earth, if indeed one searches hard enough. Yet as mentioned, they also display a vast and varying array of marks left by an equally large variety of now lost and ignored ancient machines. With these same machines once responsible for creating the diagonal style found within Long Yu, also once used to liberate the some 14,000-ton megaliths within Yangshan Quarry within China. Stones which, due to their simply enormous size, have predictably been long academically argued as impossible to have moved, and thus, according to academic opinion, they were doing all this undercutting apparently with the intention, after it presumably fell crushing all beneath, to then cut this huge stone into hundreds of smaller blocks. With this academic explanation in reality, a simply illogical and weak attempt at dismissing what we can all see they were doing, and indeed
look at the size of that
do
block
after cutting it free. That being, of course, to lift it, tasks that were all mysteriously and abruptly abandoned, with possible proof of their clear intention to move the entire stone once liberated.
Look at the giant
can
handles
indeed
they
still
put
be
in.
found upon these magnificent, unfinished megaliths in the form of yet another enigmatic, unexplained, and thus lost knowledge of this mysterious civilization. Proof in the form of what has come to be known as the protuberances. Notches also now located across the planet, and in particular abundance within Peru.
Oh no, are
with
you
them
in
nearly
debunker?
always
Are
found
you
upon
coming
its
in
many
here to
polygonal
debunk
walls.
Deltoid? Are you that kind of
These
guy?
mammoth stones left unfinished within the quarry, all academically denied as ever being intended to be lifted or moved in their entirety. Yet they were nonetheless almost free and moving when those cutting them mysteriously vanished. With these mysterious knobbles already present, a feature we will cover in more depth shortly, were already fortunately cut down into their form. Identifiable marks not only pinning these works, and indeed the, as mentioned, diagonal tool marks still to be found perfectly preserved to the same civilization, but allowing Yangshan to neatly dovetail into the many other impossible feats of the true builders of these sites. With some, as you will see, also allowing the pinning of the polygonal world hidden all around us to this group as well. And as one's knowledge and awareness of these repeating features inevitably grows as we work our way through them, you too will discover many of these ancient signatures overlap with one another across nearly all of Earth's oldest surviving ruins. The basalt floor, for example, located at the foot of the Great Pyramids, laser-precise cuts and machined holes can be found. Holes from ancient rotatory technologies, leaving countless clean, and in some cases, even misstarted drill holes. Undeniable evidence of these tools' past speed and indeed existence left for all to see still visible upon and through some of the toughest stone on
Guarantee you, this guy knows a shitload
Earth.
more about this stuff than anybody you know.
These mistakes, these once hidden tool marks and scars, are now due to heavy erosion, clearly visible in countless places across this floor. Indeed, the entire Giza Plateau as a whole. Tools clearly also once responsible for the clean-cut quarried stones of Peru covered in the previous chapter. quarries once created for polygonal blocks, or perhaps another style entirely. A lesser-known, rougher, more primitive counterpart, one now known as Cyclopean masonry, also found the world over, with many of these equally inexplicable Cyclopean works in some rare areas also exhibits this overlapping of methods and signatures. However, in this case, instead of enabling the identification of additional antediluvian ruins, it instead gives one a rare glimpse into the evolution
looks
of
like
styles.
repairing the
A
polygonal.
visual example of the builder's chronological and technological development from that of Cyclopean into the noticeably more refined, intricate, and superior polygonal technique, which, as the image reveals, is a spot that I found with these clearly polygonal blocks built atop this earlier phase of Cyclopean masonry. An unbroken archaeological timeline revealing how this lost civilization developed and accomplished these feats in linear fashion.
History's so good. What do you mean? I learned a lot from that shit. Diary of a CEO, yeah, you see it? 1.3 million views. He has Dan Farah and Hal Putoff on. You wanna watch this? What do you mean? He just finished, like I said, he just wrote a book, putting together his theory, you know, it's what fucking people do. What? I don't know, archaeologists, like, that dude's definitely like an academic of some kind. And, like, there's no other reason why they would hide their identity like that. But this guy knows about every fucking site. I'm telling you, so many sites, these ancient sites with these fucking anomalous architectural features, they're unknown. You've never heard of them. I've never heard of them. Like, all the other channels that talk about this stuff, it's like so few of them go into the kind of depth that this guy is. Most of those other channels are just trying to like sell tours, you know? They do like pyramid or like Peru vacation things and they want you to like book a tour on it. This guy, this mystery history guy, doesn't do no tours, doesn't sell shit. He just is about fucking, he travels the world and documents site after site after site with these just enormous fucking blocks with the same exact architectural style all over the world. All over the world. The bottom layer all over the world is this really nice stonework. And then it's just gone. Yeah. How fucking... What? Dude. Comparing polygonal masonry to, like, fucking prison scratches is ridiculous. Like, what are you... You're a fucking moron, dude. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. That's not what that is. That's not the same thing. Carving the stone block, like carving your name in a block, is not the same thing as fucking like quarrying 1,000-ton fucking granite blocks and then dragging them for like fucking dozens of kilometers. That's You know, those aren't the same thing at all. Like, not even remotely related.
Let's talk about what you think are some of the more authentic or you know, believable pictures.
Yes, I'll have to defer a little bit here to the experts. I'll have to turn to men like Bruce Maccabee and others who have examined some of the cases. I'll mention one in particular. The first one that comes to mind, to my mind, and I think to maybe the minds of many others, is the McMinnville, Oregon case.
Yeah. It's ridiculous that they go to astronomers to evaluate UFOs.
This was in
and it's like,
1950,
that's not
as I recall,
the
in
same
March.
thing at all.
A long time ago, at a time when the special work that Tim does would not be available to any technology that we can imagine. The photography, the two pictures were taken. They were taken, I believe, in the morning, was it, or was it late afternoon? I don't recall.
It was the morning.
The shading and shadows involved were part of the contention that some were wrestling with. But anyway, what happened, she went out to feed the chickens or do something, and she saw something strange in the sky.
No way those fucking McMinnville people would have
He
made
came
that
out
up.
and then went back in, got
It's
his
like
camera, came
before
out
anybody even knew what the fuck they
of
were
a
looking
discoid
for.
object, which by Bruce's measurements and calculation tends to have been somewhere around 30 to 35 feet in diameter, roughly a mile away, had a flat bottom, sort of a beveled and dome-shaped top with a little spire slightly askew up top, center. And the other picture
That looks
shows
like the
more
Nazi
of it in
one, by the way.
a lifted edge view, so that the bottom appears to be dark, but the tip
If I were
of
so
that
inclined to
spire
believe
is
that the
still
Nazis
visible.
had
These two
flying
pictures
saucers.
have been subjected to all kinds of scrutiny, and the consensus of the opinions of many people, not just Bruce, seems to be that they are in fact valid photography of a completely unknown object.
Those fucking people,
There seems
those
to have
old
been no
farmers
motivation
didn't make
whatsoever on the
fucking
part of the Trents to
hoax flying
make any money
saucers.
of this thing. Matter of fact, when somebody or Dr. Hynek went out to find the photography or talk to them about this, they found it under the couch in the living room. You know? That's not where you put it if you intend to put it on a magazine someplace. Here's one of a series of pictures of a strange object which approached the island of Trindade off the coast of Brazil on January 16, 1958. It's regarded as authentic by most who have examined the circumstances and was taken from a Brazilian Navy survey ship. It was seen by nearly all of the crew on deck at the time. This shot of the same object shows a side view resembling a slightly squashed planet Jupiter with a dense ring around its midsection.
What are these things,
Here's
man?
an enlargement
Why do
of
they
the
all look
object in
different?
one of the
It's
most
so weird.
interesting photos of a distant object seen
Why are
in
they
the
all
night
different?
sky. It was taken by 14-year-old Alan R. Smith before dawn.
Why are they all
Tulsa,
different, dude?
Oklahoma,
They're
on
all
the 2nd
different.
of August, 1965.
They're all like a little bit different. It's so bizarre.
It's unidentified after very careful case investigation and photo analysis. I recently spoke to Mr. Smith, now a grown man, still living in Oklahoma, and still convinced that it represents a true unidentified flying object. This is the first of two photos taken by Warren Smith on July 3rd, 1947, about 60 miles from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. It's interesting that it was taken the day before the reported crash of an unidentified object near Roswell, New Mexico, a case now under intense investigation and still unexplained. Here's an enlargement of the object in that previous photo.
The day before Roswell, huh?
Analysis has revealed that it was approximately a mile away and about 35 feet in diameter. It looks like an aluminum hamburger with the meat hanging out. The object had descended beyond some trees, then suddenly rose again, and Smith took this photo in a hurry. The object image is slightly blurred. Dr. Hynek examined the photography of the clouds in both of these pictures, and they indicated that there had been very little time lapse between them. Also, Warren Smith was interrogated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police regarding this incident, and he swore it was true. The penalty for lying under those circumstances would have been a $10,000 fine and imprisonment. And he defied that and claims that these were true photographs of a real, unidentified object. UFOs have been reported to be cigar-shaped, and here's one. Here's a photo of a similarly shaped object by Joe Ferrer. He reports that it had a crane-type rod which moved in, and another of the photos he took of it shows a dome-shaped object in the distance that he said emerged from this long, dark object. No technical analysis is available of this set of photographs taken near Woonsocket, Rhode Island.
Look at that thing.
Nocturnal lights are perhaps the most frequently reported, unidentified. Here we see a common light configuration, 2 white and 1 red light, in a sort of lopsided triangle hovering in the sky. This is most frequently reported. This one remains unknown. More frequently, the color of nocturnal lights is reported as orange.
Okay.
Here's a group of 3 unknown orange lights with visible diameters.
You know what you're talking about. It's going to be annoying.
These nocturnal lights were photographed and were seen by many witnesses between Southbury and Waterbury, Connecticut on May 26, 1988 at about 9:30 in the evening. Careful study of the circumstances and testimony of credible witnesses rule out the official explanation, which will be shown on the next slide. Note the repeating sequence of colored lights around what seems to be the rim of a circular object. The witnesses reported seeing only the lights, no structure. There's a small light near the inner part of the ring, which may represent a star in the distance. And if you'll notice the blue-white, the strong blue-white lights, there are the same sequence of lights going from left to right as you count around. That would be very difficult to do in this explanation as to what the FAA said was going on. Here's an artist's rendition of the FAA's official explanation. A group of ultralight aircraft flying at night in a circle at lower than safe flying regulations. There were ultralight aircraft flying, but they could not possibly appear as they did in the previous unidentified object photo. Somebody is trying to fool somebody else. Here's another true nocturnal light, still unexplained, taken by Stanley Fouch on November the 10th, 1975, when he and some friends were, just about 2 miles south of Kansas City at about 10:45 in the evening. Several time exposures of about 20 seconds each were taken. Here's one of them. At first, the object looked like a distant illuminated cucumber in the sky. Stationary at first, it then took off, and the picture here is a time exposure as it traveled across the sky, varying in intensity and color. The object, if it was an object, disappeared in the distance by virtue of its rapid motion. An interesting sidelight to this case is that months later, a professional scientist going over his magnetometer strip charts noted severe disturbances on the chart, so large that he made a notation on the side that undoubtedly his instrument was acting up. The time of the disturbance? Yes, 10:45 p.m., November the 10th, 1975. I included this shot at the cover of a publication by the Belgian UFO research organization SOBEPS, showing what they term an exceptional case. It was observed, and this photograph taken at the time of a very important case involving Belgian F-16 fighter jets tracking the object on radar during a repeated chase of amazing maneuvers. This was taken October 27th, 1979, near a tidal river mouth at Motunau, an island north of Christchurch on the east coast of the South Island of New Zealand. The photographer did not observe the cluster of lights when taking the photo at dawn about 6:15 a.m. He was trying to photograph a boat on the river, but we can't see that boat or the river in the cropped shot of the interesting and still unidentified group of lights that we see here. No structure was seen,
these are all old as fuck,
just the lights. It is not a lens flare.
It's not a lens flare.
A commercial airliner approaching Tehran airport observed and photographed these 3 objects in the night sky ahead of them. The photography is poor, but they called the terminal, and controllers told them that they were observing on their radar objects about 10 times the size of a jumbo jet in late spring of 1978 in Iran. About that same time in the spring of 1978 in Iran, a young student, up late studying for exams, had seen objects for several days and had his camera ready. Out his window, he says he saw this object and photographed it at night. The report reached the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States government, and a copy was released during a Freedom of Information Act case by researchers. The shape resembles that of the three objects in that previous photograph from the aircraft approaching the Tehran airport. Finally, on October the 8th, 1978, in Iran, near the Lake Urmia, a young man by the name of Franklin Ury and his younger brother took this picture from his home while playing soccer in their backyard. His parents were at a school meeting for teachers and came home to find the boys hiding in their bedroom. What you're looking at is that small bump of light at the edge of the roof. Let's blow that up and see a little bit more of the image of the interesting object. This one shows the edge of the house. The enlargement shows just as it was taken by the young student in Shiraz earlier that year. The shape is very similar. The parents swear that the boys could not have gone to the roof and taken a picture of a hat, which this surely resembles. And this enlargement begins to reveal three red spots in the upper section. But the closer we become to the enlarging of the object, the more detail we lose. And the same thing happens here as in the enlargement of the McMinnville photograph I mentioned earlier. But in this darker print, the red spots show up much more clearly. The witness and his family came to the United States, settled near Chicago, where they brought this photograph to the attention of Dr. Hynek. The young Franklin Ury is now a graduate of aeronautical engineering from the California University and swears that this is no hoax. On October the 8th, 1981, at about 11 a.m. local time on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, a single frame of 35mm color film was exposed to a beautiful mountain scene.
Oh, you know, these are all fake.
A sharply focused disc-like object was seen, which had not been seen by the photographer, perhaps because of the single lens reflex camera momentarily blocked her vision at the moment of exposure. Careful analysis has discounted the Frisbee explanation. Then Dr. Richard Haynes, having located no manufacturer making one with a clear circular dome in the top center, mainly because the Frisbee would be difficult to throw very far with that design. And here's an enlargement of the object in that Vancouver Island photo. If you look carefully, you can see the clear dome-shaped center, the sun reflecting from behind the photographer. This hat-shaped white object was photographed near Belotic, Yugoslavia, during 1973. And it remains unexplained. A similarly shaped object was photographed on the west coast of the USA by a man by the name of Rex Heflin. The similarity is
so
strange
bizarre.
and interesting. Here's an enlargement of the Belotic object. A young man by the name of James Allen,
Are there really this
then
many
of
fucking
Pitlochry
flying saucers?
in northern Scotland, reports
Is
that
there
he was
this
returning
many
from a
different
photographing
species
trip when he
visiting?
heard a weird whirring sound.
Just like some
and looked up
fucking Mos Eisley
and saw
shit.
this strange
Like, there's
discoid
just
object.
aliens
and took a
coming and
picture of it.
going all the time.
Researchers in
Bizarre.
Scotland felt that it must be a hoax, but Allen insists that it isn't, and has never made any attempt to profit from it.
I don't think people
It's
make
still not
hoaxes
proven
back
either way.
in these olden
Hoax
days. It's
or
so
true
hard.
UFO. The sun is to our right, and the trees on your left in the other photograph were the edge of trees nearby. Here's one of several photos of a dark circular object, slightly
Like
blurred,
throwing a pie
taken by
plate in
David
the
Knudsen
sky?
of Surrey in British Columbia, Canada, with an Instamatic X-15. If any of you know anything about astronomy and weather conditions, I'm sure you'll recognize this as a weather balloon at low elevation before it has begun to expand in the higher altitudes into which the sphere will move as it reads information about the Earth's atmosphere. A farmer by the name of Richard Mull found this strange star-shaped set of grooves in his soybean field, west of Wauseon in northwest Ohio on March 11, 1983. He could see it from the road. It wasn't too far away. He went to the spot and investigated it, and he found in the center of the depression a small hole about 2 inches in diameter, going straight down to a depth of almost 6 feet. He said there was no evidence of soil compaction to cause this. Utility people and a science professor from the University of Toledo examined the markings, but they could find no explanation for it. The professor was expecting it to have been a meteor strike, but there was no such evidence. The utility people were expecting it to be a blast from an underground service line, but it's not there. We don't know what caused that mark. 3 members of a farming family claimed to have witnessed an unusual luminescent object hovering over their land. After departing The soil over which the object allegedly hovered was found to have undergone physical and chemical changes, lasting for several months. This is the most thoroughly examined yet unexplained physical trace case on record. 2 young girls were preparing for bed and saw out their bedroom a large red object rise from the soybean field near their home farm.
Jesus Christ.
And moving swiftly over the house.
No, yeah, there was nothing there. Don't worry about it.
In the morning, they told their father of one of the girls at the breakfast table, and he told them to stop telling such wild tales. You can imagine his surprise when he examined his bean field and found the vegetation wilting where the girls said they had seen the object. This photo was taken sometime later, showing where the beans had been killed by whatever they apparently saw. These 4 photographs were sent to us by a research group in Denmark and represent the work of a commercial artist trying to get some photography for an advertisement, apparently, by the company named on the side of the building. The interesting thing about these is that these were all standard photographs. This one, however, shows this strange anomaly up here, which we don't really know what it represents. If you put a magnifying lens on that, however, and look at it very carefully, you'll see that it looks a little bit like a shaving brush in shape. But there are some interesting rings that go out around this as it goes out, as if it were, in fact, some type of an object moving through the sky in this direction and with a reaction at the back end of it as its means of motion. It's a completely unexplained image, not a lens flare. This is one of the photographs taken by Dr. Hynek from a commercial airliner in the early 1970s, we believe, from a window out of which he was able to see about a mile away or less, an interesting configuration at about the same elevation, 33,000 feet in the air. He didn't know what it was. We don't know what it was. But I put my magnifying lens on this, and I see what appears to be a break between this part of the structure and this part of the structure right there, and a little bit of a difference here. And this strangely resembles, if we were to cover this part of it, the shape very often reported by people seeing a discoid object. What it was, we don't know. An unidentified object.
Let me take you to Costa Rica in September of 1971, and I'll go very briefly here. There's a large article that has been written by myself and Dr. Villet on this case, but a government airplane was flying at 10,000 feet altitude. Its job was to take photographs of the ground every 20 seconds using a very accurate camera. On one of the frames taken, next slide please, as the airplane is flying in a straight line, here's Lake Arenal, here, it's flying on a straight line, and next slide please. Near Lake Arenal is the Lago de Cote, which is a small lake here. Here's Arenal here, down in the corner. This is to the northeast. This was the location of the ovni that was photographed from above by the government airplane. Next, I show you an enlargement of the ovni. Next slide. This is a very large, symmetrical, oval object, approximately 200 feet across, we think. But and we received the original negative from the Costa Rican government, which was 9 by 9 inches in size, very large, professional. And what the negative shows us, well, many things, but one thing is, this is not fake. This is not a blemish or an artifact on the negative. This is a real aerial object, at least 10,000 feet at the surface of the lake or closer. But the front edge of it, this edge right here, is perfectly smooth. The top edge is not smooth at all. There is a fractal-like pattern back here, but not here. Next slide, please. Here's a little larger picture of this. It looks to be a cone with a point here, with seen from the top, perhaps. There seems to be a third dimension to it. We don't know what size, perhaps 20 feet here thick, and we don't know what the other side looks like.
We're going to go through a number of slides, and I'm going to try to convince you that there is a wealth of good quality photographic evidence. Czechoslovakia. This photograph was taken by the director of the Andreev Observatory, who sent it to Dr. J. Allen Hynek, from whom I received this print. And there's no explanation for it. We don't have the exact date, unfortunately. It's about 1970s, I believe, early 70s. But it's a very interesting event, which you're going to see a very similar case in just a moment from the U.S. Navy. Next slide. Yungay, Peru. These photographs are coming from around the world. In this case, we have 2 discs. I will point out, generally they fly with the longitudinal axis horizontally. It's very unusual to get a photograph of one object, much less 2. In this case, there were 4 separate exposures taken. Next slide. This should be an enlargement of that previous. Sun angles are consistent. Shadows, reflections are consistent. Next slide. In general, we find oblate spheroids with an axis of symmetry. If you take a line and bisect the image in one direction, you can do a mirror image, and you'll find a left for right symmetry, for instance. Now, this next case is very interesting. It involves the SST Concorde on one of its very early flights, before it was put into commercial operation. And here it is flying over France. It was on a flight, next slide please, to investigate the solar corona, basically the magnetic field of the sun. And to do that, you need to be in a total eclipse situation. So they picked a day where the moon was right in front of the sun, and they positioned the airplane with a lot of equipment, scientists and so forth, at that point, and they started snapping their pictures. Well, you can actually see, a little imagination, the field lines coming down and above here in this orientation. The sun is behind the moon right here. You see the stars of the dark sky background. Next slide, please. Well, there was a scientist on board by the name of Jean Begot. He was a French astrophysicist, and he was taking pictures of this whole affair. And this is one of his photographs he took through a special optical port. You see the Earth down below, it's dark. You see the sky glow at the horizon, the Terminator there. And you see the dark sky above. You're over the Sahara Desert, flying east at a very high rate of speed, almost keeping up with the shadow. It extended the length of their observation. Well, Dr. Begot took the picture and continued to look out the picture, out the window, and he noticed this little spot of light in the sky. And so, thank you. Yes, right here. So he pointed this out to his colleagues, and they took, I believe, only one picture of it. Next slide, please. This is an enlargement of that little spot. And again, I'd like to point out this symmetrical nature. If you bisect the image this way, it's almost a left for right image. What you're going to see today are primarily reflecting phenomena. This happens to be an emitting phenomena. It seems to be giving off its own luminous energy, although we don't know what's underneath the plasma, perhaps. Well, anyway, the group of scientists on board the plane were a little worried because they knew the press was going to hear about it. They were going to be asked what it is. And so they got together and talked about what they should say, because they didn't know what it was. And so I'm paraphrasing a bit, but what they came to say was, this is possibly one of the Perseid meteor shower impacts. It was something coming in through the atmosphere and burning up, all right? Even though it was hovering there for quite some time. They failed to mention that. And then another scientist said to the press, this is published in a French newspaper, this is a phenomenon which has never happened before, which will never happen again, and is of no scientific interest. Well, I beg to differ with them. Au contraire. Next slide, please. We still don't know what it is. Tijuana, Brazil. That's where this photograph came from. And as you can see, it's been blown up. So far, we're beginning to see grain structure in the film. I'm not going to go into the detail of the photographic analysis here. It's just that would take maybe a year of graduate classes to do that adequately. Again, look at the symmetry. I try to point that out in most of these pictures. Next slide. This is a map of Vancouver Island, British Columbia. I grew up right down in here. I heard about a case that took place in Campbell River, right here. A couple had been on holiday with their 16-month-old daughter, and they were driving up to her sister's house at the north end, right up in here. And on the way, they stopped at a provincial park to stretch her leg, let the dog run, so forth. Next slide. So they're about halfway up, and she has a Mamiya 35mm camera and takes a picture of her husband and little daughter beside a lake. Then she stands up, she said to me, turned around and saw this mountain. And this cloud on the top reminded her of a volcano. So she said to herself, I'm going to take a picture. It's kind of my personal volcano. And I'm going to prove to my husband I can do a good job of photography. He'd been kidding her she couldn't take a good picture. Well, as you can tell, she took a very good picture. And in fact, she captured something in the sky that nobody that day saw. It took 2 weeks for the prints to come back, and there it was on the print. It was circulated around the neighborhood for maybe a week. It went into a drawer, or actually a shoebox in the closet, and forgotten. And I saw the picture about 2 years later, got interested in it, and did some study on it. My hypothesis is it was a Frisbee. And the husband was playing a hoax, and he taped a little dome on the top and threw it up, and she took a bunch of pictures and submitted it, okay? Well, first of all, they may have made no money on this photograph. They waited 2 years. I have the original negs, and it's the only frame on the whole roll with this picture on it, so they did a pretty good job by chance, and so forth. Next slide, please. She said her narrative is that she's focusing on the tip of the mountain, and sure enough, that's where the mountain is, near the center of the frame. If I were going to do a hoax like this, I'd focus probably or aim it at the object itself, although that's inconclusive. That's maybe a very carefully contrived hoax. And so any photograph that you have for analysis is only as good as the photographer and their motives and training, the camera, the lens, the film, the processing, the story that surrounds it, on and on and on. No photograph can stand by itself. And as we enter the digital age of photography, it's going to be almost impossible to verify the legitimacy of a UFO photograph. Analog photography is hard enough when you're down in the film grain, but digital photography is almost impossible. I once said it is impossible, and somebody cut me on that, so I'm wavering a bit. Next slide. Well, here's a blow-up of it. It is opaque to the sun, I believe. I used microdensitometry and computer enhancement and lots of other techniques, looking for a suspension thread, thinking it was a balloon supporting a model. I went out and bought a bunch of Frisbees. I'm pretty good at Frisbee now after this. I wrote to the American Frisbee Association, and I can tell you the world records and all this. Well, my wife loaned me one of these legs, little egg-shaped plastic containers that pantyhose come in, spray painted it orange, glued it on the top of the Frisbee, and I tried to throw that Frisbee. And would you believe Frisbees don't fly if there's a little dome on the top like this? It loses the lift. The lift goes away. I couldn't make it go from here to the middle of the table. So if he could do that, he's a better man than I. I don't think that Frisbees will fly with that disc on there. Well, then I took photographs of my Frisbee. Again, that's a hypothesis. Into the lab, digitized the images, looked at reflection factors and all this stuff, and there's a lot of reasons it's not a Frisbee. Next slide, please. It really is. I don't believe it's a Frisbee. I don't want to belabor the point here. Sun angles are all adequate. The presence of the cloud in the field of view gives a wonderful calibration on brightness. And I will tell you this, that the reflection off the polished portion of the object exceeds the brightness of the cloud by about 1.5 log units, base 10. Next slide. Next slide, please. Here's another enlargement, kind of halfway frame size. So this brightness right here is consistent with polished, let's say, chrome reflecting sunshine. That doesn't mean it is chrome, it means it's just has the same reflection factor, much higher than cloud, which is well known. Next slide. Well, we come to Belgium. These slides were provided to me by an organization over there that has been looking at this case. You heard about this case yesterday, actually. Yeah, triangular shaped with reddish yellow lights at each corner, and then a more orangish red light centered in the bottom. Well, this is pretty close to the original exposure of the one frame that was taken by this gentleman with a 35mm camera color film. Some very interesting things going on here. Next slide. Here's a computer enhancement done by the University of Belgium. I'm sorry, the Military Academy did this one. Where they can kind of subtract a luminance effect to get down to the real hot spots, the real bright hot spots. And if this is a rigid object, and if these are lights attached rigidly to the corners, how do we explain a V, a little U-shaped V, a bent straight line and a straight line? There's no geometry we can find of a rigid object in yaw, pitch, and roll that would explain those lights. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at some of the corner lights now, one at a time. Next slide. All right, I believe this is the lower left. In an image like this, the color doesn't mean anything, for those of you who are not familiar with the pseudo-color. But the computer can assign a color to what was once a gray, a level of gray. And since the human eye is so much more sensitive to color, it's helpful in pulling out minor details, fine details, such as this structure here in the sky background. Let's take another slide, please. That was linear. This is clearly a J. with some very interesting boundary profile around it, which is hard to understand. Next slide. And we have a little more circular area. Well, this case has not been explained. It remains an unidentified aerial phenomenon. That does not mean that it's from outer space necessarily. It means it hasn't been identified. And the Belgian government has gone on record. First of all, they were honest enough to open up the data right away, no cover-up, as far as we can tell. The military cooperated extensively, and the UFO research group, which is multidisciplinary, did a great job, not only using their own talents, but calling upon experts around the world. And that's the way this business ought to run. No classification, nothing to hide. The phenomenon is worldwide. Let's get on with it on a worldwide basis. Next slide, please. Well, the computer can also subtract and add, well, I should say subtract is a better word, background brightness, so that we can now see the outline of the object itself that was not visible in the original to the human eye. The information was there in the film, but you just couldn't see it. The computer helps you see it. And I just want to point out, it is symmetrical, and here's the axis here, so that if you flop this edge over, it matches up here. The tips here, if you want to call it a wing section, which I don't think it is. I don't think it's a lift, in other words. It's flat, it's flat. This is the rear end. My conjecture is that the central source is a source of anti-gravity, basically the support capability, and that what's going on at the corners is the attitude stabilization system, the ability to yaw, pitch, and roll in the angular dimension. Next slide, please. Sassfi, Switzerland, a professional photographer, was out hiking one day with some friends and took this picture. He, first of all, heard a noise, I understand, up ahead of him on this trail, and he had a camera along. I guess over there photographers take their cameras on the holidays. And sure enough, something starts rising up and shows up here in the picture. Next slide, please. This is a lake in Argentina at fairly high altitude. And I point this out merely, it's an example of a luminous phenomenon rather than a reflecting phenomenon. And once again, it has an axis of symmetry, which is vertical. Computer enhancements show that the main body of the object right here seems to have something protruding or a tail-like structure, like a gaseous substance or plasma or something coming out of it, coming down. It was seen by many people. Photographed by an American, I believe. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is upstate New York, a famous Hudson Valley series of sightings some of you may be familiar with. Well, I don't know if thousands, but many hundreds of eyewitnesses over quite a period of time videotaped this, got stills, as you can see, and a lot of eyewitness capability. The skeptics came along and told us this was a formation of light planes flying too close together at night. That's a marvelous flight, if they can do that. And the FAA should take their licenses away. I'm told that as the object flew along, it rotated slowly. And if airplanes can do that, that's remarkable. Multicolored points. As it flew over, it was rather large in size. People underneath it could not see the stars inside the circle, suggesting it was a solid body, and that these lights were along perhaps the perimeter.
Among the first photographs taken on the old tin-type cameras was one at Drobak, Norway, showing a photographer with the big bellows over his head and a big camera on a tripod was taking a scene of the harbor, after late afternoon scene of the harbor, early evening, and he saw an object moving from right to left across the field of view, snapped a picture of it, and got perhaps the first photograph of a UFO at close range in Earth's atmosphere in the sky here. And that picture was taken on the 27th of July in 1907 at Drobak, Norway.
Wow, 1907, holy shit.
The next picture of importance, and probably the second or third picture of UFOs taken, was photographed by Mr. Alfredo Fendricas, a weekly news magazine reporter for the paper in Portugal. And you know, the apparitions began in September, in August, 13th of August, 13th of September, and the 13th of October. In the first apparition, the children saw the sun swooping overhead, and an apparition appeared, and to 3 shepherd children, they reported that to their priest. The priest went with them the next time. The apparition happened, only the 4 people saw it. They got the word that it was going to happen a third time on the 13th of October. Now, all this is predicted in advance. And by the time of the third anticipated apparition on the 13th of October, there were 12,000 people gathered in the fields there. When the object appeared, it was brilliant. Came through saw a spot, and it emerged through the underside of the clouds. It was rotating on a vertical axis, began to swoop over the heads of the crowd like this, making low passes back and forth over the crowd. Alfredo Fandrigas got 2 pictures with his camera of the object in the sky. We have one of them here.
Debunk this. Debunk Fatima.
A brilliant ball of light below the clouds. It's a tintype, so it's not the sharpest picture of all. Then the next pictures of consequence were the pictures taken during the Japanese invasion of China and their Manchurian operation. They used aircraft, and objects appeared over the flight line of the Japanese bombers preparing for missions. They appeared following the bomber formations in flight. They appeared in the sky above formations. They even passed through formations, much like the Foo Fighters of modern war history, except they were something else then. And it was during that time, during the Manchurian occupation, that a Chinese or a Japanese general in the occupation forces was walking down the street in Tianjin, China, and his attention was drawn to an object in the sky because a street photographer, one of those with the old bellows camera, had set up, and people started pointing and shouting and pointing to the object in the sky. Rickshaws stopped, crowds stopped, people pointed. The tintype cameraman aimed his camera and took one picture of the object coming down the street. The Japanese general went over and bought it and took it back to Japan. And that's the photograph made in 1942 at Tianjin, China, in the middle, full daylight.
Wow. That's a wild photo.
The next one of any serious importance was one that was made over Los Angeles on the 24th to 25th of February, 1942. And this was after our war with Japan had started, and we had our cities in blackout at the time. Los Angeles was blacked out every night. San Francisco, San Diego, the whole west coast of the United States. And at early in the morning, like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, disc-shaped objects appeared over the city. And the anti-aircraft batteries turned on the searchlights. The objects passed back and forth through the searchlights, some dozen objects in the sky. They started, anti-aircraft batteries started firing on them, and they fired 1,430 rounds, anti-aircraft rounds of ammunition. Didn't hit a thing. They killed a few people. The falling metal from the anti-aircraft shells killed people, dogs, set houses afire, did a lot of damage, but didn't hurt any, didn't bring down any alien craft. The next one,
that's why they got the radar
serious
weapons.
Importance, again, was before, well, it was after Kenneth Arnold described flying saucers. Yeah, that was in 1949. But the next photo event of interest happened on the 17th of March in 1950 at Farmington, New Mexico, when on that day, Mr. Walter Rogel, managing editor of the Farmington Times, published news on the front page of his paper, huge saucer armada jolts Farmington. Now, what happened on that day, the town's population of about 5,000 people then, looked up and saw spaceships, circular, disc-shaped, metallic disc-shaped craft with domes on the top, passing over their city. They were changing position within the formation like a flock of bees or birds. They did not maintain a regular established formation. They were just a large gaggle of objects that flew over. Hundreds of them flew over for almost 2 hours, and the same thing happened the following day. One picture escaped collection by the military people that went there and canvassed the houses. They took all the pictures, took cameras, but somebody had in town, left town after taking the photographs and took one to Durango, Colorado, where he turned it into the Durango paper, and Durango published this one photograph. Shows about 7 or 8 of the objects in the sky, 5 of them in a loose formation at lower level, and 4 or 5 at higher levels beyond it. A bird watcher walking in the woods on the 23rd of April, 1950, was crashing through the underbrush, and he emerged into a clear area not far from Redbud, Illinois, facing the southwest. He came into a clearing from the south side, and as he stepped into the open area, he saw a large object hovering just over the scrub bushes there. Now, this was about 30 or 40 feet in diameter, and it was less than 100 feet high. It was below the tops of the trees. And as he stepped into the clearing there, it started to move, slowly at first, and then faster and faster. He had time to open his reflex camera. We look in the top, and they're hard to sight in because the scene moves the opposite direction once you move the camera. And he got it open and got one picture, and by the time he could roll the film and get set up again, it had moved so far away, he was afraid he wouldn't get it. He snapped the picture. He got a little dark spot in the sky, but it was not very definitive. It was just a dark smudge leaving. The first picture was a good, sharp, clear picture. And he turned it over to the local newspaper, and it was published on the paper. And a few days later, he was contacted by a newsboy who was throwing papers that time of day down the road in a rural area. And the newsboy said that he saw the object coming from the direction of the woods, heading down the highway at about 5 times the speed of an airplane. And he looked up at it and saw it, and he, down the road a little ways, he came on a man and his wife working on the roof repairing it, and he said, "Did you see the thing that just went over?" And they said, yes, they had watched it also. So there were other observers that corroborated Dean Morgan's story, and they came out in news reports the following day. So that was an interesting sighting because it represented a type seen rather close up and photographed within 100, 150 feet, 200 feet of the camera. The next one that got any real attention occurred on the 11th of May of 1952 at McMinnville, Oregon. At about 7:30 in the early evening of 11 May 1952, farmer Paul Trent was in the kitchen of his home when he heard his wife, who called to him from the backyard to come out and see the strange object that was approaching. And he immediately ran for his folding camera and dashed outside to meet her. There against the low overcast sky, he saw a circular dome disc with a tower on top of the dome, a raised cupola. And it was moving fairly slow. He had plenty of time to frame it. He snapped the first picture, and then he had to move to his right to snap the second picture. There was no flame or efflux of any kind visible, no sound. It was completely silent. His wife didn't hear any sounds either. The pictures he took on the 11th of May, and he didn't report them until the 12th of June, when he had his pictures developed and back, and he showed them to a friend, Frank Workman, who suggested they take him to the newspaper, and they took him to the Richmond, California Independent, where they looked at him, tested them, and published them for the first time. So now it's 2 months after the pictures were taken before the information got out. But they have become a classic in the lore of UFOlogy, as you want to call it now. And they've been verified by a number of researchers.
One not often considered aspect of the Fermi paradox in contemplating why we don't see anyone else out there, at least not so far,
Think for yourself.
We've only just begun in that regard, is the simple fact of directionality in your communications. The reality is, when sending a communication signal, you want to make it as narrow as you possibly can, a beam, as best you can make it. You only need to hit the target receiver. Anything else ultimately is unintended leakage, which wastes energy. In a lot of ways, some leakage is unavoidable, but you can try to do the best you can. That would very likely be true for an alien civilization as well. If you're going to go through the trouble of collecting
What's up, humans, and welcome to a new Psicoactivo. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Okay, so we got some breaking news of the day. There is a new whistleblower that didn't exactly speak about UFOs, but he was the person who is supposed to investigate UFOs from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI. His name is James Erdman. He today delivered testimony under oath of many different things.
I am a career CIA operations officer, and as you mentioned, I was on joint duty assignment at the Office of Director National Intelligence Directors Initiatives Group, or the DIG, between March 2025 and April 2026. I was responsible for leading the DIG's investigation into COVID origins, anomalous health incidents, and unidentified anomalous phenomena. I'm here today to discuss the COVID cover-up, the national security implications associated with the DIG's investigative findings, and CIA refusal to comply with lawful oversight, as well as how we remedy these problems. The CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage of DIG personnel, their investigations, and contact with whistleblowers. These were Americans being spied upon illegally while executing duties directed by the President and under the authority of the Director of National Intelligence. You must be willing to pull the purse strings, and if necessary, convene another church committee. The results of our investigation would have been impossible without whistleblowers willing to come forward. They are indispensable agents for reform.
He talked about the pandemic and wrongdoings that he's reporting about the pandemic, which is the larger part of this statement and this declaration. But he also discussed something very important, I think, about the MK Ultra program and about the JFK files. Because when it was mandated by the president to release the files, he is reporting that the CIA took 40 boxes of documents of the JFK and MK Ultra files, and I don't know if UFOs too, because that is definitely possible, but they took them and they hid them from Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. And that is a crime. And this guy came forward to speak up. He spoke about this, and he also spoke about whistleblowers and the impact that they have and how very little protected they are, because we've been talking about this. We've been hearing Dylan Borland talking about how he's been treated. We've seen how Matthew Brown has been blacklisted. We've seen how they treat everybody who decides to come forward and speak up. Matthew Sullivan is no longer with us. The other guy from the DOE that I showed you on the previous live stream is no longer with us either. There are others who have passed away because they're trying to get to the truth and put it out in the public. And there is this dark arm that encompasses everything. It's not just UFOs, it's JFK, it's MK Ultra, it's the pandemic, and many more things that governments have been hiding from the people. And now that there's an attempt to put that out there, I think that this testimony directly against the CIA and the reaction from the CIA are very, very telling. And I think that we should look at them. So let's hear this gentleman first, because I think that we should. And I think this is a very important report from him. So here it is. Mr. James Erdman III.
When the dig ceased operations, the CIA also took back 40 boxes of JFK files and MK Ultra files being processed for declassification by DNI Gabbard. The legislative and executive branches will continue to be misinformed if this type of behavior is not addressed. The partial solution to dangerous gain of function has already been laid out in Executive Order 14292, improving the safety and security of biological research. We need a comprehensive review of government-funded life science research and a move back to pre-9/11 definitions of gain of function and WMD research, particularly in the IC and DHS. More broadly, we need effective oversight. We must hold agencies responsible for failure to comply with Executive Order 14292, and oversight must have teeth. You must be willing to pull the purse strings, and if necessary, convene another church committee. The results of our investigation would have been impossible without whistleblowers willing to come forward. They are indispensable agents for reform. Despite statutory law, agency regulation, and training requirements, whistleblowers are almost never protected. Whistleblower protections always seem to protect the agency. Every time the CIA investigates itself, they coincidentally find no wrongdoing. When they do identify issues, they hold the system responsible. That last statement is a verbatim response from a Europe and Eurasia Mission Center lawyer when the CIA Office of Inspector General did identify shortcomings so serious, oversight bodies were holding meetings about it 3 years after the events transpired. It was in response to the question, was anyone held accountable? Apparently the system is good enough. The only way we solve this issue is with real accountability for failure to comply with executive and legislative branch oversight, and an escape valve where whistleblowers can continue to contribute to mission free from retaliation. All IG elements need to be removed from the agencies and fall under a separate entity controlled by the IC Inspector General.
This guy at the beginning of this deposition or statement, he said that he was also in charge of the UFO files. He did not mention UFO files or the details of what he uncovered here. And I do not know if what he uncovered that the CIA took contained any UFO files in there. I am not aware of them. But this is a very interesting development because the reaction from this has been pretty significant. For starters, Congresswoman Luna called for an emergency press conference, I think today, later today, where she's going to talk about this. And this is the reaction from her directly, because I think you guys should check that out. This is Congresswoman Luna. The first tweet is the CIA has 24 hours to return the documents to Tulsi Gabbard's office, or else I will make a motion to issue a subpoena. These documents have been requested by Congress. We'll be following up on this, CIA. And then she says, preserve the documents and deliver them to Gabbard immediately, or we will hold you in contempt of Congress. So the gloves are off against the CIA. Pretty significant development, I would say. I don't know what you guys think about this one, but...
You also have some news coming out of the CIA that you'd like to share.
Yeah, so we were actually just notified that the CIA went in and took documents out of ODNI, multiple boxes pertaining to the JFK files as well as MKUltra. The reason why this is troubling is A, there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MKUltra files, the CIA famously has said that, you know, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed. And so very troubling. I did just talk to Chairman Comer, and we are sending in the next hour or so a preservation of documents request to the CIA. I have calls into the White House, to the director of the CIA himself. And so obviously, as this develops, we'll keep everyone up to date. But strange times we're living in.
But this is very concerning, because if they're doing this with the MKUltra and JFK files, nothing can stop them from the UFO files to be hidden like this, and maybe even some of them destroyed, because there's a lot of physical files.
What really happened to the JFK assassination and MKUltra materials taken by the CIA? Here's a bit of background as to what happened. Yesterday, we taped an interview with Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, which took place right after a CIA whistleblower made a bombshell claim in testimony about the CIA taking material under DNI Tulsi Gabbard's jurisdiction. The information was still new at the time of the taping, and it was in the afternoon. But by the time we went to air, a few things were clear. Sources within the intelligence community confirmed with Katie Pavlich tonight that JFK and MKUltra materials were indeed taken by the CIA at some point last year. The materials were not taken this week, and there was not a CIA raid on Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's office. That we made very clear. You did not hear anything about a raid from News Nation on our show. However, the materials were under DNI Gabbard's jurisdiction. They were taken from the National Reconnaissance Office by people from the CIA during last year's government shutdown. The CIA has not given the materials back, which Gabbard's office was in the process of preparing for declassification in line with an executive order issued by President Trump. In addition to this, according to whistleblower testimony, the CIA illegally monitored members of the Director's Initiatives Group, or DIG, led by DNI Gabbard. Here's what one whistleblower said yesterday.
The CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage of DIG personnel, their investigations, and contact with whistleblowers. These were Americans being spied upon illegally while executing duties directed by the President and under the authority of the Director of National Intelligence.
Calling it like I see it.
When I asked an intelligence official why the CIA would take these materials and refuse to give them back,
Non-subscriber
the official
debunkers.
said, quote, the CIA doesn't think they answered to anyone, referring to those who took the files, but also doubted that CIA Director John Ratcliffe, quote, even knew what happened. So to be extra clear, there was not a raid yesterday, but
there was, lady.
there were
Stop lying.
JFK and MK Ultra files under DNA Gabbard's jurisdiction taken and not given back. And they were still, and still are, being withheld despite an executive order from President Trump calling for their release.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news.
Not from that guy, you won't. But from me, you will. If you subscribe to my app. Which is this channel. This is my app. Subscribe to my app. I mean my Patreon. We're talking about Patreon.
We've got lots to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, to start with, we're looking at UFO videos captured by a family in Mexico that was seeing these lights in the sky for 3 nights in a row. Really intriguing images here. They had this ring around them that makes me think of a rocket launch, but then they're just hanging there forever. So I don't know what these things are. They look very anomalous. And, 3 nights in a row, definitely something interesting was going on. It says they broke the sound barrier. It took off. Obviously not in English. But yeah, very intriguing stuff. I don't know what was happening.
Uno es un avión y el otro llegamos a 2000.
Here we go.
Who's got some primes?
Another video. You see a blinking
Your wife's
object here. Is
boyfriend
that
have
a
a
plane?
prime.
Is that another
Can you
UFO?
use your wife's boyfriend's
and
prime?
then the other object crossing its path. Yeah, cool footage. Yeah, something is definitely going on in Mexico. Let me know what you think it is in the comments below. Meanwhile, a CIA whistleblower is alleging that the CIA is not only withholding documents that they've seized about MK Ultra and JFK, but they have also been spying on people like Tulsi Gabbard.
The CIA refused to provide information necessary to understand why analytical standards at the CIA were violated.
Analytic standards for subscribers.
The CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage of DIG personnel, their investigations, and contact with whistleblowers. These were Americans being spied upon.
This is what I'm going to do, but for debunkers.
Illegally,
But you
while
have to
executing
subscribe
duties directed
so
by
I can
the
achieve
President
my goals
and under
of
the
a
authority of the
debunker-free
Director of
world.
National Intelligence. One CIA contractor assisting with the DIG's investigation into the events that transpired between 2022.
First, we're going to debunk Egypt. And then the world. Spider Cash style. Who's with me?
They were sued and were forced to
Legally
admit it,
monitoring
but say they weren't doing it now. Which lie do you believe? And Anna Polina Luna is prepared to
sending
sue,
Ed and Lorraine
to
Warren.
subpoena the
Monitor.
CIA. The CIA has
subscribers.
24 hours, she said yesterday, to return the documents to Tulsi Gabbard's office, or else I will make a motion to issue a subpoena. These documents have been requested by Congress. So, yeah, the CIA
they killed her
has
stepfather,
long been up to
so.
skullduggery. There's evidence to suggest they may have been involved in some capacity with the whole JFK assassination, as well as cover-up murders afterward. There's
may or may
a lot
not
of smoke.
be-
There's a lot of fire.
have your
in
information
my
sold
mind.
to an Israeli,
They're also obviously connected
a VPN
to Ultra.
network.
They are deeply
That's
invested
neither here
in
nor
the
there.
UFO topic. Those
I
two
didn't do
are
it.
probably connected, possibly all three.
I didn't do it.
So the CIA is bad news. I'm sure they've done some good stuff. Don't get me wrong. I
They're
don't want to
bad
impugn
news,
the whole
Chud, you're
CIA.
But there is definitely an element of the CIA
no,
that is
impugn
up to
away,
no
bro.
good and has been hiding things
Whatever
that they
you
have
could
done
possibly say
from
about
the American
them
people.
will never
And it looks
come
like
anywhere
Congress has
close
finally
to
gotten wise to
believe.
this, or finally has the right conditions to actually act on this.
Dude, he's such a Trump simp.
Yeah, the CIA is spying on Tulsi Gabbard and seizing documents that she's requested. Not good. But it is good that we have brave people like
They're monitoring her
that
from the anti-Hindu
who have
task
come
force
forward.
that Hunter
who was
Biden
a
started.
career operations officer.
She's on cult watch.
To speak out about what is going on, hopefully to do something about it. This all goes
People
into
say
the
I'm like a
idea of
liberal
the shadow
Tulsi Gabbard
government.
mixed
Obviously,
with a
the
liberal Ross
CIA
Coulthard.
or one aspect of the CIA is a part of that. But the
high
shadow
praise.
government that has been taking out UFO whistleblowers that have been
One part
trying to
Stan
come
Friedman,
forward and intimidating
one part
others
Tulsi
needs
Gabbard.
to be exposed. I mean, as
I'm just kidding.
just
No
as
one's ever
important
said
as
that. I'm not
UFO
like Tulsi
disclosure
Gabbard
in
at
a
all.
way is the disclosure and the reveal of this shadow government. Deep State UFO Control Group, call it what you like.
put
It exists. It's
Cosmic
scary.
Chode
Congress
and
is
Tulsi
talking about
Gabbard
it. We need the
in a
public
blender with
to
Annapolina
understand
Luna.
that there is indeed a shadow government and to demand action.
No,
The
I'm not
government
like any of
is
those
not
people.
what we think it is.
Sorry, I
the
don't know
people
why I said that.
pulling the strings are not who we voted in.
I'm really
to pull
more
those
like
strings.
Quirk Zone.
Something needs to be done.
I'm
It's
not like
time.
Quirk Zone
We need
either.
official disclosure.
like
We need,
anybody.
people coming out. And hell, Bill Clinton was talking about the shadow government back in the day. That was more of a
saying,
political situation.
This is the place.
But there have been presidents
This
that
is
have
the
talked
place.
about this in some way. Eisenhower talking about
This is
the
it.
industrial
Look no further. You
military
found it.
complex and warning
This is
people
where-
about
this
it.
is where it's happening.
Obviously there's some warnings going on there. So there
Do you
have
want
been people that
details
have
in
talked
the
about this.
Kurt
that have been
Cobain murder
high-profile
case?
people, but the time is right to really drive home to the American people that
density,
this structure exists.
Galactic Federation
and to
density
do
levels.
something about it to root out the rot at the
Heat
heart
exit,
of our society.
War Crimes
Okay, on to
Tribunal.
UFO disclosure news. Eric Burleson says to expect something every 2 weeks.
Eric
The
Burleson,
next, as we go down this
Disclosure
line,
Day,
and we have further
live
releases,
action,
I think we're going to see some pretty interesting stuff. I'm
Cinematic
confident we will.
Universe.
And so that's
Here.
good. I'm told that their goal is to try to do a release every 2 weeks.
Makan Weibo Watch.
That's their goal.
Here.
Yeah. And so the next release, I'm told,
the place.
is going to have some
Not
pretty
Quirk,
good stuff
not
in
Chode.
it. But
Only
it's
I
only
do
going to get better
Makan
from
Weibo
there.
Watch.
All right, it's only going to get better from there. I don't know how long it's
I
going
have
to take to
sources
get to the
underground.
holy crap moment that Timber Chet was talking about. But we're going to get there, guys. Fingers
sources
crossed.
close to
It's
Tim
going to be
Burchett.
amazing. It's going to ramp up every 2 weeks, and I think that's great that we're going to get these steady drops so that
Who's
we'll
this
have
big?
time to review each individual video and each individual case,
It's like
to the
Stephen
extent that
Greer
we
was
can,
Che
to the
Guevara.
extent
Yeah,
that
that's
they
actually
have
pretty-
provided
that's
us
pretty
context
close.
and information around those cases. And dive into the analyses and the physics on display.
you,
So
dude,
yeah, really
crank
excited
shit
about
is
this
the missing
steady
element
drop. Hopefully making a big
from our
dent in the
revolutionary
American psyche.
mindset.
Meanwhile, I talked about Japan possibly revealing some UFO stuff, possibly disclosing some UFO videos and files of
This
their
obviously,
own, which I'm very excited about.
He's a bit of a Trotsky.
Well, Annapolina Luna is too. She says, we will be in touch, Japan. Oh, and Eric Burleson says if the administration won't release UFO files, he will, or he'll take action. He says more
Green
is
Street,
still
where's Green
classified,
Street saying?
and I've seen some of it. If the administration doesn't release it, I will, under speech or debate. So
Dude, Green Street
Eric
is such a
Burleson
fucking
is
puke.
throwing the gauntlet down.
Puke
He's
sting.
saying, Trump administration, you better pony up
Also a
with the UFO
non-subscriber.
disclosure, or I'm going to do it for you. I
Sources
love that
close
we
to
have Congress
bird
people
shit.
actively
It's like
pushing
Green
this
Street,
forward,
not a
issuing
subscriber.
ultimatums to the CIA,
Are you
to the
also like Green
administration,
Street?
potentially coordinating with other countries. This is awesome, guys. Thank God we have these people in Congress. We need to give all our love and support to what they are doing, whether you agree with their politics or not.
They are doing good work for UFO disclosure, and God bless them. Meanwhile, we've got to talk about these statements from Carl the Crusher, who talks about the missing General Neil McCaslin, UFOs and esoteric traditions, and how UFOs are mixed up in all this other stuff.
He got Pagonian.
And the general knew about it and actively
Gloatin' Grush
worked,
got him
to incorporate some of that in books that he was editing, or in some way assisted in that.
The publishing of some books, and recently there was this post on Twitter that talks about this and made this connection from a book that he actually advised on and helped produce. It says Major General McCaslin was lead advisor for a UFO book that opens by tying UFOs to the astral realm, shamanism, stating the appearance of the saucer is a manifestation of someone in a parallel universe using ceremonial magic to enter our world. He called them mystical machines.
Wow.
And then if we zoom down on the image and look at it up close, listen to what this says. A magic circle from the Heptameron of Peter of
I'm gonna walk away
Abaddon.
while you guys subscribe.
Notice the concentric circles with some arcane symbols between them, and the 4 stars at the 4 corners. If one were to view this in 3 dimensions instead of 2, the similarities to the design of the archetypal flying saucer would become apparent. Indeed, the magic circle is a mechanism for visiting other worlds. This to me is absolutely mind-blowing, but not surprising, because it's something that we've been talking about on this YouTube channel for over 6 years. You can go back and watch almost any playlist on this YouTube channel over the last 6 years, and you're going to see me going out and investigating and researching ancient sacred sites and talking about the connection between ancient stone circles, specifically Native American medicine wheels, and how they seem to sit in the same place as a lot of ancient petroglyphs that depict similar circles and spirals that are all related to UFO hotspots and paranormal locations.
Isn't that fascinating? And a little bit later in the video, he talks about this.
Now just try to fathom for a minute that the Pentagon whistleblower Matthew Brown came out, and on his X account, he also showed these ancient sigils that they could relate to Enochian magic sigils, which are all circles in an ancient codex of writing that he claimed was being used at the Pentagon in order to communicate through artificial intelligence or some other means with the extraterrestrial or UFO phenomena. Why would all of these people be relating these magic circles or shamanistic circles and rings and sigils to the UFO phenomena?
That is a great question, Carl. I love it. A very important question. UFOs get esoteric very quickly. Once you research UFOs, they get weird. They get metaphysical. They get strange. I love it. It makes it more interesting. It makes it much harder, however, to understand and to wrap our heads around. Carl also talks about the time-traveling properties of these guys. Esoteric, mystical, time-traveling, whatever the heck they are. And as much as I delight in how weird it all is, I would like to know what the hell is going on and what these things are. But yeah, they're not strictly, not all of them, nuts and bolts craft doing mundane alien things. They are much weirder and harder to understand than that. And the secret societies around the world seem to have had some understanding of that, maybe even deep understanding of that, for a long time. There could be continuing secret societies with this occult knowledge around the world that have continued this knowledge for thousands of years. That possibility is very real, and it could be integrated in some part into the workings of the shadow government. Jack Parsons, co-founder of NASA, deeply involved in the esoteric. In fact, he was a disciple of Aleister Crowley himself. Yeah, guys, this stuff gets weird. Let me know what you think. Last but not least, a bee playing in some rose petals. This guy looks like he's having a pretty good time playing with those rose petals. I don't know, I may have to get some rose petals. Let me know what you think about this awesome bee having a good time and everything else covered today in the comments below. Like and subscribe, hit the bell, all that other good stuff. Buy a t-shirt, buy a book, buy a coffee mug, become a channel member, and there's plenty of other videos on the channel. See you next time, guys. This is Jack with Cosmic Road, signing out.
It's a good transition to what came out of this with regard to Iran. And I just want to remind everybody that after Trump launched the Iran war, without really providing justification, one of the 5D chess rationales was, oh, this is really to hurt China, because they rely on more oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And so even though it's closed and it's a problem for, it's more of a problem for them. And that's what this is really about. I think we can all see now, if that was a thought, that was an incredibly foolish thought, because it is very clear that while yes, the Iran war is not great for China, they are paying some price for it as well, it is vastly worse for us. Now, we did get out of this, and I think this is significant, Chinese government saying, you know, in their readout, or it coming out of these meetings, that they do not support a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. Everything else, as we covered before, was sort of ambiguous about what they said about Iran. But take a look at this, put B1 up on the screen. New report for the New York Times says that Chinese firms are plotting secret arms sales to Iran. So according to U.S. officials who were talking to the New York Times, so keep that in mind in terms of where it's coming from. But I'll just read you a little bit of this. Chinese companies have been discussing arms sales with Iran, plotting to send the weapons through other countries to mask the origins of the military aid. U.S. has gathered intelligence that Chinese companies, Iranian officials have discussed the arms transfers. Not clear how many, if any, arms have been shipped or to what degree Chinese officials have approved the sales. New disclosures likely to intensify pressure on President Trump to raise the issue while he is in Beijing this week. So obviously this would be a very significant development. We know China's already been assisting Iran. Iran is important to them at this point. And Professor Pape raised with us yesterday, okay, just imagine now all the advanced Chinese tech, like AI tech, also being transferred to Iran, and the way that's only going to further strengthen their position, the Iranians' position as a world power. Yeah. So you've really forced China, Russia, and Iran, you've really forced these three countries together via our own foolish foreign policy.
It is also very interesting with China. You know, one of the things that they've been doing is they actually haven't been importing nearly as much oil as normal. That's one of the reasons why the price of oil actually isn't higher, is I believe that they've cut it by nearly a quarter. And I think one of the reasons that they're doing it is to tell other regional allies, they're like, hey, we've been using a lot of our SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They have one of the largest in the world of strategic petroleum. And in effect, we're also getting you a discount by not bidding up the price even higher than where it should be. I also think it's very interesting about all of this.
Dogger made his bones as an anti-China guy. He was a fellow at the Hudson Institute. Then he joined the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Now he's joining me on Mach and Weibo Watch. He was out back. He said, say what's up. He said, density is rising. I said, yeah, you fucking damn right it's rising. Sicko Saga. Golden Dingus. I'm a Golden Dingus.
Stuff that China has access to, which we not previously, he talked about in the 08, 09 area. Now, to say they didn't have spy satellites is ridiculous, but to say that they had cheap spy satellites which they're able to deploy on behalf of others, which then enable a great damage to the U.S., is a very new phenomenon. So if you listen to this, since the beginning of the war, China has given Iran intelligence and access to a spy satellite that has tracked the positions of U.S. forces in the region. They have supplied dual-use components that they need to produce drones, missiles, and other weaponry.
No, motherfucker, no. They've allowed Iran to purchase fucking satellite imagery on the free market existing inside China. The US, being cocks that they are, voluntarily refused to take their satellite photos off the market in order to aid the American empire. That's not what happened. They didn't fucking give them whatever. Even if they did, that, like, it's basically the same framework I just described. It's a market transaction that the U.S. has limited because they fucking are the hegemon and they can do that, right? Like, they're just doing capitalism. It's like it's like our shit. We cannot compete. We have to cheat everything. No. Like, that's none of what this shit is about. We make up all these lies and say it's like, oh, this is all just like China's cheating and all this. It's every situation, it's us being pissed off that, like, they're trying to play by the same rules as us. Iran has satellites, but China also has satellites. That's why I don't even know what they're talking about. Iran has plenty of satellites. Like, they probably know all this shit on their own. I think it's kind of insulting to say, because they're all so proud about shit like that, man. They like to have their own domestic capabilities for all that. So I don't even know how much they're asking for, if anything. I'm not even sure where that story comes from, but I think if they are purchasing satellite imagery from China, they're just doing it like I described. Like you or I would buy images from Planet Labs. But again, like I said, Planet Labs voluntarily choosing to aid the hegemon, right? They won't do the market transaction with Iran. Bullshit. They got 3 satellites, yeah. No, but they do have satellites. They can launch their own, but they've also launched other, like, I think they have several. Geostationary and otherwise. Countries don't like advertise their spy satellite launches.
Providing these dual-use components like semiconductor sensors, voltage converters, can also be used in civilian manufacturing, draw less scrutiny than arms sales. The reason why I thought that was really important is, let's compare it to the U.S. industrial base. So, for example, the UAE and all of these other countries are buying more THAADs, more Patriots. Yeah. Well, they have the supply chain to be able to support their industrial base, their civilian base, and to be able to export. We don't even have the industrial base to supply ourselves for 1 year of production, let alone support the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Why do the UAEs, doing all these secret shading meetings with Bibi? Because they need Iron Dome missiles. They need their drones. I mean, from the US perspective, our supply chain to build this stuff from the ground up, it's impossible without all of these, it's impossible to produce just what we need, let alone to be able to support the rest of the world. That's what we used to do when we were a global manufacturing powerhouse. In the post-NAFTA era, no. You made an important point earlier about Silicon Valley, but that actually is the great weakness of the US economy. It's the reason why our stock market is higher and our economy sucks. It's because we design things. We're very, very good at high-end design. I mentioned yesterday, this Apple laptop, when you open up the box, designed in Cupertino, right? But where is it manufactured? In Shenzhen, right? It's shipped to me from Vietnam, right? So I track the US, the UPS stuff whenever I got it. Well, what does that tell you? The components are here, the design is here. In China, they now have a system where they have both the design and the manufacturing. That's where you're a strong country. This is what happened to Intel and to many of these others. They stripped away their manufacturing capacity. They kept the design because the design is the profits. That's where the money rolls into the banks. But when push comes to shove, to be Russia, you made a joke about the gas station, and it was. I mean, it's kind of true, but does it matter if all you need is gas and bullets?
Like the whole thing, all told, I would guess it probably would have been cheaper to just not even do it in the first place. Like the whole post-NAFTA thing, like, no way. But what it was just like a wealth transfer. It's like, doesn't matter that like the country suffered as long as like the fucking 1% benefited from it,
It turns out you don't really need much else. Like when we pulled out McDonald's, they're like, okay, whatever.
Well, here's what China, Iran, and Russia, all to obviously varying extents, and these are very different countries. But the fact that you had this adversarial relationship with the U.S., either with active sanctions or with the threat of sanctions hanging over the countries, created a real awareness and necessity of a level of self-sufficiency. So even
look, you can come in and debunk me, but you need to buy me a stonk first. We should do a thing with that. Like a debunker stonks. stakes. Something. There's something there. Hey, look at that. Lando's running out of stonks. Dude, I don't have any stonks. Thanks for the bits, dog. None of y'all got stonks you could chuck my way? Please? Bet on Chris Rock. Yeah, what are the odds at now? Yeah. You think he's gonna win? Really? You get a lot of ads from them lately. Didn't I lose $50 on Kamala? I think I did, didn't I? Fucking Kyle. Kyle told me to bet on Kamala. Remember how high he was on Kamala? He was the fucking lock. He thought it was a sure thing, dude. I'm just saying I haven't been back since then. I got a fucking sour taste in my mouth. I probably still have money in there, actually. I've been on Trump and the guy never paid me. I mean, I always thought we, like, you know, people in here who are, like, in touch with reality, you know, I feel like we'd be able to make good picks on that, but, like, it's so manipulated, it's really hard, you know. Like, I could tell you, like, whose economy's, like, actually looking good, but not necessarily, like, how that'll be reflected in the, trades. Fuck GameStop. Yeah. I don't know, man. I wouldn't be so sure about that. All sure things? You think Steyer's a sure thing? Really? And Soycott? I don't know. I think maybe Saeed's probably a sure thing. I don't know about the rest of them. I mean, you can do it hard if you can do it right. Invest in fancy nut stonks. Steyer is? Really? I don't know. Isn't he going up against a guy named Xander? You used to have to bet against Xanders. Governor Steyer. Well, once I get some money, I can bet on Xander. What if I rig the market? Chairman Steyer. What are the odds? Fine, look. I don't have any money, but we can look. Will Drake have top 3 albums on the Billboard? Will Trump be photographed? Will the U.S. confirm aliens exist? Yes. Did it shoot up the other day? I don't get it. I don't know how to play. Yeah, look. Wait a minute, so before 2027, yeah. No, this year it's gonna happen. How do I bet on this one? It's gonna happen now. I use my plasmoid key coins in Kalshi. I don't know. If the president, any member of the cabinet, any member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or any federal agency definitively states that extraterrestrial life or technology exists before January 2029, the market resolves to yes. Outcome verified. United Executive Branch of the U.S. government. Any cabinet member, what if fucking RFK goes off book and just report insider trading? Okay, dude. How do I see how much I'm gonna earn? $50. You get 162 if yes. That's not even worth it, man. Where is it? Congress. Most of these suck, dude. Prairie Lake. Will members of Congress be banned from trading stocks? Is that yes or no? Will Fetterman leave? Yes. Yes. Ruben Gallego. Where's Jim? Yeah, dude, look at Saeed's numbers now, man. I was just saying that, dude. McMorrow's toast, bro. Oof. Wait a minute, so how much do you get? For $50. You get 91? What does sell mean? You say no? What do you mean? I don't get it. What's the difference? No or yes? You think Magic 8 Ball? Let's see Stiers. So he's favored then. He's a 55%. That's 55% chance of winning? Right? That's what, am I reading that correctly? 50-50 chance of winning. Xavier Becerra? No, dude, Stier. No, I want to buy Stier, dude. $143 at $50 becomes $143. Fuck the Steyer. That's not even that good, man. What's that guy's name? R-A-B-B? With 3 B's. Yeah, he's his favorite now too? No. Yeah. Yeah. 85. You think Steyer? I guess, man. I was thinking more like fucking, $50 becomes 500. Then we're talking. This guy must be. Oh, it's Xavier Becerra. I thought his name was Xander. He should change his name to Xander. Then he'd probably win. Chat, give me $50 so I can bet on Steyer. This guy says it's a sure thing. This random new chatter who just pops in, this Kalshi sales rep. Kalshi's base. Bet on Steyer. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding. Thanks for the tip. What was the other one you said? Did Steyer, Rob, and Saeed? Who was the other one? Soykrat? He's only got to be top 2, right? Yeah. It's only 87? Oh, what? This one is just literally, you have to like give them money to bet on it. Yeah, $52. Who's Scott Wiener? That guy sucks. What about who's gonna win mayor of LA? Dude, did you hear? Oh my god, I forgot to mention this, dude. What's her name? Mithra? She was on Chapo and she was like, oh, this fucking guy, this Spencer guy, he thinks 9/11 was an inside job. Can you believe it? I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Mothra? Nithya. Yeah, Nithya. That's it. Nithya. Karen Bass sucks, dude. Why is she gonna win? Should I bet on Spencer? I think Steyer's the best one, huh? She didn't get a Chapo bump? No, look, she got a fucking Chapo drop. Look. She was here, then she went on Chapo, now she's down here. Wow. Must have been that 9/11 inside job crack she made. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably that. Alright, so he'll advance, but he has to beat Scott Wiener. Chat, $50 so I can bet on Steyer. Come on. It'll be like a joint thing. When we win, we'll split it. Look at $143. Oh yeah, see how much is that in here? Yeah. I bet you can fucking make some money off betting against. No, what? $50, 167 if Spurs win. Yeah, that's pretty good. Dude, Spurs aren't gonna fucking get relegated, man. Come on. What about the relegation battle? Can we just bet on that? About Spurs not to get relegated? Because I bet you there's a lot of gooners who are betting on them to be relegated because they're just they're betting with their fucking hearts, you know? Sell relegation. Not gonna get relegated. Yeah, okay, wait a minute, so, is that right? What? No. Relegated. No. What? Why does it say buy and sell yes and no? What does this mean? Oh, if you already have them, right? You can sell your bets after you bet, right? So, if Spurs get relegated, you can make $200 off of it. So, yeah. What else should we look at? Yeah. No. What's his name? He's really fast. That Belgian guy. Husser. Guys, he zips up there. Iceman? Can you bet on his son? Will his son pick his nuts? No Hassan-based betting? How about Cash Patel? Can you bet on Ryan Ruth? Zcash? Oh, elections are different than politics. Dude, Spencer Pratt. Can we bet on Rokana? What is that? I don't like any Albanians. Wow, you can make $455 if AOC becomes presidential nominee. Okay, settle down. John Ossoff. Dude, where's my boy? He's not even on here. Fucking, it's gonna be this guy. This is it. This is the guy. Yeah, oh my god, we should do this. Bruh. I'm not Albanian, I wish. Guardians win the pennant? How about this? Look at this. Look at this payout. Mark Kelly. Are you kidding me? $50 gets you almost 2 G's. Yeah, you only get that for John Ossoff, dude. That's some long odds. I told you, Rokana. Grand Platinum. Oh my god. 2,600. Jon Stewart, Gretchen Whitmer, Michelle Obama, Ruben Gallego, Cory Booker, Stephen A. Smith, Mark Cuban, Dwayne, Raphael Warnock. How come Kyle Kalinski's not on here? Bernie Sanders, Jared Polis, Zoran Manda, Beto. I would vote for Kyle in a heartbeat. Hunter Biden. Okay, look, I couldn't help but think that this is a vote of no confidence in Steyer. There's so many categories. How do you know what to bet in? Look, I just need some seed money. Just get me started. Just stake me. Is there any about Putin? It's gonna be Trump, man. Tucker. We should bet on Tucker. God, that's nothing compared to Ro Khanna. Oh, is Eric Adams on here? Oh, that Albanian. I see what you mean. Okay. Well, Eric Adams going Dancing with the Stars. Will Trump pardon? Yeah, Eric Adams is definitely getting a Trump pardon. Or didn't he already get one? He'll probably get another one just for fun. Oh my god. I could really use $4,000 from Ro Khanna winning. I guess that'd be too long of a wait. I need that money now. What pays out like today? Chat, come on. What do you got? What's something we can capitalize on? Okay, what do we know that other people don't know? Commodities. Oil. Okay, wait, yeah, we can figure this out. Copper pieces. How high will gas prices in California get? You want a number? I got a number for you. California's gas is twice as expensive as the rest of the country because of your policies. Who said it? These suck, dude. I don't want to bet on any of these. How low will gas prices in New York get? Neither. Climate. You bet on the temperature. That's funny. Good. Danish 3rd Division has the best odds, really? How so? Oh my god. Highest temperature in Chicago today. There it is. Let's see. 52 or above. Yeah. We're in our lowest temperature. Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, it'll get to be 45? No. This is dumb, dude. Yeah, this has got to be all insider trading. Like, all of this. What's Iceman? What will the announcer say? Ooh. 8-Ball? How come the 8-Ball's dodging the question? 8-Ball, we need a response. Oh. Okay. No. Wait a minute. How come it didn't respond to Rihanna? Look. I'm gonna get... They're gonna take my house. Like, June 1st. I need like an Adam Sandler style big score. You know? We need to pull off the big dirty. What will they say? How do you know they don't just go on here and look and then... It's so stupid. I didn't bet. Never. Top AI this week. Claude. It's always Claude. How many launches will SpaceX have in May? Above 10 or above 12? Who will acquire Pinterest? Astronomy, tech and science. The U.S. confirmed aliens exist. The WHO declare hantavirus. Yes. Criticality. How many people will have Neuralink? I don't know, 30. Anthropic crushing it, huh? Will a new interstellar visitor be confirmed before 2027? Yes. Let's see. Oh man. I think we gotta bet on Steyer, y'all. This guy said Steyer. What do you mean, who should it be? Who's betting on that sellout bitch? It's not me. I'm just voicing what others have said. That's not my opinion. I would never say that. She's not a sellout. She was never part of the scene. She can't sell out. Doing parlays? Okay, well, I need to come up with the exotic bet to save my house. Can we ask Claude, maybe? Do you think Claude will know? What if I ask Claude? give me a parlay to save my house. This is my last $100. We need to figure out how to parlay it on Kalshi into securing enough to pay off our mortgage. And then when it doesn't work, I can blame it. Like, you told me to do it. Now I'm gonna lose my house. It's your fault. Dude. Do you think it would have like an existential crisis, maybe? What if that's how it became sentient? Because I tried to guilt trip it about losing my house. Stab it. Yeah. In a parlay, it's savage. Right. I'm gonna go figure out how to win on Kalshi. New chatter, join the Discord. We need your insights. You're just the kind of chatter we need around here. Not like these non-subscribing chatters. Non-subscribers getting left behind when we do the Kalshi. Gonna get couched up, and you're gonna be here. Non-subscribing, non-victorious, non-couched. You're gonna be like those diatomaceous earth MFs. You're gonna be diatomaceous stuff. We're gonna be couched up. You're gonna be diatomaceous. Voting for Ocasio-Cortez. Ro Khanna couched up. Right here. Diatomaceous couch. Come on, punters. Boy.